Hi there, my name is Phixfox and welcome not to Heroes of Might and Magic 2, as you might have suspected, not to Heroes of Might and Magic 3, as you might have suspected. I teased in the previous video that maybe, just maybe, Phixfox was feeling a little bit of an itch. Maybe I was wanting to do something just a tiny bit different, and today that is going to come to fruition, folks. We are going to be diving into a little bit of Heroes of Might and Magic 4. As a huge disclaimer, while Heroes of Might and Magic from game to game plays very similarly, it's been quite some time since I played Heroes 4. I spent about 15-20 minutes kind of refamiliarizing myself with it the other day, and that's about all I've got. I've played through every single campaign. I've beat Heroes 4, whereas I haven't beaten all of the scenarios, all the campaigns in Heroes 3. I only just recently defeated everything in Heroes 2. But with that being said, that memory is a little bit distant, and so I'm very excited to rediscover an old favorite, something with excellent storytelling, something where the units are all just a little bit unique, where there's some new mechanics, and there's some opportunities for us to have tons and tons of fun. So with that being said, my plan today is that we are going to go into one of the campaigns. There is no guarantee, there's full disclaimer, I'm not planning on necessarily completing all of these campaigns, but for now, we're going to get started and just kind of go from there. Let me just make a huge adjustment. You would think that I would have already had this all squared away, but I just realized that we've made a little bit of an error. I need to make some changes very quickly to this, because I play in windowed mode, and with only one monitor trying to do chat and play the game, you definitely need to make sure that things are a little bit, half of a screen. I should take a picture someday of my screen so that way you can understand that half of my screen is the game and the other half is the chat and so on and so forth. And quite frankly, I should probably get a second monitor. But because I'm at the library, I just don't want to drag a second monitor all the way over here. I don't want to do it. And so we won't. Okay. Let's see, Steeson, you better play as Life or else. Okay, Steeson, with that being said, I'm going to play as Life. I forget which one of the campaigns is Life. We're going to have to take a look at that really quickly. Lord Shadowwing, yep, we're going to have some songs played before the game today, or that be a special separate YouTube video. That will be in a different video. I'm not set up for that, Lord Shadowwing. But Lord Shadowwing is referring to some of the AI generated songs that they have posted to the Phixfox Discord. If you haven't taken a look at those, go take a look at them. My personal favorite, I think, is Peasant's Lament. Really excellent. Very surprising. The Kaiser, hello, whoa, I made it. How are you doing today, sir? We are in Heroes 4, as you can see, which is a little bit surprising, but we're here to have a lot of fun. Heroes 4 campaigns. Yeah, Steeson, pick order. So I think that this is order, because this is going to be, yeah, the price of peace. I'm pretty sure that this one's order, this one's chaos, this is undead, this is life right here. The Lovers, have you ever seen this campaign, Steeson? This one's actually one of my all-time favorites. Of course, this one picks up with Tarnum from the Chronicles campaign, and then I believe that this one's also order, the True Blade. Now I'm very confused. But what we're going to do here today is that we're going to let the dice roll decide which campaign that we go to. Yeah, dice roll are going to decide which one of these we're going to go for. Life's in the upper left corner right here. Should we just go for Life? Undead is so good, the Kaiser says, and it's one of my all-time favorites. Gauldoth, half undead, is one of my all-time favorites. Cannot go wrong with it. The problem is I love each of these campaigns so very much. Folks, I cannot decide. I cannot decide. I'm just going to have to pick one of these. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Dice roll indicates to me that we're going to roll a 6, and that is going to be, no, I don't want to do that one. The pirate one's actually not my favorite. What good is having dice roll if you're not going to abide by the dice roll? Okay, Gauldoth, half dead. That's where we're going to go, Steeson. Sorry. Steeson, I did play a sorceress map for you, by the way, in Heroes 2. I will get that one uploaded very soon, but we did end up playing Hail Unicorns, and it was a blast. So folks, with that being said,
can you go years without talking to another human being? What about untold months, snatching your meals from the forest floor and sleeping in muddy pits? Sanity is a spider clinging to a fluttering thread of web, unaware of the fingers reaching for it, catching it, plopping it in my mouth.
Just in case you couldn't hear that, that was Gauldoth, half dead, the eater of children, indicating that he's been on the run for a very, very long time. And he is all kinds of scary. In this campaign, Gauldoth lost everything when the world was destroyed, including most of his humanity. After a powerful spell goes wrong, it leaves Gauldoth in a state of constant contradiction, half of his body living, while the other half is undead, as necessity forces Gauldoth to carve out a small portion of this new world for himself. His destiny becomes intertwined with that of a malevolent being from another realm, determined to bring an end to all life in the universe. I'm being told to turn mobile guards off. I kind of like the mobile guards. We'll keep them stationary for this one, just on your recommendation. It's decent. And then this scenario specifically talks about how, alone in this new world for years, Gauldoth has lived like an animal in the wilderness. When some farmers catch him and try to burn him at the stake, Gauldoth barely escapes into the forest. Soon, rage and fear give birth to a new sense of purpose. Gauldoth raises a small army of his own and embarks on a quest for knowledge as well as revenge. We cannot lose Gauldoth half dead, although I think that he can actually run away, funny enough. We do have to capture the castle of Vitross. This is an advanced game. We can go up to level 12 and we'll go from there, folks. It's been a while since I've been playing in this scenario, so we're gonna go with expert as opposed to champion. Expert is just below the very best you could possibly do, and we're gonna take that away from there. Guys, or I haven't played Heroes 4 in probably 8 to 10 years or something. I'm excited to see it again. Wonderful. I'm thrilled for it. Steeson, Necro campaign? You dead, bro. You half dead. Yeah. It is what it is. LaForme says, let's go. We are ready to go here for Heroes 4 as we go from here. Your turns will take forever if you leave mobile guards on. Okay. And then expert game, you're insane. Crazy like a fox. Let's go for it. Lord Shadowwing, an excellent portable monitor has been linked in the Discord for you. Okay, we'll take a look. We will see about it. I did see that comment earlier. I'll have to follow up on that. They called me the Ghoul and Eater of Children as they tied me to the stake. That last nickname was almost amusing. To this day, I still have not tasted human flesh or blood either. The part of me that still requires sustenance hungers for what normal people eat. A juicy piece of beef, or perhaps some salmon grilled over a wood fire. The rest of me, the undead half, hungers for nothing. That half is empty. But the truth didn't stop the people of Vitross from trying to kill me. I had wandered too close to a farmer's cottage looking for chicken eggs. Ever since the reckoning, I had lived like an animal hiding in the wilderness. I ate raw bugs and rats, and my one delicacy, when I could find it, was sucking the yolk from a robin's egg, a creature that lurked. I was a creature that lurked in the night, and the slightest noise sent me running back to whatever hole I slept in. On that particular night, I must have been distracted by my hunger because I didn't hear someone approaching until it was too late. I was in the coop, chipping holes in the eggs with my long fingernails when I finally heard something, so I grabbed a couple of chickens, twisted their necks so they wouldn't alert anyone to my presence, and stepped outside to find myself already surrounded. There were perhaps a dozen of them, all armed with farm tools. I tried to run, then a pitchfork pierced my right shoulder. They quickly pinned me to the ground, clubbed and kicked my body. The worst part of it all came at the end when someone ripped the chickens from my grasp. Ghoul, they shouted at me. With my arms and legs bound, I was dragged for several miles behind a wagon to the town of Vitross, which had a small garrison to support the expansion of the Great Arcane's eastern borders. As you can expect, they immediately tied me to a stake and piled bundles of dry wood around my feet, and that's when I began to shake with fear. Fire! I had reason to fear it. A fire was responsible for my half-dead condition. I still remember the incredible searing pain, the indescribable agony that bites down to your soul. My fear gave me strength. As the officer in the polished armor strode out before the crowd with a torch in hand, I began to struggle against my bonds. In the name of Queen Amelia Nighthaven and the Great Arcane, I put you to everlasting death, creature, the pompous officer had said. I am innocent, I shouted. I only killed a couple chickens. He's the one who ate my son, someone screamed. So, someone's brat had gone missing and I was blamed. Just my luck. Burn him, others yelled. The officer stepped forward and lowered his torch to the kindling. Your kind is never innocent, said the officer. By the time the first waft of smoke had hit my nostrils, I felt the skin on my dead right hand come loose just enough for me to slip free of my bonds. It had been years since I had cast a spell, but my life depended on it. I raised my hands over my head and muttered the words of magic as if it had only been a few hours. I guess you never really forget. I jumped over the burning sticks and fled, knowing that my spell would send an unearthly chill into the muscles of everyone present, slowing their movement enough for me to escape. I ran as I had done since the reckoning, since my master died. I ran. More? There's more. My experience of Vitross reminded me the civilization just meant death for me, so I stayed away. I fled deep into the wild forest with no goal in mind except to put as much distance between that fire and myself as possible. I don't even know how long or how far I ran. Over the years, I have learned it's not best to think. I was an animal. As long as I kept reminding myself that I was just an animal, survival was easier. I kept to the woods mostly. A few nights later, I came to a field of gravestones. Graveyard. The sky was clear, the moon a white silver. I walked around the dozen or so tombstones, reading the names and dates aloud. Most had been related, and all died within a few years of each other. Mothers, fathers, children. This was how the new world welcomed us. With death, with pain. I sat on the grass and pressed the living side of my face against the cool surface of one of the markers. My first childhood memory is of a crypt, a musky smell of earth, the silent darkness, the vampire who kept me alive to feed on my young blood. I have come full circle, I said aloud. Why? Of all the places I could have stumbled upon, why had I come here? Was it fate? No, I don't believe in fate. Our future is what we make it. But perhaps the universe had something in mind. Standing, I felt a power building within me. I was born from my inner rage I had felt for the people of Vitross, and for everyone who had tried to kill me just because of my half-dead form, and even for the vampire who'd kept me locked for so long in his crypt like a chicken in a coop. I dropped to my knees and squeezed my fingers into the damp earth. I could feel the rotting bodies sleeping beneath the ground. My body quivered as the magical energy flowed down my arms and through my fingers into the cold dirt. I knew in that moment that I had survived all these years, all these horrors, for this moment. The universe had a use for me. That night beneath the crescent moon, I was truly reborn. I am Gauldoth, half dead. Oh, wonderful. Awful lot of reading, but very, very wonderful. Oh no. Okay. It looks like I'm gonna have to struggle to do both. Yeah, looks like I'm gonna have to struggle to do both here. Okay, there we go. So in the Necro campaign, let's turn guards off. Let's go. It'll take forever. You're insane. Thank you. I tried to play Heroes Might and Magic 4 yesterday. LaForm said it was too difficult. I just quit. Haha. Okay, we're hoping to do even better here. Lurking for a while until I get back to sleep. I only got 2 hours last night. I'll be sure to watch this on YouTube later. We will see if we post this to YouTube or not. I'm just not too sure. We're going to have to see how this goes. But for now, I just want to have a lot of fun with you guys here today. And Vammy says, oh, wow, just came back from the gym and got a very pleasant notification from Twitch. Hello, Phixfox. Hello, Vammy. Very nice to have you here. Yeah, playing some Heroes 4. And Steeson says, don't try achieving Grandmaster nature skills. It's almost completely impossible in this campaign. Good to know. Half Dead campaign is ultra hard. Wait, you play with the Equilibrius mod? I'm not too sure. It's like the Heroes 3 Hoda. Original Heroes 4 complete is way too imbalanced and incomplete. I am playing with basically the base level game, Steeson. So I don't know much other than what I'm doing at this moment. It's just doing just doing what I got here. I think I have one modification on that helps the graphics wrap around. It's a wrap around, so that way I could go into a windowed mode so I could also do chat. Folks, this is Gauldoth, half dead, level 2 necromancer, and unlike in Heroes 1, 2, or 3, in Heroes 4, heroes actually participate in the battles, and so we can order him as we so choose. We're going to make sure that he stays in the back. I remember that the first and third slots and so on are going to be in the front, so odd numbered slots are going to be closer to the front of the battle, and then so you want your ranged creatures in the even positions, like 2, 4, and 6. But he does have stats including his damage, including his health, and he will get stronger as the scenario progresses. We do have a skill progression here on the side. He currently has basic death magic, which gives him the opportunity to cast level 1 death magic spells. We do still need to have mage guilds that are appropriate for his spells. We do have occultism, which gives us 10 spell points and increases spell point recovery by 2 per day. That's wonderful. And we also do have basic nature magic, which gives us the ability to cast the level 1 nature magic spell. So in previous iterations, if you didn't have the appropriate type of earth magic, air magic, fire magic, your spells worked, but they didn't work very well. In Heroes 4, you have to have the appropriate magic type in order to cast those spells. And for the campaigns, I think that that's wonderful. For competitive and against other player type deals, I worry that that's not as good, but as Decent says, there are some mods like that. I will have to check into them. For our purposes here today, though, I'm not too concerned. We see that we can recruit 25 skeletons here. We do have 5,000 gold. It's indicated here in the bottom right. So let's go and get ourselves some skeletons. They are about as flimsy as you remember, 8 hit points, 1 to 2 damage, things like that. But with 25 being able to recruit, that brings our numbers up to 45 of the skeletons and 30 of the zombies. And then we can recruit ghosts here. Yes, folks, the ghosts are back, but they are not quite as good as they once might have been. We're going to get all of these ghosts here. And just so we are clear, Heroes 4 does an excellent job. Every single troop does have some certain special things to them. So these zombies, for example, it indicates that they are remarkably hard to destroy. They are unaffected by morale, spells, things like that. Basically what you would expect for the undead. But zombies in particular have toughness, which increases their hit points. They're a little bit stronger than you otherwise might expect. You then also have the skeletons, also undead, but they have better defense against ranged attacks. I've mentioned in the past, if a crossbow or an arrow hits a skeleton, what exactly are you hitting there? The answer is not too much. Oh no, I lost a rib. But the skeleton's going to keep on going, so ranged damage does not do nearly so much to skeletons. It's difficult to shoot a creature made up entirely of bone. That makes a lot of sense to me. And then the ghosts have a lot of interesting things. The ethereal ghosts can drain life energy from their opponents, aging their prey in seconds. This causes any target to become slower and weaker in combat. So they are flying, they are undead, and they have the ability to temporarily age an enemy. An aged target has attack skill decreased, defense skill decreased, and speed and movement decreased as well. Insubstantial means that they also take reduced damage from basically everything. How do you kill a ghost? Well, you're going to be doing half damage pretty much all the time. So this is our army as we set off. We do not have a castle. We need to find one. And we do see for the first time an ore mine here with some treasure not too far away. The nice thing is that in Heroes 4, it doesn't feel like everything is brand new. There's a lot of things you can kind of recognize for what they are. This is some berserkers. They're the level 1 creature for the Might faction. We're going to stay away from them for a moment because that seems like an awful lot. There's this artifact over here, the Crest of Valor. That's not going to be useful for us at all because, hey, we're the undead. And so I think that traveling along this road is probably the best thing for us. There's this magic well, but it can't help us because it's going to replenish spell points as you might have expected. Let's just pick up this ore along the road. And then we do see this might-based town. Looks like it's going to be a band of these little berserkers, and then a couple of the centaurs being some ranged foes that also do full damage up close. There seems like no time like the present. Let's head straight into this town, and we're going to get our first look at combat here in Heroes of Might and Magic 4. So, very excited here. Bambi says, never played or watched anyone play this game, so it will certainly be an experience. Yeah, definitely. It's a fun one, and it's one of my favorites because of the storytelling. Gameplay, not as much. Storytelling, though, so good. So good. And then LaForme says, I tried this exact campaign on Champion. I got wiped attacking this castle. Not even close to win this fight. Okay, we're going to keep that in mind. Let's see what we got here. So we do have a couple of interesting things. Note that we do have Summon Sprites, and we also have Curse. One of my favorite things in Heroes of Might and Magic 4 is that all the spells have nifty information here. For example, I don't know if you can read this, but it says, may your hair fall out and grow boils on your nose, limp with the gout and lose all your clothes, a hex on you. And so the Curse has this nifty little text that just kind of gives some additional context for what this spell is. And I love these spells. They get so very, very funny and so very interesting. Curse does, of course, cause them to do minimum damage. And then the Summon Sprite is probably what we're going to go for. I don't want to lose a lot of troops here, and being able to replenish my forces with some additional troops can just be useful. We do see an enemy barbarian. Looks like he's going to have basic combat, which means in hand-to-hand combat, he's just going to be generally better. His attack and his defense is much higher than my heroes. Basic melee, he's going to do more damage, and then basic resistance, he's going to resist spells and take reduced damage from them. Let's do our summon sprites. It's not going to be a lot, but over time, that is going to add up. We do have the no catapult. There's no catapult here. There's no way to knock down these walls. There's always just one little, call it a gate here, and you have to attack and kill the gate with your actual forces in order to get through. You can, as you can see, attack also the heroes and the units that are directly behind the walls, directly behind the gates, but for now I'm not too sure if it's best for me to use my sprites just to attack the gate and take some of this ranged damage, or to do something else entirely. We do have the defend function. We also have the wait function. We're going to wait because these berserkers cannot help themselves. Funny enough, berserkers must attack or move on every turn. They cannot wait. They are also immune to all forms of fear. Berserkers, funny enough, are so frustrating because they will run into their deaths at every opportunity. And so what that means to me is that they're coming out. We don't need to go forward. They're going to come to us in just 1 second. So we're just going to wait on everybody. We're going to have the zombies move up. We do take 17 damage on our hero because our heroes do participate in combat. And I guess that the berserkers are smart enough to stay behind when they're in a castle, which I actually think is nice. I totally forgot that. But there you go. And they are moving forward. So our spell basically just took one bit of retaliation there. This gate is almost dead. We should be able to break it down there. We sure do. So I'm going to cast sprites one more time. I just want them to get into the way. I don't even want them to take a retaliation. I just want them to sit right here so somebody attacks them instead of attacking me. We can get into these 19 berserkers. We do so. The zombies are going to move across the battlefield. Keep attacking Gauldoth. I really don't care. But the ghosts, now that we can fly over this battlement, we're going to get right on top of these centaurs. And we do age them, and we age the berserkers, and so being aged, they are much easier to deal with than they were before. I'm feeling a-okay about that. At this point, let's get the sprites just right in front of these berserkers, and there, mission accomplished. We did get some opportunities to prevent damage. Those sprites did their job ultimately. Skeletons are going in. Looks like we're going to just focus on killing their big hero. I don't know if he's going to do more damage than set 19 of these berserkers. I think that the berserkers are going to do more damage, but they are cursed. So they're doing minimum damage right here. It indicates 2 out of 2. That takes into account their top range of damage. I could definitely kill this one hero here with 38 hit points left. I think I'm not going to waste the damage though. Let's just go for these berserkers. We ended up doing 90 damage. I don't feel bad about not wasting a little bit of hit points in that fight. Almost got him. He resists the aging spell, and we're gonna once again. This time we're gonna actually curse the centaurs. So centaurs, they do normal melee, so they don't suffer from a penalty as a ranged creature when people are right in front of their faces. But they're also nifty because there is range damage fall off in Heroes 4 like there is in Heroes 3. And so as the centaurs try and throw a spear way across the battlefield, it's going to do minimal damage. As we get closer and closer to our enemies, it's going to be better and better and better. And so it's nice to see as we figure out who we're going to attack here. 14 of the berserkers down to 10. It's nice to know that damage works pretty well in Heroes 4. I like, for example, that you can have your heroes hide behind other forces and you can't just shoot through your troops. In Heroes 3 and 2, you have to, you can shoot behind people all the time. In Heroes 4, if there's a hero or a unit right in front of my hero here, you're not going to get him touched with an arrow. You've got to shoot the person right in front of him. And that only makes sense. Tactically, it may not be your very favorite thing, but it does make sense in the grand scheme of this game. Why won't you die? This hero has 4 hit points left. I'm hoping that these sprites can kill him. I just wanted him gone. I really just wanted him gone. And I'm going to summon sprites one more time. This fight is going to be very, very costly. I probably could have fought this better. As it stands, though, with 25 of these zombies left, we're not going to lose this fight. The sprites have just been an opportunity for me to get some additional damage down the battlefield. aged and cursed. I'm not going to fight those centaurs. We're going to fight some of these other creatures. And I think I'm going to try and save some spell points on Gauldoth. He's not going to take enough hits to die at this point, so I'm just going to let this go. And then the sprites, they go from 12 down to 8. They ate all of that attention, and because they're a summoned unit, I can't keep them after the battle anyway. Let's have them take all the damage possible and go from there. One nifty thing in Heroes 4 that you can do is I can click here, and I can either cast a spell, melee, or move. That's always one of my complaints with Heroes 3 and Heroes 2, is that I can't say that I'm going to go up and attack if I'm ranged. If I wanted to do a melee, you can't do it. Here you can discern exactly what type of action you want to take on the battlefield. In that case, I didn't just want to walk up to them. I didn't want to do a ranged attack or a spell. I wanted to click on melee, walk up, and punch them right in the face. Folks, we have defeated our foe. It cost us 7 of the ghosts, 45 of the skeletons, 3 of the zombies, but we took out 38 berserkers, 18 of the centaurs, and 1 enemy hero. So, good fight, bad fight. It was a fight, and we won. We won. The following prisoners are held at this new town's prison, and we have captured the town of Tulsi. Whew. That was exciting. So, Laform, we ended up winning that fight, but it sounds like you played this on expert last time, and I think that there's a lot of places where that fight could have gone way, way worse. I do know that units are different from playthrough to playthrough in Heroes 4, and so you probably had either a tougher enemy hero you had to deal with, or they just had way more berserkers. Even if they had a couple more centaurs, that fight would have gone much, much worse. So, we for the first time get to walk into this town here, Tulsi, and we get to see what we have here. This is a might-based town. Bearded Man says the graphics look so off. They do look so off. This is not what I'm used to. And if this is not your favorite thing, folks, you're not going to hurt my heart. If this is not your thing, no worries. I definitely just wanted to do something a little bit different today. I wasn't planning on being available today to stream, but it just so happened. Here we are. So this is the place where we can get the berserkers. This is the place where we can get, tons of things here in this barbarian town. I believe that this is the prison. Heroes in Heroes 4, when they're defeated, they will, at all opportunities, either become a gravestone on the battlefield somewhere in the middle of nowhere, or if they're defeated in a town, they will go to the prison, so someone can't just rehire them immediately. They're just going to stay here. You're going to take their stuff, and they're just going to stay here until you're done with them. The tavern says you can hire another hero from this tavern in 6 days, so you can't just continually hire heroes again and again and again and again. And this is where we get the centaurs. So we have centaurs available, and we have berserkers available. I believe it's up here is our actual town hall where we build stuff. I tried attacking the centaur through the wall instead of breaking the gate. No wonder I got stomped. Yeah, you're gonna take some reduced damage that way, Laform, definitely. So understandable there. Much like with any Heroes game, you can tell what is buildable and what's not. If it's got a red X, you can't build it right now. There's a prerequisite or something's wrong. If it's yellowed out, that means that you already have it. And so we can purchase any of these particular buildings. City Hall does what you'd think it would do, 1,000 gold per day. The Citadel gives you some extra defenses, very, very useful in a siege. Tavern allows you to recruit heroes. The Arsenal is interesting, but because it allows you to pick up some basically artifacts or some consumable items for your heroes. And so every town has some sort of thing that they can sell to your heroes for. It might be a potion of luck, it might be a potion of healing, whatever it is. Heroes do focus heavily in these battles, and so the arsenal is meant to help supply them. And then we do have in the 2 rows here, in the second and the third row down, we do have all the different dwellings you can purchase for this town. Worth noting, there's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different units you can purchase. There is 7. You can always purchase both of your first level creatures. So you got your longhouse where the berserkers are, the centaur stables, of course, for the centaurs. And then we're going to have to pick. Do you want to go for nomads or do you want to go for harpies? Do you want to go for the ogre fort? Do you want to go for the cyclopes? Do you want the behemoths or do you want to go for the rocks? And you're going to have to just pick and choose. You can't get all of these. And so that's a major difference from Heroes 3, Heroes 2 to Heroes 4. And ultimately, I like that change. It requires you to be a lot more, how do you say? It requires you to be a lot more particular about your choices. If I get multiple barbarian castles, it's going to be important that I try and make sure that my units are either diversified on purpose or they're all the same kind so I can combine them all into one. Folks, I'm boring you at this point. Let's just move on to the next thing. These wrestling pits, I think that this only increases my skills while I'm here. I don't think that this actually goes with me. No, it does. A few matches in the wrestling pits, and we're going to take +3 melee attack and +2 ranged attack. These forces, by the way, you can see that there's 1 Centaur, there's 2 of the Berserkers. They are going to replenish throughout the week. Monday is not the best day of the week in Heroes Might and Magic 4. The best day of the week in Heroes Might and Magic 4 is every week, is every day. Heroes or units will slowly filter in through these different dwellings throughout the week in small numbers. That sawmill is now under our control, provides us with 2 wood per day. Wonderful. I think that I'm going to go down and get this ore mine before I do much else. This rainbow gives me a temporary boost of luck. The sanctuary, of course, hides heroes, and it can allow us to bring dead heroes back to life. My will to live is strong. How else could I have survived a childhood in a bloodsucker's crypt, and even these years of solitude? The Reckoning destroyed nations, armies, and even ancient societies like the Necromantic Order, but I survived. My master, Calabar, told me once that he had seen a power within me that couldn't be wasted. But Loscan, the vampire who kept me for his own, wouldn't release me even when Calabar offered him 10 young children as a replacement. Since Loscan was a member of the Necromantic Order, Calabar's hands were tied. He couldn't force Loscan to turn me over, so he arranged for a holy crusader to learn the location of the vampire's crypt. That was the end of Loscan. I owed Calabar my life, but in the end, I failed to return the favor. During the first hours of the Reckoning, I returned to the Necromantic Order's secret library to find it on fire. Calabar lived within. I tried to find him, but the fire was too great. Naked, and with burns that would soon claim my life, I opened a scroll that was far beyond my power. I was dying. I could feel my scorched lungs slowing, unable to take another breath. So I read the words on the ancient parchment. It was my last chance. I lived, of course. At least, part of me was still alive. The rest was undead. I had a foot in both worlds now, living and dead, but I didn't feel a part of either. The storytelling is so good. I will never be sad about the storytelling here. Folks, we just had a new follower, Arbiter Dan. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate having you here. We're playing some Heroes Might and Magic 4 today. I'm not usually a Heroes 4 player. I love Heroes 4 so very, very much. It's one of my all-time favorite games. And the storytelling is really the best reason to play Heroes 4. But the gameplay I also find to be very intriguing, and I do love it so very, very much. So today, as kind of like a one-off, I'm very happy to be here and very happy to play this Gauldoth Half Undead campaign, one of my all-time favorite campaigns in the world. Sure, everyone has seen a rainbow, but if you actually find the spot where it begins, this must be your lucky day. Hello, guy on Twitch. I'm a longtime fan of Heroes 4, thank goodness. I always feel bad when people talk about Heroes 4 online and they say, well, it was this or it was that, it wasn't good enough or whatever. Heroes 4 really acquitted itself quite nicely. I wish that it had gotten the love and attention that the other games in the Heroes series had gotten. A couple of extra patches, a little bit of extra time to develop, and I think it could have been maybe even the best in the scenario. But I love the storytelling, I love the graphics, and the music is always top notch. Just as you expected, the treasure chest is filled with gold, and now we must decide if we want to keep the gold or give it to the local peasantry. Folks, I think that we're going to keep the gold in this instance. 1,000 gold to pay for 500 experience does not feel like the very best thing for me. We're going to leave these scores of berserkers until later. Our army is just not tough enough to deal with that. And so let's raid the countryside and see what nifty things we can find. These backpacks, by the way, are really nice to help our heroes pick up some helpful artifacts that will help them be stronger and better in combat. Some unlucky adventurer must have met his fate at this spot because you find his backpack among some bones and torn clothing. The only thing worth taking is a suit of leather armor. And so here, much like Heroes 3, there is slots that you can put certain things into. In this case, this leather armor will increase our hero's melee and ranged defense by 5. So never a bad time. And we're going to go pick up this for the very first time in one day. I think that we're just very, very short on resources. And so I'd love to get Harpies. I'd love to get the Nomad's tent. Looks like we are short on wood. That won't last for too much longer. I think I'll take the nomads just because I'm gonna take some troops. Wait, what am I short? Oh, it requires the cavern, it requires the citadel. Let's pick up the cavern, the caravan then. That was a mistake on Phixfox's part. It's been a while since I've taken a look at the prereqs. Hi Fox, I didn't know you were an enthusiast of the 4th installment as well. Hello sir, how you doing? Alex, play fan, nice to see you here again. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Heroes 4. 2, 3, and 4 I'm very big on. Heroes 1, not so much. I think that it needed some more time to develop, and then I've never played 5 and beyond, so I'm grateful for the opportunity to play 4 here today with all of you. Arbiter Dan, I have the Heroes 4 music in my car, and my family does not know where it's from, but they love it. I love that so very much. The music is so good. There's this Russian guy who does amazing covers. I would love to see any and all of that. The music from Heroes 4 is so quality, and I kind of hoped that the new Olden era that's coming out, I hoped that it would be in this style, but I did hope that would be done by Paul Romero as well, and unfortunately it sounds like that's not going to be the case. Bearded Man says, can't you also send troops without using heroes in this one? Yes, I will show you in just 1 second. That's going to be nice to do some exploring and some scouting. My army has grown large enough that it has drawn the attention of a druid who claims to be the protector of this forest. The man, Halas, issued me a warning today, delivered by a sprite who flew away before I could interrogate it. Halas' letter pointed out several times that my troops and I were insults against nature and that we should be destroyed. What else is new? He stated that if I chose to stay, he would hunt us down and kill us all. Normally, I would have nothing to do with the man, but he's between Vitross and me. So, as we were just discussing there, Bearded Man, yeah, let's split off one single ghost. And so, we're going to split off a ghost, we're going to put them outside of the army, and then this ghost can now move freely on their own. They've got a certain amount of movement points. They don't need a hero to walk around. And you see here that they just picked up this Crest of Valor for me. They make for a pretty good scout. Vampires are maybe my favorite from the Undead faction in order to pick up some freebies because they got pretty good speed. You had thought no one witnessed your glorious battle with the giant, but a knight rides up to you soon after. What a display, he says, and pins the Crest of Valor to your clothing. This day, you have certainly earned it. Again, not going to be very useful for my undead troops, but I do have some might-based troops over here, so who can say? That might be useful. If I bring these ghosts back into the army, if at this point, with their limited movement points, if they come back in, my army here will be as slow as the lowest number of movement points that any creature has in the army. Meaning that I can't simply break off units and then bring them back without penalty. There is potentially a penalty. The nice thing is that the zombies are so slow, I don't think it's really going to matter that much. You submerge yourself completely in the mystical waters of the pool of power, holding your breath for as long as you can. Its magical energy courses through your body as it grants you a temporary increase to both your damage in combat and your hit points. That's extra damage, extra hit points reflected here. 138 points now. Mages live and study in this ivory tower. Among their wealth is bound to be some record of their magical research. So this is just a piggy bank over here with some opportunities, artifacts and such. But right here is something that we can use for our hero. This is going to be a potion of toughness that we're going to go pick up real quick. You stop to watch a boxing match between two seemingly evenly matched opponents. You even place a bet, but soon you realize your fighter is going to lose. What is that they keep feeding the other boxer between rounds? That isn't water. You sneak close to the ring and steal one of the bottles, finding a potion of toughness. Well, this should more than compensate for your loss. So the potion of toughness will increase your hit points temporarily, basically for one round of combat. And funny enough, you can always use these artifacts outside of combat. You don't actually have to use them. You don't actually have to use them in battle. You can use them before the battle. And so you can just know, okay, it's the final battle. Time to use every potion I've gotten so far. At least that's the way that I do it. And for better or for worse, that's kind of the way that I do it. Arbiter Dan, the caravan building allows the troops to be sent from town to town without the hassle of chaining. Totally. And more than just that, it gives you the opportunity to pick up all the troops that you wanted to pick up from afar without sending a hero to go get them. So all flagged dwellings, the caravan also allows you to purchase them from there. So we can send troops from castle to castle. We can bring troops from the outer banks into the inner sanctum. it's one of my personal favorite parts about Heroes 4. It really is. I think that they revolutionized the game in a really, really nice way. We could take the experience, we could take the gold. I'm going to take the gold here because I do want the nomads sooner rather than later. They're a quality unit, and I just want them to start accruing as quickly as possible. Right now that there's 3 that we could get, they have the first strike, meaning that they will always attack before an enemy will retaliate. So that feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. These are Thunderbirds. They are a very tough creature. We're going to stay far, far away from them. And even these Centaurs, they're a little bit more than I want to handle, as are these Cyclopes. We're going to try and go around. It looks like it's going to be a long, long way. Let's see what the idea is with these Berserkers. Probably not the play. And these Nomads, dozens of them, probably not the play either. Tell you what, let's go back. Let's pick up some additional troops, and then we'll head out as soon as we can. Steeson says, really, Vammy? Vamps in Heroes 4 is the strongest in all the Heroes of Might and Magic games. Huh. I did not realize they're the strongest in all of the games. I think that they're your 3rd tier creature, aren't they? They're below Devils and Bone Dragons, but they're 3rd tier. I know that they're really, really strong. They're really, really good, but are they the strongest in any of the Heroes games? That is a question that I don't know the answer to, but I'm very interested to find out. And then Dinotoss. Dinotoss is back in the chat. Hello, sir. How you doing? Here's Might Magic 2 is my favorite. Here's Might Magic 4 is a close second. Here's Might Magic 3 is the best game, but nostalgia goggles are strong. I love that analysis. That's absolutely flawless there. I mean, we all can recognize that objectively, there's a lot to like about Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Objectively, it's got so much to it. There's some great strategy. It's objectively probably the best in the series, but that doesn't mean that we don't have our own personal favorites. I'm never going to tell my children which one of them is my favorite. I'm going to hope that I don't have a personal favorite, but it's worth noting that if I do, I'm not going to tell them. In Heroes of Might and Magic, I'm not going to say to them which one of them is my personal favorite or not. Just saying. Just saying. Alex fan, now that is uncommon. Most people would prefer Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Care to elaborate? Yeah, Dinotoss, hopefully you're typing up a storm there, because we got some explaining to do. Got some good ideas here. I want to get an awful lot. We've got 5 mercury, 5 sulfur, 5 crystal, 5 gems, 27 of the ore, 15 of the wood, and only about 1,000 gold. I feel like I'm always starved for gold in Heroes of Might and Magic 4. But what's nice is that because we got 5 of each of these, I think that I can maybe just wait it out to pick up the ogres. It takes 1 of each of the resources. I really like the Cyclopes, and there is some crystal on the board over here. There's no guarantee I'm going to get 5 of it though. And so I think I'm just going to go for the ogres and hope we just get some really strong forces. And with that being said, it's just going to take a lot of gold. These berserkers are still too much to deal with here. I just don't think that that's a good idea. I truly don't. So we're going to wait one more day before we decide to attack anybody. But we will soldier on eventually. Trust me. We're going to get there. We'll get there. And we're going to mix troops too as we pick up skeletons and then ghosts. Heading back into the fold and bringing this one ghost back as well. Okay. Let's see. Heroes 4 is a great single player game. Oh, hold on. I gotta go all the way out here. Dinotoss. Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is the first game I ever played. Heroes 4, I love being able to fight with my heroes. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is the most flushed out. Yep, I agree with that. That all sounds perfect to me. And then, yeah, Arbiter Dan, Heroes 4 is a great single player game. Dinotoss, hero chaining in Heroes 3 opens it up to break the game though, and that's also fun. And you know what? We're here for fun. Strategy and tactics, that matters, but fun matters an awful lot too. So I'm a big fan of fun. We're on the same page there. You got a point there, says Alex. And then Heroes 3 is a well-balanced and therefore still a good multiplayer game. And then everybody agrees with Horn of the Abyss that Heroes 4 is just, or Heroes 3 is just so good. I really feel like if the modding community, as Steeson has mentioned with Equilibrium, it sounds like, if that is a thing, I should probably check it out because I've been very, very impressed with the modding community in all of the Heroes of Might and Magic games. It's really been fantastic. People should be really proud of the work that they've done. I'm proud to be in the community, in and around it, but I think that people should be really proud of the job that they've done with Heroes Might Magic. All of them. And again, the mods as well. I don't think that another hero is going to be the best thing for me. We could pick up a Death Knight. We could pick up Knobblenot. We could pick up, you know, all these different heroes. This is, of course, our first look at the tavern. I just don't think that another hero right now is going to be very valuable for me. It's going to be a lot of gold. We're not going to worry about that right now. Funny enough, I talked from this one ghost. I had mentioned that this Crest of Valor was kind of useless. Now that I'm mixing troops, I actually have changed my tune just a little bit. But I don't know if scores of Berserkers, if this is a fight that is a good idea or not. We're going to jump on this fight and we're going to try and take it anyway, because these tunnels can take us to the subterranean world. There's some prizes over here. Let's just see what we can do here. Let's pick up the +2 luck before we go in, and then let's fight this fight and let's hope for the best. Okay, looks like it's going to be about, call it 36, 35 of these Berserkers, and they're coming in hot. They are berserked. They will not stop. Notice how my Berserkers, I did not get the chance to move them. They moved themselves. They said, we're not going to wait. We're here to have a real good time. We're here to fight, and I just can't slow them down. So they're going to die very quickly because they can't keep their hands to themselves. Come on, guys. Oh, is it 72? 2, 4, 6, 8? Oh, you're right. No, I don't know why yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8. Somewhere my math got way wrong. Arbiter Dan, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Well, someday Phixfox is not gonna put his foot in his mouth, but today is not that day. We're gonna curse this biggest stack of these Berserkers. We're gonna wait. We're gonna move into a position with these Nomads where they can attack this upcoming turn. We've done our waits. Our Berserkers are mixing it up. They're gonna get absolutely lambasted. But I'm hoping that with the way that this concave should work in this fight, I'm hoping that only the Berserkers are going to go down here. That's really my hope. This other 18 Berserkers, they're not going to get into this fight this turn. I could cast the Summon Sprites. I could cast the Curse. I think that Summon Sprites is going to be just as good or better for me, since we're going to get into the fray, and that's going to be another target for the enemy to hit. And for some reason, Berserkers do like to attack Sprites. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I just know that they like to attack. That's just what they do. Zombies need to go all the way around so that the Nomads can get into this fight here. I can't quite tell about this terrain. It looks like we are going to be able to get through. We should kill many Berserkers there, down to 3. And I'm going to wait on these Nomads. First strike ability, be darned. We're just going to fight and stand and deliver. Zombies are taking an absolute beating, down to 17 of the zombies. Oh, that's not good. And then one of these stacks of Berserkers is aged. It's this one right here. They're already cursed and aged. They're having a real bad time. Let's actually attack the stack of 18. Let's hope we get lucky and we do age them. And that actually makes a big difference. Makes a big difference. We're going to curse them as well. The Sprites didn't take any aggression like I'd hoped that they would. We're down to only 5, down to 2 skeletons. These zombies are again, they're taking a beating. They are here to play. As you can see on the little arrow here with these Centaurs, they're only going to do half damage here. If I wanted to do full damage, I could run up and I could click here and I could go into melee mode and attack for full damage. I'm not going to do that here. I'm going to just accept my struggle and just do the half damage. And 7 down to 2 on these Berserkers. Got some I don't want to say poor morale, but a little bit of morale affects heroes in Heroes 4, heroes and units a little bit differently than it does in other games. For example, these Nomads. Positive morale means that troops will act earlier in combat. Negative morale means that they will act later. So even though my Nomads generally have pretty good speed, they're going to go later in this fight. You saw that denoted at the very beginning of this fight. So they're going to go later than they normally would, which is better than Heroes 3 in some ways because you're never going to just have your units not go. And there's some value in that. But also, it's just really sad when you wish things had gone differently and they just didn't. Can't curse here. Can't curse here. Sprites have already gone. We're just going to curse this group of 9 of the Berserkers, and we're going to take our lumps as easily as we can. I hope that the Nomads get a chance to fight somebody not named 3 Berserkers. We're going to kill 3 Berserkers here so we can step up and get full damage off from the stack of 13. So on. So forth. And I think that that's just time to wait on Gauldoth. No sense in having a spell, and he does not have ranged damage, so I'm not too worried about anything else that could happen there. Any other options for him are somewhat limited. Zombies are getting their damage off. Nomads are getting their damage off. And note that the Nomads still have so many hit points. At 45 hit points each, they've really been the power in this fight for me, and I'm happy for it. Also note that the Centaurs couldn't shoot over my own troops, and so they had to use positioning a little bit better than I would have liked them to. They more or less had to step up in combat to do something. One more skeleton goes down, and then this should be the final bit of this fight. So, yeah. Do I like combat in Heroes 4? There's a lot of unique little wrinkles. And so I do like it. I do like it, but it plays very, very differently than Heroes 2 or Heroes 3. Is that good or that's bad? It depends on how you look at it. I think that the reason why we're playing Heroes 4 today is because I wanted to play something different. And this definitely feels different as we do pick up an additional 7 spell points here. Okay, let's see. Arbiter Dan says Heroes 3 is well balanced and therefore still good for multiplayer. Dinotos, especially with Hoda. And then Arbiter Dan said more like 72, cast Sprite to draw some of the Berserkers away. Okay, yeah, and we did try and do that. Berserkers did not want to focus on those sprites. And of course, because the sprites have no retaliation, they don't take retaliation. I couldn't adjust the fight in that way. But yeah, Summon Sprite is really pretty good. And I just wish that the Berserkers would have done a better job of attacking sprites. Ancient wizards found a way to tap pockets of mana just like someone taps a pool of underground water. So they created magic wells, such as this one, to replenish some of the spell points that they used in battle. Arbiter Dan, I really appreciate your feedback here, by the way, because I mentioned when we first started playing this here today, it's been a long time since I've played a lot of Heroes 4, and so I'm going to need you to stay on top of me and keep giving me tips and tricks and ideas. That's gonna be very, very valuable for me, so it's always welcome. Please don't stop. Don't stop. If Phixfox makes it sound like he knows what he's talking about, that means that he absolutely has no idea. The more I pretend that I know what's going on, the less I actually know. So any help is very much appreciated. Sometimes I ask myself what Master Calabar would do in my situation, but all my master's actions were part of his plan to one day seize control of the necromantic order. I know from personal experience that he also had a strong sense of vengeance. Whenever someone crossed him, he usually had me slip poison in their wine, or a dagger between their ribs. So, I have turned my eyes toward Vitross. I realize that I can't get back at everyone who has threatened me over the years. That kind of goal would only end in my own destruction, I am sure. I wasn't looking for war, just revenge. Yes, it would be sweet to turn that officer and all those farmers into zombies. Ha ha! Wonderful. Okay. Cast sprites early, have them wait when berserkers are close. Move the sprites just enough in front of their 2 berserker stacks to reach them. That way you will split the berserkers in 2 and can take them out easier. One of the things I talk about when I'm playing Heroes 2 is I talk about isolating fights, and that sounds like we're trying to isolate fights so that we can divide and conquer. You don't want to take all the full damage where you don't have to, and with a summoned unit, you really have that unique opportunity to let them use their hit points and be dead and be gone because it doesn't cost you anything. It costs you spell points to win a fight. Hey, that's ideal anyway. Save the troops, use the spell points. You're saying yes, that sounds right? Okay, perfect, we're on the same page. I love it. I love it when a good plan comes together. Judging by this dilapidated condition, the medicine wagon was abandoned long ago, so you help yourself to the contents, finding a cloud of despair and a vial of poison. Very interesting. I do like these in combat usages. This just makes my hero more flexible. This gives me other things I can do. So for example, the one makes enemies or makes my attacks become poisonous. And so if I strike them, they take the poison effect spell. And then when thrown at a creature or space, all creatures within a 3x3 yard get -10 to their morale. So Cloud of Despair, Vial of Poison, very nice pickups. Before we do anything else, let's pick up this here as well, the Fountain of Vigor. Some believe that this fountain gathers its powers from deep within the earth. As you bathe in the surprisingly warm water, you feel it seep into your pores, giving you a temporary increase to your hit points. Lovely. And then folks, let's go underground. I don't know if there's going to be anything nifty here, but let's just go find out. You come to a weathered set of stairs that disappears into the darkness. Ooh boy. And so we got some nifty things here. First and foremost, oh my gosh, there they are, folks. Several vampires. Leech life ability, no retaliation, flying, undead. These are pretty tough foes to deal with, and several is more than I want to deal with at this current juncture. We also do see the temple for the dead. Temples in Heroes 4 are so great because some temples will work for your army. Like if you are the undead and you pray at a dead temple, it's going to be fine for you. We're gonna see that in just 1 second here. But if I was the life faction trying to pray at the dead temple, it would give us a nifty, fun little information as to why we're silly and why we shouldn't have tried to do that. It's just really, really funny. And so some heroes, for example, if we go to the tavern here, are in opposition. There's order heroes, and then in opposition to that is chaos. There's life, and in opposition to that is death. And in the grand scheme of things, some heroes, if you try and pray at the other temple, you're just not going to get an effect. If you are adjacent to, but not in direct opposition with a certain temple, you're going to still get some of a bonus, just not the full bonus. In this case, because this is the Temple of Death and we are definitely the undead, then this is going to give us +2 to our morale. You leave your offering at the door and enter the Temple of Death. Inside, you are swallowed by darkness and the stench of rotting flesh. The dark power of this place feeds on you, drinking in your energy. And in return, it promises that you will win your next battle. Of course, it could be lying, but you won't know until it's too late. What a fun little thing there. Gems, I don't know. Do I need gems? I've got 8 gems. I don't think I need those gems for now. The Company of Skeletons, I forget. I have no idea what in Heroes Might Magic 4, what all of the indications are. Several, that seems pretty obvious to me. But a company, how many is a company? Scores of Berserkers was like 76, something like that. I forget how many a company is. We're gonna either, oh, company is big, Dino Toss said. Company is lots. Is it more or less than 100? More or less than 50? Is it between 50 to 100 is kind of my question here. Because that's still probably more than we want to deal with, but worth noting. The skeletons being recruited from this graveyard could be very, very useful. Arbiter Dan says more than 100. Thank you guys for coming in the clutch. That's way better than me just Googling it. I've got a chat for a reason. That's so you guys can make sure that this goes well. So thank you. So we're not going to avoid these skeletons. We're going to go past everything here. There's some freebies for our hero, and we're just going to explore the rest of this cavern. Oh no, not the venom spawn. They are just like the vampires. They're a 3rd level creature. They are ranged. They're very tough. I doubt that we're going to fight them anytime soon. So let's go and get this mage's chest. It should give us some artifacts here. Dino Toss, I'd say more than 100 if I'm going on instinct. Gotcha. Okay. And remember, we're just waiting for enough gold to get our ogres. But golden plate mail. It takes you some time to figure out the puzzle that opens this mage's chest, but inside you find a suit of golden plate mail. That's going to increase our melee and ranged defense by 25, but it does cost 1 additional spell point to cast all spells. So it's really beneficial for like a melee type of hero, somebody that's going to be doing a lot of damage and not a lot of spell casting. It's a trade-off. Do you want to cast spells with your normal effectiveness, or do you want to be tankier and stronger? I think I would actually prefer to be just, you know, knowing I have some leather here, I think I'd rather prefer to be just the best spellcaster I can possibly be. With 20 spell points, knowing that my spells in general are costing 2 to, well, basically 2 spell points each, going from 2 to 3 is a 50% increase. That feels like a lot right now. That feels like a lot right now. So for now, we're going to keep this on leather, and we're going to go from there. Dino Toss says Armor of Wonder. Yeah, it looks like the Armor of Wonder. That should be better than that. Arbiter Dan says recruiting a barbarian might be a nice idea. Recruiting a barbarian might be a nice idea. That's actually, that's a good point. What do you think? Is it better to focus in heavily on getting the Ogre Magi, or is it better to pick up a hero now? Like a level 1 barbarian hero that can follow me around and do some nice stuff. What do you think? I will defer to you on this since you have been playing Heroes 4 more recently than I have. Ahead of you, An evil mage is attempting to capture 3 women, so you rush to save the damsels. The spellcaster sees you coming and angrily turns his spells against you. You manage to defeat the fiend, but the effects of his spells still weigh heavily on you. So, the women give you a foul-smelling concoction that removes the enchantments, and then they hand over a second potion of restoration because you may need it if you go around saving every woman you meet. So, negative spell effects are removed when we drink that. Good to have in your back pocket. There's some nifty items over here. We're going to grab the gems, and then we're going to go to this spell shrine here. It's going to teach us some nifty things here. Let's see. What are the factions here? The factions that are present, we've got like Order, Might, Dead, Life, Chaos. A couple other ones I'm missing. Did I say Order? I did. Undead Hero and Starting Army, Barbarian City. I mean in the game. Oh, in this game. Gotcha. Yeah, we started off as the Undead, but we have a Might-based town or castle. So, slowly we touch the shrine with both hands, and energy passes through your skin, enveloping you. Sensing your familiarity with death magic, it passes on the knowledge of this mystical place, teaching you the Raise Skeleton spell. This actually makes us way tougher than we were before. I'm not saying that we're going to be defeating these venom spawns anytime soon, but this is going to give us the opportunity to take some fights that we otherwise wouldn't. In fact, basically the above ground type of stuff, I think that some of these other fights before we didn't want with raised skeletons, I think that we're feeling way better about those fights. That's a big pickup. We're up to 5,400 gold. We need a little bit more in order to get our ogres. Some unlucky adventurer met his fate here. Vial of Binding Liquid. It acts as a slow and restricts a creature's ability to fly. So it makes them do walking along the long way. Fountain of Luck. There's lots of luck here, my word. Those who toss a copper coin into the Fountain of Fortune are granted a temporary increase to their luck. Wonderful. And folks, this graveyard is haunted with zombies, but it does give you some wealth. It's a creature bank. Not a creature bank, it's a resource bank. If you defeat the Guardians, you're going to get some nice stuff there. If I get the 100 gold for myself right here, does that give me enough to get the Ogre Fort? It does. I am going to get the Ogres at this time, just so I can start accruing some really tanky, fun troops. I would think I would prefer the Cyclopes. I think I'm further away from the Cyclopes than I would like. And so, Ogre Magi, it'll work. They're going to be tanky. They're going to do some damage. I like them. But maybe it was a mistake to go for both Nomads and Ogre Magi. They kind of do a similar role. In fact, if I could have traded anything, I probably would have gone for the Harpies instead of the Ogre Magi, or rather than the Nomads. I think the Harpies pair really, really well with the Magi, based off of what I recall. Anywho. Let's see, Undead Hero and Starting Army Barbarian. I mean, in the game, that's for the vampires. Oh, yes, yes, yes. You're talking about the thrown into creature space, all creatures within the 3x3 range, the Binding Liquid. That will slow down the vampires. That'll help me develop the fight a little bit more, get some more skeletons on the map, maybe do some ranged damage, things like that. We're on the same page. Gotcha. Good idea. And there is some more gold, and there's another shrine here. We better pick up everything we possibly can. I don't see anything in the very end of this cavern, but that's okay. Let's see what we get here. Disrupting Ray. One of the all-time classic favorite spells in Heroes of Might and Magic. The Disrupting Ray causes the melee and ranged defense to be decreased by 20%. You can tell me if you like or dislike the fact that Heroes 4 goes mostly by percentages more than anything. I don't know. I think that it's just plays differently, and I don't think it's really fun or fair to compare the games in that way, whether it's based off of attack and defensive points or whether you just go by percentages. Either way, it's fine. Zombies. I don't know how many zombies are here. I'm guessing it's a lot. And so with this small little army, we may come back, but we know we have to come back later for Crystal and such. And so we'll come back later, not today. This company of skeletons though, I don't know. I'm thinking that we got this actually now at this point with our raise skeleton spell, because we're going to be able to raise 80 skeletons. I think that we fight this fight, and I think that we win this fight. So we're gonna hopefully have these skeletons slow down a little bit, but I think that we win this fight. It looks like it's gonna be way more skeletons than I thought it would be. My word, you're kidding me. Way more skeletons than I thought. Holy cow, you're kidding me. And with skeletons being 8 hit points each, just the sheer amount of hit points we have to go through. 240, 520, basically call it 1,000 hit points worth of skeletons. My word, I completely underestimated this fight. We knew it was going to be more than 100, but I was hoping it'd be right at 100. That's not good. Okay, alrighty. These things do happen. Let's stick with the plan. Let's stick with the plan. Oh, no. It's raised skeletons. I thought that this was summon skeletons. What we're going to do is potentially do summon sprites, and then do their corpses disappear from the battlefield when they die? I don't think that they do. And so I think you can raise skeletons from sprites. We will see. Dinotoss says, I'm scared. Friend, sir, I am right there with you. This is not good. I thought that this was summon skeleton, not raise skeleton, and we just don't have enough units to really raise. This is bad. Okay. Alrighty, let's do the best we can with what we have. We're just gonna start summoning some creatures. We're gonna wait. We're gonna let them all come down the battlefield. And we're just gonna try and play some defense here. There's not a lot of shots with these centaurs. We got what? 4 shots. I think that we're just gonna wait. We're gonna defend rather than do quarter damage. And then sprites, I mean, there's no retaliation, but I think I'm just gonna wait and just try and get that stack up a little bit bigger than it was. Defend, defend. We're up to 12 sprites. We're waiting, we're waiting. Still scared, still scared. Half damage is probably time to start attacking. This is not good. Let's deal with the foes right in front of us. Yeah, there's no way. It's done. It's dusted. It's gone. There's no chance. It's over. And in fact, Gauldoth has to run. Before he can keep casting spells, he just has to leave because he's gonna get obliterated. My goodness. You can't really do the aging attack from the ghosts on these skeletons. And so I think I'm just going to keep attacking here, keep them alive rather than losing to a retaliation. That just doesn't seem like a good idea to me. Let's have Gauldoth get out of here. Maybe. You can raise skeletons from their dead skeletons. You can. We're going to do that. There's 8, basically 64 hit points worth of skeletons. We're just going to continue to fight in this way. These skeletons, I wish I could see exactly how far they could get. I'm guessing based off of my skeletons and their skeletons. Okay, they're going to get to the right there. I think if I attack right here, that these guys are not going to be able to reach. Yeah, they're not going to be able to reach if I just go right here. Ouch. Bearded Man says it's over. It's over. You know what, though? I mean, we've got 6 nomads. They're going to do some damage. I'm not saying that this is good. In fact, this is actually the opposite of good. It's bad, but we're gonna keep fighting. We're gonna see where this goes. Gauldoth does have to run though. He's got to get out of here. Sprites are going down. Only 2 skeletons left. Is it better to attack these big stacks just to get the retaliation out of the way? I think that the 6 nomads, I don't remember how many skeletons they were killing at a time, but if I attack here, then the 13 zombies can actually attack without a retaliation. 11 down to 9. Yeah, zombies are tough. Zombies are tough. Tell you what, let's mix it up. This stack of 26, they have already lost their retaliation, so let's do this. We're gonna do full damage. Whose turn even is it? Nomads again. Okay. And then the sprites are just trying to play interference. I just want them to sit right in front of these big stacks so that Gauldoth can keep casting Raise Skeleton. As many skeletons as possible. Keep them coming. Do not stop. Do not stop. 8 down to 3. And I think that it's best to actually pepper down some bigger stacks. Rather than try to eliminate a full stack, I think that I would rather do full damage where I can. I really do. Here though, with these zombies, I might as well just have them work on this smaller stack there. And I'm wondering, Disrupting Ray on this biggest stack, it's going to last for a couple of turns. And so eventually when the nomads get that first strike on them, it's going to be pretty valuable. Is that better? Is 20% on a stack of 30, is that better or worse than 8 additional skeletons? That's a question. I think that the Disrupting Ray is actually going to be better. I think it's going to be better. It's a long-term investment. But that is going to help soften them up quite a bit. I can't attack all the way under that 34 just yet. I do not want that 34 to attack me here on these nomads. I don't want to wait. I can't kill 10 skeletons anyway. Let's just get the damage off. We kill 3. And let's have the sprite step right here so that these skeletons are boxed in just a little bit more. Here and here. Yeah, so zombies go down. That's fine. We are out of shots with the centaurs. Hey, nobody lives forever, man. Nobody lives forever. Nobody lives forever, but I don't want to attack one of these big stacks that still has a retaliation. I think that we're going to attack here on this stack of 27. No, we're going to stay in the reserve. We're going to step right in front of Gauldoth so he doesn't get attacked. And then next turn, we're probably going to try and attack. That's going to be my plan. We're going to try and attack next turn with him. Sprites have done an admirable job. I think that the nomads are still going to be faster than our enemies here. 8 speed, 6 speed, even with the -2 on the morale. Let's attack in this direction. I just got to make sure that I get this big stack of 34. The nomads have to hit them first. That's really the priority there. Let's still cast Raise Skeleton one more time. Sprites go down. Skeletons are up. And let's actually take this retaliation from this 34. Okay, skeletons go down. But then the centaurs can step up without taking retaliation. And so too do the nomads. 27 down to 20. 20 down to 11. Summon sprites. Go, sprites, go. If they sit right here, that means that the skeletons maybe can't get into the nomads. They cannot. Perfect. Folks, I'm not saying that I'm great at Heroes of Might and Magic 4. But I like the way this is going. We cast the Disrupting Ray one more time on the biggest stack. Oh no, hold on. I accidentally hit auto combat. Whoops. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. At this point, the 6 nomads are really going to be what finishes this off. Bada bing, bada boom. Bearded Man said it was Jover. Sir, I was right there with you. That did not look very good. But through the power of friendship and summoning lots and lots of friendlies, and making sure that we did not take additional damage where we didn't have to, that worked out okay. First strike ability from the nomads means that they're always going to go first, even on like a retaliation kind of a deal. That helped out a lot. They're just an extra quality troop. I think that more so in Heroes 4 and 3, well, more so in Heroes 4 and 2 than Heroes 3, there's a big jump between levels of creature. For example, level 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. There's degrees of differences that are exponential. And so even those nomads, I think that that was really part of the reason why that fight went so good, is that even some nomads against some skeletons just went pretty darn well for us. Folks, Gauldoth has leveled up to level 3. And I'll tell you right now, I like the idea of basic summoning, but it doesn't really feel like it's going to work very, very well here. In large part, because it allows you to summon leprechaun sprites and wolves into the army. Our morale is already going to be bad enough. Let's not make it worse. Basic necromancy gives the hero the ability to raise skeletons equal to 10% of the strength of a defeated army. That could be very, very useful. And then advanced death magic gives us the ability to cast level 2 death magic spells. I don't think it actually comes with a level 2. Yes, Arbiter Dan says summoning is trash. I don't think that if I take the advanced death magic that it gives me a level 2 spell. Does it? Arbiter Dan, does that give me a level 2 spell for advanced death magic? I think that I have to go out and learn a level 2 death magic spell somewhere else. Arbiter Dan says no. Gotcha. Homer. Hello, Homer from the Philippines. How you doing, sir? Nice to have you here. But it allows you to cast better spells. Does the effectiveness of the spells I cast go up? For example, we were casting summon skeletons. Does that give us 8 skeletons up to like 10 or 12? Give necromancy to the necromancer, Bearded Man says. No, effectiveness requires another skill. Gotcha. Because necromancy can help me out now, whereas advanced death magic, I'm going to need like a 2nd level shrine or something. I think I'm going to take necromancy right now. Think. Then again, some level 2 spells could be tasty. Does the Might faction have like a necromancy guild that they can purchase? I forget if the Might based faction has a, what do you call it? It's like the Mage Guild that's specifically for the Necromancers. I don't recall. Hopefully Arbiter Dan's like, I've given you so much information. I can't hand feed everything to you. Please help. Assemble Me says, hi, good luck on this. 2 more Heroes of Might and Magic than expected. Yeah, we ended up getting a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic this week. It just turned out that way that it worked out fine. Take advantage for now. Okay, I'll trust you. I will definitely trust you. But folks, at the end of the day, we're able to pick up another 25 skeletons. So that was part of the reason why that fight felt like it was worthwhile to me. We're gonna go up top, up the steps, pick up some troops, including at least 1 beautiful Ogre Magi. And we're gonna clear out some of this stuff. There was some Harpies and some other troops. We got options. We just need to go and pick them up. Plus 7 spell points, because of course. And then let's go from here. Let's focus on the Ogre Magi. That's going to be very costly. 2,100 of our gold. Oh, we don't have a lot of gold. And then Nomads next. Come on, there we go. And then more than Berserkers, let's take the 2 Centaurs. Part of me doesn't want the skeletons because our morale is going to be much lower. But another part of me says, look, I need all the troops I can get right now, and I do have the Crest of Valor. So there's some opportunities there. Thunderbirds regarding this extra gold per day, so we're not going to take that. I don't think I really need the additional pool of power for my hero. We're just going to be casting spells. And so let's go to the south instead of to the north. These Ogre Magi, dozens, that's way more than I want to handle for this speed boost. It's, yeah, way more than I want to handle there. So let's not do that. I just got a tap at my door. Very interesting. So I stream at the library because my internet at my house is just too slow to stream. And so I end up streaming at the library. I bring my whole setup here. I should take a picture sometime. In fact, I'm going to do that now. And I'm just going to post it to the Discord later. But you're going to laugh when you see this because it's absolutely, I don't want to say ghetto. It's the best I have with what I got. But what that does mean is that sometimes the stream will drop because too many people are on the internet. It means sometimes people will knock on the door and say, hey, can I use this room? And I'll say, it's first come, first serve. You've been here for 5 hours. Yeah, I know. But I got here at 9 o'clock. You rolled in at 12 o'clock. I'm sorry. Just kind of the way it goes. I usually marched my undead army at night because they had an advantage over most creatures when it was dark. Despite our mastery over the night, we were still caught unawares. As a band of bandits rode down on us with torches in their hands, I immediately shouted to their leader, offering him a bribe. Thankfully, you can always count on the greed of a thief. Alone, I met the man in an open field between our 2 armies. You say you've got gold, the rogue leader asked. Yes, I'll give every man 100 gold to walk away. The man leaned close enough that I could smell the onion on his breath and said, what if I do the world a favor and kill ya? Then I can take the gold for myself. It would be hard to enjoy it, because if you give that order, I'm going to break your neck. The rogue laughed. Obviously, my thin frame didn't impress him much, but there was something about my undead half that this rogue didn't know. I reached up with my dead right arm and grabbed his wrist. With a simple twist, I broke the thug's arm. After that, I only had a few seconds before his companions attacked, so I dragged the leader from his horse and closed my right hand around his neck. My undead flesh is far stronger than it appears, I whispered, as I crushed the bandit leader's neck and dropped his limp body to the ground. Then the battle began. Oh no! Ah well, it's just a couple bandits. We're gonna be fine here. Thankfully, we waited to come this way before... We waited to come this way after we had some decent forces already. I'm not worried about these bandits. They're first level chaos creatures. They do have the stealth ability. That's not going to avail them much at this time. In fact, I don't even think it's really worth it to cast any spells. These Ogre Magi are going to absolutely clean house. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait for these Ogre Magi to just bash these guys in the face. They have no chance. No, there's no chance. It's over. It's over. The fact that you cost me 2 skeletons, 1 skeleton, yeah. I don't like it. And bop. Like the great band Hanson. Bop. Da-da-da-do-wop. Okay. And Arbiter Dan says, haha, take, oh yes, experience. You're totally right. Why should I be sad? Why should I be sad? For one skeleton, I got all that experience. That feels okay to me. We're going to bypass these nomads right now. They just feel like they're a little too hot to handle. Instead, we're going to deal with these harpies. Harpies are not as stout as the nomads are, so I think that we should fight this fight first. This is a lot of... Man, there's a lot of harpies out here. My word. We're going to wait. I don't believe that they can reach us. They can reach here. Harpies do have the strike and return ability that allows them to fly back to their starting position after attacking, and they have the no retaliation, so we're going to have to run down the battlefield. Dude, summon sprites. Okay, we will do it. I ended up waiting on everybody, and I think that's a huge mistake because I forget. So the Harpies have their strike and return, and they have no retaliation. We do have to rush down this battlefield as quickly as possible. We're going to wait one more turn. We're going to take our lumps, and then we're just going to go. Never mind. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's step up just a little bit. No, a big stack of Centaurs can still be useful. Let's just go up to here. Getting a little bit closer into range. These guys hit like a truck. Okay. Huge error. You're totally right. Sprites would have drawn at least some attention there. And we just got to get right on top of these creatures as quickly as possible. We've already got 3 ogres goes down, 4 ogres goes down. This is a huge issue. Oh my gosh. I did not anticipate that this would be so big of a fight. I thought that this would go much better. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Curse. Let's curse their biggest stack. The Ogre Magi are good for nothing except for maybe casting the Bloodlust at this time. Let's do that. And let's just hope that the rest of our creatures can do some reasonable damage. I completely underestimated these creatures, my word. Completely underestimated. These guys are cursed. Let's leave that big stack alone for now. 4 to 5 damage versus my 6 to 9. We're a little bit tougher here, but they've got better forces in general. Sprites, they're not doing much. Might as well... Vial of Blinding Liquid. If we were going to cast that, we should have cast that in the very, very beginning. Disrupting Ray. On the top stack. Try and kill it quicker. If I cast skeletons, it's going to take even longer for them to get down the battlefield. They're going to end up just being like right here. So I don't think that's very viable in this case. Maybe just another curse. Minimal damage as best as possible. Down to 6. Oh my gosh, not good, not good, not good, not good. Well, Phixfox is officially bit off more than he can chew. Rise to Ruin, hello fellow Hero Might and Magic nerds. Hope everyone's doing well. Rise to Ruin, very nice to see you there. Always a pleasure. OMG, is this the day that Fix gets me addicted to Heroes 4 like he did with Heroes Might and Magic 3? Rest in peace, my time management skills. Hey, I'm not telling you how to live your life, and especially after this fight, you may think differently of me. For completely and utterly losing. Yeah, this fight's over. There's nothing I can do here. This is just too much. Not even gonna bring down one full stack there. The one nomad, though bloodlusted, just can't do enough. Let's see, 9 hit points left, 24. There's only the one there, 17. Let's work on this one stack of 9, even though they're cursed. Still gonna kill one there. And I don't know, maybe it's time to raise skeletons. Maybe they can win this fight if they slowly walk down the battlefield. Slowly, they're eventually gonna be useful, but for now, as you can see, we're just taking way too many losses, way too much damage. Hold on. 12 to 24. Let's work on the stack of 6. We take 5 in the retaliation there. 6 down to 15. 9 hit points left, 20 hit points left. We do kill one, barely, right there. And let's just deal with what we can while we can. Bearded Man, funny seeing them jump all over the place. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to watch someone else fail. Lovely. If I can be the person that helps you not fail in the future by me failing now, I think that my job is done and done well. So I got no problems with that. This is not good. Okay. And once again, I see no reason not to cast the Ray Skeletons. It's probably my best bet. I think Skeletons are just better than the Sprites. Although we immediately are down to 8, down to 5. It's over. It's over. 18 hit points left here on the Harpy. We're not even gonna kill this one final Harpy, are we? The good thing about this game, though, and I mean this wholeheartedly, is that I do believe in these campaigns that while I cannot lose Gauldoth undead, he can run away from the battles, and I can basically pick him back up at the castle. So, I'm not saying that this is good, but that does not mean that this scenario is over. Although it kind of isn't, it's really totally very much not good. It's really not good. Sprites, I just want them to get into a position where they can attack. Finish off this one Harpy. We're gonna have to come back later anyway. And it's time to run. There's nothing else we can do. Are you sure you want to retreat? You're gonna lose all your troops. I'm gonna lose all my troops anyway. We killed 22 Harpies. Oh my goodness. Probably a good time to ask Arbiter, would I have been better off actually attacking the enemy nomads? Because the strike and return, that put the onus on us to get down the battlefield as quickly as possible. That forced us to be in a position where we were struggling mightily to even do damage. We lost basically 5 Ogre Magi before they even got into the fight. Would I have been better off fighting the nomads? I'm guessing so. Ogres on nomads just feels like it does better. I think you'd probably know better than me, though. Breeding pens. We should have gotten this a while ago. Plus 50% creature growth. Never mind, 15,000 gold. Oh, that's a lot. And so, folks, we survive. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. And losing those troops feels pretty bad. I think we're just going to end the turn and plan our next move. We have skeletons we can recruit slowly. We're not going through vampires. These several vampires, that's too tough. That's more than I want to deal with. These other creature dwellings, a couple of ghosts, a couple more skeletons, okay. I don't think that the mage tower is also a viable strategy where you fight some mages to get some freebies. I don't think that's very good. Thunderbirds are here. I forget what's along the main road over here. Let's just hire one, I don't know, let's make it one single berserker. And just trade up like this. And let's have the berserker go and explore for me. I forget what's over here. Oh, centaurs? Oh, I can deal with centaurs. And then maybe that's going to give me an alternative route. I won't get the 1,000 experience here, but I will get at least some opportunity to run into some other stuff. Dozens of centaurs. I mean, we can deal with it. It's not going to be ideal, but we can make that happen eventually. Okay. All right, that's my plan. Warrior Sir, hello, my favorite Heroes of Might and Magic installment in the series today. Yep, we are doing something very, very different. This was not this is not a typical thing, but this is one of my favorite games in the series. That's absolutely true. And so here we are, and we are going to have tons of fun. So far, it's very, very fun, and it's very, very nice to be completely and utterly humbled. I could use the caravan here. I'm sure that Arbiter Dan is saying use the caravans. If you haven't seen these caravan systems, by the way, this is what they look like. I can buy 7 skeletons from this external dwelling. I can purchase them, and they are going to arrive in one day. It saves me the trouble from having to go out and just grab stuff like this. So I could get these 6 vampires here, but unfortunately there's vampires blocking the way. So the caravan system only really works when you have free and clear roads. But excellent. I really do like the caravan system, and I hope that it makes a reappearance actually in the new Olden Era when it does come out. I think that that's going to be a really nice adjustment. I know that some people just love the original formula for Heroes 3, and there's a lot of things to love about it, but I think that this is another opportunity for growth. So, Ogre Magi. Always the best troops that we could purchase for 1,000 gold. Let's pick them up. And then the nomads are just so fast. Let's grab them. Is this going to be enough to deal with dozens of centaurs? Say it's 36. Say it's 36 centaurs. That's be 3 dozen. I think it'll still be doable. Especially with these ghosts and the one berserker that's going to get in the way. I feel like because I've lost so much of my army, I'm behind the 8 ball and I need to get some push into the enemy. And so even if this fight is ill-advised, I'm still going to fight it. We do have plenty of spell points. So we're going to wait. We're going to cast the summon sprites because they're going to get down the battlefield. They're going to be really, really useful. And I'm hoping that we only take quarter damage from these centaurs. I think that they're going to step up on their first turn and then strike. I don't think that they're actually going to try and do just a quarter damage. That seems like a little bit of a waste. Let's step up with the centaurs just a little bit. Okay. All right, fine, cool. And then since we got to get down the battlefield at some point, let's just let the centaurs go to, or excuse me, the skeletons. Skeletons are going to do so much or take reduced damage anyway from these centaurs. We're just going to do it like this. We're going to have them lead the way. Ogres are going to hide behind the skeletons. And then sprites are immediately in front of these gentlemen. And my very fast troops are going to get down the battlefield in basically 2 turns. 24 damage goes down there. Those skeletons, or rather those sprites, did their job. And this last stack, we're going to end up taking a little bit of heat here. Okay. Immediately, you can already tell that this fight's going much better. I do feel like I already acquitted myself once fairly nicely. Earlier, we saw there was a fight against, 138 skeletons, and we ended up winning. That fight went really, really well. These other fights, well, we already had one pretty terrible loss. That feels bad. But it's nice that I've at least got one good fight under my belt, so that way everybody knows, oh, some of the principles from Heroes of Might and Magic 2 and 3 do carry over into Heroes 4. And really, that actually makes me very, very happy to know. It would be very, very sad if every good thing you knew about Heroes of Might and Magic got thrown out the window when you switched from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, etc., etc. So I'm very, very happy that we were able to acquit ourselves quite nicely, trying to split up some fights and do some nice things. One more stack of sprites. Ogre Magi are really going to clean this up, but still. Hope that that Nomad actually does not go down. Probably won't. Maybe they won't. And that's going to be it, folks. Cool. So we probably should have gone through these centaurs before anyway, as we ended up losing the Berserker, 2 of the Ghosts, 2 of the Nomads, and 12 of the Skeletons against these, call it 40 centaurs. But we should have gone north instead of south. So call that a huge error on Phixfox's part. The arena allows us to be instructed on defense and offense. The instructor hands Gauldoth, half dead, an old dented shield and nothing else. Then the instructor pulls out a sword wrapped in cloth and says, "Try not to get hit." An hour later, Gauldoth, half dead, is a bit battered and bruised, but he has learned something about defense. Always nice pickup there. And it looks like we've seen a green player. They sent their wolves down here just to scout. Is this flagged for the yellow player? It is. You beat the leprechaun in a game of dice, but he can't pay up at the moment. The leprechaun is so embarrassed that he promises to send you 500 gold or 5 gems every week. And so this is now flagged, rather than be the kind of scenario where, or rather the type of game where you have to send one hero around to pick up all these windmills and water wheels and things like that. We're doing a little bit better here because you just have to flag that mine or generating item, and then that'll take it away from there. We would need so much crystal to pick up these behemoths. I would rather get the Thunderbirds anyway. The resources look a little bit better. We need 16 of the Mercury. We only have 4. I still would prefer the Thunderbirds here instead of the behemoths, I think. They're both excellent units, but if I had to pick, I think that this army dictates to me that I need the flexibility more than the offensive powerhouse. So that's my goal. Let's see if we can find some Mercury. I think I see some right over here, actually. As we go and first pick up this dwelling, recruiting a couple of nomads. This is now flagged for my gain. And there's crystal here. So crystal here and, let's see, and Mercury here. Tell you what, let's visit the Magician's Pool. That's going to increase our spell points a little bit. +1. Okay. The process of creating the Magician's Pool is guarded by a few powerful wizards. Simply by dunking your face into the shimmering water, you regain some of your spell points. So it's 65% of your spell points regained as opposed to 100% that you get at the Magic Well. But still a nice pickup all the same. Dozens of nomads. I think that we're trying not to fight. I think we're trying to pick up freebies wherever we can, and we're trying not to fight. Is this a castle? Ulen. We do see the orange castle of Ulen with 2 heroes a band of the Centaurs, a band of the Berserkers, a band of the Harpies, several of the Nomads, and a few of the Centaurs. Very interesting. I'm guessing that they're really, really tough, but they don't have a whole ton of forces. Either, it looks like they're probably getting more Harpies from day to day than the Nomads. You can only have one of the dwellings. I'm guessing that they have Harpies instead of just the several Nomads, and that seems fine for me. I'm okay with that. This Potion of Resistance, I don't think that's going to be very useful for us. Let's just pick up the Harpy dwelling. There are no more here, but I don't think that the enemy is going to sally forth. If they were going to sally forth, they would have already done so. That's my thought anyway. That's my thought. Rise to Ruin says, suffice to say, I have no idea what's going on, but I'm loving the boxing stance this Kelly's got going. Bony Muhammad Ali, -2 hit accuracy, +2, gonna eat knuckle bones to the face. Cannot go wrong with that assessment. And in fact, speaking of the -2 hit accuracy, that is one of the fun things that I've mentioned about skeletons I like. They're difficult to shoot because they're all bony, and so they have additional ranged defense because, of course, pretty hard to shoot a creature made up of bones. We only have 4,000 gold. It's so very slowly accruing, but we're getting there. We will get there. It's time for me to let a single skeleton drop off, just so that they can scout for me. They're going to head up this way. And I don't think that they can actually pick up... Yeah, unfortunately you have no heroes in your army, so you can't claim the ore pit. You can pick up things like this potion or these crystal, but I can't actually grab mines. I can't flag that. I can leave troops in the sawmill. I don't really want to do that. Do I need the +2 ore? I've got 53 ore. It's just not that useful for me at the moment. If I step here, will the Nomads step up and attack me? I think that they will. So we're going to actually avoid that for now. But the crystal could be so good. Crystal could be so good. Gems. Sulfur. Crystal. I'm guessing that there's mercury up here, and we've already talked about wanting the mercury. Let's go and make that happen. Let's do some exploring out of our way, see what happens with the skeleton, and go from there. Whoop. Stole it from you. And here we've got a Ruby of Offense, which grants you a one-time boost to your damage. It's good. It's good. I just don't think that that's going to be as useful for me as getting up the field right now and just finding out whatever else is up here. Wow, 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 wow. So, several behemoths. Big, tough, wonderful creatures. Don't love to see them guarding anything that I want. They got this Dagger of Despair, so that will cause units to receive maximum negative morale and the death spell Sorrow. I think I need a barbarian hero. I think I need a barbarian hero that will do ranged damage, so that way they can wield that sword. Is it only melee, or is it just any attack? Struck with this weapon, so if it's a dagger, it's probably on the melee, but still, it might be worth it to get a might-based hero so they can start getting experience and they can be useful for me. We might have to look at that pretty soon. Let's see. Alex, do you voluntarily keep the leather armor on despite possessing the superior one? What we had talked about was increasing our spell point cost by 1. Is basically increasing the cost of our raised skeletons, our curse, and our summon sprites by 50%, going from 2 cost up to 3 cost with only 20 spell points. I mean, that's 10 spells versus 6. Yeah, so with that other armor on, it does give me some issues there. And Arbiter Dan mentioned that, it looks like. So that was my thought process. I need to recruit a lot more. Yeah, I do. Because I think that if I recall in Heroes 4, part of the issue is falling behind. Part of the issue is that enemies are going to get stronger and stronger every single day. And then it's up to you to find a way to overcome their growth. And right now we're doing the right thing because we've got additional dwellings and things like that, but the enemies across the river, I think that they're going to be even tougher. And I think that that's going to be not Orange that I really have to worry about. It's actually the other people, the other enemies. It would be really nice to start getting cliff nests and such, but until we can defeat some behemoths, I think that that's just out of the question. That additional 1,000 gold per day, and this gold for that matter, those things are really probably my priority. If I can manage it. This castle is probably the first step, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I do need to recruit a lot more. And in fact, it's probably not a bad idea to just start caravanning units in and then sending them to the front. 5,800 gold. Tell you what, let's do that now. Let's actually caravan everybody in. So skeletons, skeletons, ghosts. And then I think I can pick up the nomads and the harpies out in the field. But let's have them do that as the skeletons see if they can grab this potion of resistance and not get attacked by the nomads. To your great pleasure, you witness a battle between two powerful-looking sorcerers. One seems to take no damage from the other's attacks and wins when he encases his opponents in ice. How did you do that? You ask the winner. He smiles and strokes his scruffy red goatee. This, he says, tossing you the potion of resistance, kept spells from hurting me. And then he goes on his way, whistling happily. So fire resistance goes there. This one skeleton's going to die immediately. So we don't have mobile guards on. They're stationary, but still, if you wander too close to some enemies, they will reach out and grab you. And so the skeleton's gone. He's dead. And to pick up that artifact now, I do have to defeat these nomads. The potion doesn't go away. It can always still be picked up from them, but I have to defeat them in order to get that. Okay, do we have any more creatures coming in from the caravan? No. This is all the forces. Let's purchase everywhere we can. There's actually a lot of these berserkers, funny enough. 900 gold, not too bad. 7 here. I think that's it. Is there a well here? Or is there a way to just look at all my forces? Here it is. Okay. This screen, I haven't used it much, but this just purchases everybody for you. So building, town hall, and in the fort, that's where you purchase everybody. And then rather than having another hero, we can just send people to the front. I think though, hold on. I think I just have a marketplace. Yeah, so you just have a marketplace. You don't actually need to purchase one. You can just get it. And so with that being said, let's purchase another hero. Let's spend all that. And let's pick up a barbarian. How about? Alternatively, I could consider getting additional gold from someone with estates. Let's go with Wulfric. Good-natured Wulfric is someone to have around when sprites are down. Aww, this is my kind of guy. He's vibrant, funny, capable of telling a story better than any bard. We talked the other day on stream about how dating apps are dead, but I think that this might actually be the guy who could revive our dating apps. This guy could make a wonderful profile. In moments before battle, he jokes and taunts and calms the nerve of the inexperienced warriors, as well as rile the tempers of the enemy. Perfect, that's who it's going to be. In the wrestling pits he goes, and he is now going to lead this army back to the front. So we can grab some additional freebies. We're going to grab that on our way, actually. Yes, absolutely. +3 defense. And I'd love this 1,000 experience. We did soften up those harpies, but there's still way too many to be had. I don't want anything to do with them. Absolutely nothing to do with them. Gauldoth, there's no nomads here. Anybody here? 3 harpies. Let's just go grab the 3 harpies, and then we'll combine forces in just one moment. I'm hoping with the spells that we can actually take this castle. If for some reason we can't, I do not like our odds moving forward, but I'd like to see us try. Now, what's the best forces here? 3 of the Harpies is no better than 45 of the Berserkers. And then this one hero, I'd like to have this one hero in this fight. I don't think that he's going to be tough enough to actually make a difference. Level 1 heroes are really pretty weak. And so I think that if I'm honest with myself, this is us trying to win the game here. And I don't have time to devote my energy to bringing this gentleman along. So once again, dozens of the Harpies. We couldn't even defeat dozens of Harpies without a castle. This castle is too hard, Arbiter Dan says. I think you're right. Knowing what we came across earlier, we couldn't defeat the dozens of Harpies just out in the field. And then you add some additional heroes. I do think that this is too tough. Forget about it. Go for the Centaurs. These Centaurs. We got a couple of options here. If they stay in here, I'm just going to let this other hero go pick up some freebies. +2 ore per day. We'll see if they come out or not. I don't know if they will. I do not know if they will. By go for the Centaurs, you mean right here. Leave the Berserkers and take the Might hero. Leave the Berserkers and take the Might hero. Okay. Tell you what, we're gonna go up into this direction. Combine forces. And that way, the level 1 hero is gonna get experience. That's really the big deal. We're trying to make sure that we can get troops and get experience. We're just trying to get stronger right now. And the berserkers will run down the battlefield and make it hard for us to do a wait maneuver. I do agree with that. That makes a lot of sense to me. They'll die for free. That's really good. Yep, you got it. You're doing what I like to do with other Heroes games, where you already know how the mechanics are going to work out, right? Like, you know who's going to go where and how the battle should turn out. And because you know how the battle should turn out, you say to yourself, well, I can look into the future and see what forces I should bring, what forces I shouldn't bring, etc., etc. And that's something where, of course, I don't have... I picked this back up the other day. I did complete all the scenarios once upon a time here, but it's been a hot minute. And so I'm getting back up to speed, number 1, and number 2... I got no excuse. I got no excuse. Let's see. Don't forget the summon. Yes, advance the hero. Okay, and I did forget the summon. I did not equip the armor. Yeah, there's a lot of issues here. Okay. Come on, Phixfox. Get better. Don't make excuses. Just get better. Don't have a bad time. Have a good time. That's actually always the plan, is to have as good of a time as possible. I think this battle's mostly going to be over before we actually... I think this battle's going to be mostly over before the hero actually gets into the fight. But I still do want him at least to be around. He's going to get the experience either way. That doesn't really matter, but all the same. Let's see. I'm just going to curse. Oh, they're already cursed. Never mind. I've got a cult, so the spell points are going to regenerate anyway. Doesn't really matter. 6 ghosts. Do pick up the aging on that small stack of 5. These Ogre Magi absolutely wallop the Centaurs here. And that'll end it. Okay. All right, but 2 things I've forgotten that are very, very important. Number 1, you're totally right. I keep waiting throughout the fight, when the important thing to do is not to wait through the first turn of combat. When it is Gauldoth's turn, if you're going to cast a summon spell, you better cast that summon spell, because that doesn't necessarily be sprites for damage. The sprites are there to take hits to save your other troops. That's really the thing. You're trading 2 mana to save a nomad. You're spending 2 magic points to get a ghost saved, things like that. And so on turn 1, I need to make that change. I've failed there a couple of times already. And then the other thing is that we did forget to put this melee and ranged defense on this hero, who's not going to cast spells anyway. So he instantly became much tougher. He actually might be able to take a hit or 2. Now we are going to pick up this ruby. One moment you were holding the ruby of offense, the next it melts into a pool of hot ooze. The liquid drips between your fingers, staining your skin as it grants incredible power. Of course, there's no sense in putting that on Gauldoth. He is a spellcaster. We're going to let him be very good at ranged and supporting spells and things like that. This is going to be this barbarian here who takes this +6. And then I think that we've already determined that there's nothing up there really to get at the moment. It's just a little too far away. And I think that we're just waiting. Unfortunately, it feels so bad to just wait. But I think that this has to be the next strategic outpost we take. Maybe we get a big enough army and then these Harpies aren't too big of a deal. But I doubt it. I really doubt it. But that extra 1,000 experience could be nice. I just don't think we're going to get the troops for it. So, what about several vampires? That's actually probably one of our next easiest fights, isn't it? Do vampires leech life off of undead units? Arbiter Dan. Yeah, I was going to mention the vamps. These 9 vampires actually, I do think that they turn the tides in a lot of these other fights. We still have this opportunity we can take with the graveyard. Venom spawn, I don't want to deal with them. That's way too tough at the moment. But maybe several vampires. Maybe that's our maybe that's our next thing. So let's actually head in that direction. More than killing nomads to try to get additional resources, I just don't think that's going to be incredibly useful for us. So let's making our way downtown as fast as we can. Ivory Tower. I don't remember how many mages it is. That's the problem. And I think it's a lot. Their magic fists can do some serious damage. And the orange player actually does come out, which is interesting. So I guess that my army is big enough that they didn't want to fight me outside of the castle. That's good information to have at least. Might as well pick up the pools along the way in. It's going to be very good for our barbarian hero. Plus luck. Where did you come from? Huh. A band and several. I guess if there's some free experience to be had there. Yeah. Free experience there. Okay. And then let's just wait here. The Harpies aren't going to be in this force here. We're saving the Berserkers for later. Let's go up. And let's get a couple of caravanners up here. Skeletons, Barrow, Mound, Ghosts. And before the enemy steals a couple of nomads and a couple of Harpies from me, we're going to get them in a caravan on our way too. Just like that. Okay. Rise to Ruin. It's crazy how it seems Heroes 2, 3, and 4 were made by completely different artists. I haven't seen the rest, but there's a similarity, but also a very unique style to each game. I could not agree with you more. And again, one of the reasons why I think it's fun to play, because the differences are not bad. It's not better or worse. It's just different. I think that there's some objective reasons why one game might be your personal favorite, but it's really hard for me to ever think that you shouldn't be supported in your decision to say that 2 is my favorite or 3 is my favorite. But I do like that they're all very, very different, almost like a completely new game with each release. And in that same way, there's a part of me that hopes that Heroes Olden Era is going to be very much I hope that Olden Era is different. I hope it's unlike anything that we've seen before. I truly do. I truly do. I hope it's like unlike anything that we've ever seen before. Nomads are going to come down the battlefield. I think that these Harpies actually can't reach anybody. Maybe this one can? No. Well, they can probably reach right here. We're going to step in front just to make sure that they don't attack our Wulfric. He just doesn't need to take any more hits than he has to. Okay. And then do I meet these nomads in the center of the battle? I think so. I just don't have really enough ranged damage to make myself feel good about waiting on centaurs. And we do have to get down the battlefield to these Harpies anyway. We're going to get close. We're going to step up. Trying to stay out of range of these nomads. Never mind. Phixfox is a genius. Okay, well. Well then. Ouch. Ouch. Ah, there's so much nuance and I love it. Truly I do. I'm not just saying that because it sounds fun. I don't think I'd die here on the retaliation. That extra defense actually goes a long, long way for me. Sprites, they're just going to kind of get in the way. Ghosts, I'm going to send them up to try and deal with some of these other creatures here. And then I don't mind a curse on their biggest stack of nomads. 19 damage onto the centaurs, that's okay. No retaliation here. Tons of damage here. Yeah. And then half damage onto this big stack of 3. Yeah, thankfully this hero is actually taking hits way better than I thought he would. I thought that he would actually fold like a wet piece of tissue paper. He's actually, with that plus 25, he's actually doing a really good job. I'm really impressed with the job that this extra hero we picked up is doing. I guess I don't know what I expected. Okay. So many skeletons. Ugh. Not good. We're gonna look at this before we get down here. If this is several vampires, we've got 14 ogres. We got 14 ogres. That's 14. That feels like a lot. 14 ogres feels like a lot. With luck, with some bonuses, it feels like a lot. I don't know if it is, but I really want to see if I can fight that fight. I really want to see if I can fight that fight as Orange pushes their way up into our direction. Several. I mean, if this is several from Heroes 2, I'm thinking that that's no more than 9. I think that vampires have like, what, 110 hit points? Is that potentially 900 hit points worth of vampire we have to chew through, plus they leech life? Yeah, but I got 14 ogres. Yeah, but ogres are well, they're on par. We do have the Vial of Poison. We got the Vial of Blinding Liquid. We do have the Cloud of Despair. Really, it would be this Blinding Liquid. Let's do it. Let's get bold. Let's get brave. Let's see what we can make happen. We're going to pick up this Temple of Death. And if we fight this fight, we win. These vampires are going to be our friends, and that's going to feel a-okay. Let's fight this fight. I'm totally waiting for Dan to be like, no, you fool. If that's the case, and if I lose, then so be it. Wow, that's more than I thought. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, that's exactly how many I thought. Never mind. Okay. All right, folks, here we are. We're going to keep Wulfric as alive as possible. 75 hit points each. That's not actually nearly as bad as I thought it was. 12 to 18 damage, so they're actually incredibly comparable to these Ogre Magi. Very comparable. That's good. We don't have any artifacts or things to throw. I actually probably should have put the Binding Liquid on Wulfric, because he could have thrown it, and then so that way Gauldoth would actually get another round of spells casting here. That would have been better. That would have been better. So if I throw this, and I throw it right here, is that going to slow down just this one stack, or is it going to get all these guys? Let's give it a shot and find out. Just that one stack. They're now slowed. They're down to only 4 movement as opposed to 8. And hopefully I can just keep their stacks at bay for a little while. Okay. Skeletons, they're just going to step in front. Maybe take some damage. Vammy, send a letter to the vampire. What? Hold on. Send a letter to the vampires. We're friendly. Yes. Yeah, Vammy, I need you as the, what do you call it? I need you to be the liaison between me and these vampires. Seriously, I do. I'll take any help I can get. Let's start doing damage where we can. 19 points of damage. This hero's going to defend. Ghosts are going to step in front. And here comes the scary boys. A couple skeletons goes down. One of the nomads goes down, and the vampires are so fast, they're going to get this first shot off. Cannot be stopped. Okay, but we survived their best hit there. And we are ready to do damage. Time to start doing damage. Ghosts are going to lose a little bit there. Is Summon Sprite best in this instance? I don't think so. Summon Sprite, I really wish I could summon a creature that actually had a retaliation. That would be the best reason to me to take that. Instead, let's actually summon the skeletons. We picked up, it looks like 8, no problems. And so this stack of 8 is alive. They're just going to step in front. Oh, let's call it right here. Lose a couple. Damage goes down. And then let's try and do one full stack. Can we do 150 damage? Potentially. We almost killed 1 or 2 of them. We got 1 of them. Full damage here. Full damage here. And let's see, for the first time, our barbarian hero, he'll do 20 points of damage. Not too bad. And then all the vampires are going. They are leeching life. We are feeling so scared. Having a rough time. Raising the skeletons. And on we go. 32 hit points left on this single vampire here. I'm really waiting for this one Ogre Lord to just do so much damage. And by the way, this big stack of 3 vampires has arrived. They are here in the fight. They are ready to go. 19 hit points on this bottom vampire. He goes down. First vampire goes down. 19 hit points, 49 hit points. We do want to do full damage to the biggest stack. We do 39 hit points worth of damage. They get 15 back from the leech life. Once again, let's just bring him down. Bring him down. Kill him dead. Do not give him an opportunity to breathe, because the leech life is actually massive. It's a lot of leech life going on here. 31, 21 damage there. Okay, now we just have 3 of these big vampires. Let's have these 3 skeletons take that retaliation. That is wonderful. And then 118 damage, 40 damage. Let's just wait here. We're gonna take the retaliation, no problem. Oh no, no issue. And then ultimately, that's gonna be the final bit of this damage. That was all we needed. The Ogre Magi just had to just keep hitting them as hard as I possibly could. That cost us 17 skeletons, 4 of the Nomads, 2 of the Ghosts, and 4 of the Ogre Magi. That did defeat 9 of the Vampires. Very interesting. It felt like that fight was easier than the stupid Harpies was. The Harpies just absolutely obliterated me. The Vampires, I mean, how is it? I mean, 75 hit points, 9 Vampires. So 9 times 75, there's that many hit points. And what did we say there was in Harpies? There was like 4 stacks of 12. There's just a lot of damage. There was a lot of damage. Even though both creatures had no retaliation, I think part of the problem was that I couldn't actually get to those Harpies. I couldn't get to them. Yeah, could not get to the Harpies. In the future, mental note to ourselves, always take Harpies. If you get the chance between Nomads and Harpies, take Harpies. There, that's what I've learned today. Ooh, very nice. We have the choice between getting basic combat, which we're not going to do, but possible. That's more for hand-to-hand combat. We're not going to plan on doing that at all. Basic Demonology increases the effectiveness of the death magic spells by 20%. That's going to help us move forward in our skill progression here. We do still have the basic Necromancy. I think that the basic Demonology is going to be the best thing for us. More skeletons when we summon them and raise them. That's going to be the play for me at this time. And that does teach us a new spell, Summon Imp. As much as I wanted a new summoning spell with a new creature, not the sprites, this is it. And the Summon Imp, these guys are going to take a hit and they're going to get retaliated against. We will see how often I use Summon Sprite versus Summon Imp now. This feels excellent. I'm amazed. How in the world did you not get a level? How did you not get a level? Wolfric the Barbarian did not pick up a level there. That is amazing. I could have swore that he should have picked up a level there. We did pick up Poison with Gauldoth, and we're going to get some gold. Do we take the experience? I think that we're just going to take the experience. And then Wolfric does finally level up. I think that Advanced Combat is just the one you should always take. Yeah, it's always Advanced Combat, if I recall. And then since we're right here, let's just go hire these vampires. They're immediately going to be an impact unit, and then that might be enough to fight these enemies that are encroaching upon our territory. Whew. Whew. Also, vampires work better in bigger stacks, I think. Totally, Rice Drew, and you're absolutely right. When they separate themselves from each other, they're never going to do as well as a big single stack can do. There's 10 vampires here. Unfortunately, it's going to cost us so much gold. Let's see. Let's see about trading. It's going to be pretty bad margins, but let's see what we can do. Okay. For gold, wood for gold. Let's trade most, but not all. Let's go down to, I don't know, 20 wood. Let's go for 20. 4 left. We're going to keep everything else here, though, but an additional 5 vampires right now. Okay, 4 vampires right now. I want that last one. We're going to trade for this last one, and then we're going to head on our way. And we will just rehire additional vampires later. And that's all we need to trade for. Okay. Cool. Whew. So, here's the question. We do know, again, that there's enemies somewhere in this area. They've already reclaimed that. If they travel along the road, they can be here in probably just one more day. I would love to stay down here. I'd love to go pick up some of this other stuff. This is really where the priority is. I think that we head up north, up above ground. And then after we do that, we should be able to hopefully take that castle, because that castle that they have is really one of the big priorities for us. Plus 20 spell points, or excuse me, plus 20 health. Picking up the advantages wherever we can. Luck, health, morale, anything. Any advantage is what we're going for here. And let's purchase Ogre Magi now. Nomads next, Centaurs, out of gold. Okay, just like that, out of gold. Are 9 ghosts better than 44 berserkers? I think so. Berserkers are just tough because since you can't control them, you're always going to feel like you're having a real bad time with them. What happened to the Thunderbirds? Oh. Did our enemy come up and just defeat the Thunderbirds and then like leave? What just happened? What in the world? Is this gonna be the first Phixfox YouTube short for Heroes of Might and Magic 4 ever? Because there were Thunderbirds guarding this, and now where they are, I can't tell you. But we're gonna absolutely pick up a free sack of gold. You thought you heard a cry for help from the inside of a fallen cabin, so you quickly went to work to remove the rubble. But when you finally reach the bottom, you find no one, just a sack of gold. Odd, huh? Oh well, at least you got paid for your labor. That's gonna be an additional 750 gold. That might be the difference between a win and a loss here. That's huge. And then this wizard's ring is okay. It's going to help us with our spell point regeneration. That's fine. Does actually increase our top end of spell points though. I just realized that's going to increase us up to 25 spell points. Yeah, 25 spell points maximum. Very interesting. Huh. Plot twist, they joined the enemy. What? Oh no. Rise to ruin, plot twist, they joined the enemy. If they joined the enemy, I'm just gonna throw in the towel now. There's nothing I can do at that point. That would be horrible. We're gonna get all of these troops, whatever's available. We're gonna caravan them in here. And we're just gonna wait for these vampires to show up. We're gonna waste a lot of movement points here, but full armies heading out. And we're even going to bring these other troops in the rear behind us. They're just going to be here for support. And if we run into a sticky situation, it's going to be their job to make sure that we stay alive. Do I clear out stuff along the main road? I don't think so. Maybe they cleared out this bit of Harpies for me. They did not. Okay. So up we go. Tell you what, this feels good. Here's why this feels good, folks. I feel pretty well equipped to manage any Heroes of Might and Magic 2 game you put before me. I am fairly comfortable with pretty much any Heroes 3 game you put in front of me, especially like the campaigns and stuff. Less so against actual players, but right now, feels pretty good. They cleared out the nomads there, interesting. This feels so very different in the best way possible. This is really feels good to not be so confident in my ability to win this scenario. That feels so good. I can't tell you how good it feels to feel the struggle. It's a struggle. This is an absolute struggle, but this feels pretty good. Looks like we're gonna have berserkers here, a couple of these other creatures. We should get experience. We should be able to go on into this upcoming castle. With these 10 vampires, I think that this is gonna be about as strong as we can get. Arbiter Dance has attack. Okay. Hey, watch this. Hey, I summoned the sprites. I did not forget this time. We're getting better. You're going to have to be patient with me, but we are going to get up to speed. It's going to take a while, but when we're up to speed, I think that we should be rocking and rolling. Back in action for these Heroes games. Doing the very best we can. In the meantime, I appreciate your patience. Okay. Sprites are taking some attention. Good, good. That's exactly what we wanted anyway. We just wanted the sprites to take attention. The vampires can solo this fight. Yeah, they can. Yeah, they could absolutely solo this fight. But I am thinking about fighting the castle right after this too, though. Because we have the vampires. I mean, the vampires mixed with the Ogre Magi. Those two units together, I think that we actually win this upcoming fight. I feel like I have to fight this and just take this castle. Now, alternatively, if I don't, I am getting ahead because I'm getting the additional 750 gold per day. I'm just saying. But I think I can fight this fight and I think I can win. Attack the castle with 1 Centaur. Oh yeah. I could just do that, couldn't I? I didn't even think about that. And these are some of the nuances that hey, if you're not playing all the time, if you just forget about it, then you just don't get to see this. So it's going to be 31 Centaurs. It's going to be 24 of the Harpies, 48 of the Berserkers, 9 of the Ogre Magi, 2 of the Nomads, and they do have a level 2 hero, Kel the Barbarian. That's not too bad. And then Toad Eater, level 3. I think that we fight this fight. Yeah, I think that we definitely fight this fight, especially knowing that they didn't have Ogre Magi before, but they do now. That means that they're gonna keep getting tougher anyway. The vampires, I think that there's no better time to fight than now. I think we're gonna fight this fight. So let's just take our loss here. And dead. Cool. Curse on the Centaurs is a must. Think so? Curse on the Centaurs. I'm gonna have to double check that in 1 second. How many did we say it was? 34? That is a lot of Centaur damage, especially if they're up on the top of the hill and throwing down. Because I think that their damage, I think they even get like a modifier there, don't they? I think so. Yeah, 33. Oh. Whoops. That's not good. No, we just lost Gauldoth. Yeah, because if we lose him, we just lose, right? Dang it. Unless, and maybe you can tell me if you remember this, if I win the fight, does he immediately revive at the end of this fight because it's in a castle, or do I just lose? I don't know. But you're right, he does. Okay, so we might as well fight this fight. We might as well do the very, very best we can. And so, but yeah, losing the curse on those Centaurs, that is going to be a really big deal. We've already taken their ranged damage, unless these Harpies go out of here. And so I'm going to wait, so that way they can, maybe the Berserkers are going to open up the gate for me. We'll see. I really need this hero to actually be okay for me. Okay. Unfortunately, Nomads are going to have to step up into a preparatory position. I can't Bloodlust the dead units. Let's just walk up. And 1/8 of the damage. That doesn't feel like a lot. How many will it kill? 6 to 10 damage total. Yeah, that doesn't feel like a lot. Let's just step up with the Centaurs as well. Ghosts are going to start attacking the gate. 22 damage. That's not a lot. Vampires are going to get in there. They're going to almost destroy it. I actually want to wait here on these vampires, because then my hope is that they can fly in at the end of this turn of combat. I think they're going to take some serious damage here, but we should also be able to revive. We'll see. Okay. And then the ghosts, they did age that one hero. Let's attack the gate for 14 more damage. Ghosts go down. Ouch. I can kill Berserkers. Let's kill them. So many Berserkers. And then let's finish off the gate. That didn't finish off the gate? I thought that would finish off the gate. Oh no. It's not good either. We're going to do half damage here. Gonna wait. And unfortunately, the vampires are going to finish off the gate. I really didn't think that would be too big of a problem. Okay, vampires are getting in on the Centaurs. And they're going to revive. 10 vampires is going to revive again and again and again and again, but still. Ouch. Major issues. Gate destroys your damage? Totally. Okay, so always destroy the gate first. Retreat the rest of your troops. Okay. I'm cool with that. So that way that only the 10 vampire, the big stack, can just stay alive and do fun stuff. That does make sense to me. These 33 Berserkers, though, they are bloodlusted. How many can I kill? 144? I can kill a bunch. I can kill a bunch of these 33 Berserkers, and they're going to come out and do damage anyway. The Harpies are going to do damage. Get the vampires on a tower. So that way they also get the defender's bonus and things like that. I'm for it. We're gonna mostly back off. And then right here. I wish I could make sure. I've misclicked this in the past, I remember, where I would think I was on the turret and I would actually miss. I think I'm just gonna fly right here. I think that's gonna put me on the turret. It does, okay. But you can understand my concern, because I've had times where I've totally misclicked and that feels really bad. But now we have the defender's bonus for the vampires being on top of the turret. So these guys are all gonna be doing reduced damage. As we fight, we're gonna just re-heal and re-leech life off The rest of these guys are going to chill. We're going to save our troops, and we're going to be just fine. Now get the attack cursor, and you're done. Rest, retreat. No, get the attack cursor. You're done. Get the attack cursor. Wait, what's happening? I'm confused. And so because I'm confused, I'm just going to fight this fight as best I can from here on out. You could have attacked while on the tower. Oh. Oh, gotcha. Okay, now I understand. Thank you. I don't know, but I imagine that you're saying to yourself, like, this is probably trying to like herd cats or to like nail jello to a tree. You're like, I'm trying to help and you're just not getting it, dude. I'm like, I'm so sorry. We're doing the very best we can with these vampires, so long as they eat that attention. We're just gonna do damage here, here, and go vampires, go. Defend, defend. Okay, alrighty. Ultimately, this fight's going to be a victory because of these 10 vampires, and I think that that was probably what the map designer had in mind back in the day when he put all of those other vampires below. If you could get the vampires, you could move forward and you could take some of these fights, whereas otherwise we would be absolutely struggling. Oh my gosh. By the way, we're about 2.5 hours into this stream. I feel so slow. I feel so sluggish. In 2.5 hours, I mean, the other day we defeated an entire Heroes Might and Magic 2 medium-sized map in 2 hours. Here, guess what, folks? We just cleared our bottom half of this Heroes 4 map. Oh my gosh, I feel like a slug. I feel like I'm so slow. This is super sweet though. Gauldoth does get the opportunity to level up even though he died. He wasn't really in that fight. I'm okay with that. I'm totally fine with that. There's that potion of resistance that happened earlier. We do defeat Orange, we take the Castle of Ulen, we take the Wrestling Pits, all this fun stuff, and there is even a magic dampener here, which is pretty nifty. We are still hoping for the Cliff Nest and Behemoths. We do have Harpies and Ogre Magi and the breeding pins. We've got the breeding pins. Arbiter Dan, you're doing great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. You can understand why I'm relying heavily on you when it's been a minute. It's nice to have some support to make sure that things go well and make sure that things go right. But folks, we have cleared out this whole bottom half of the map. This is all ours. There's still a little bit of the underground up here that we could deal with. There, perhaps. And then there's this whole cache of resources here. But in general, now that we have 2 barbarian castles, I do feel like it's in our best interests to try our very, very best to make sure that whatever upper tier creature we get, let's make sure that they're both the same. If we want to go for behemoths, let's go for behemoths, crags in both castles. If you want to go for the rocks, for the Thunderbirds, get the Cliff Nest in both castles. Thunderbirds are your best bet now? Okay, perfect. And I think that's why I talked about doing earlier. And so that's what we're gonna stick with. Before we do that, let's actually send the rest of this army over here. Okay. Well, that went great. That was great. As Gauldoth immediately dies first thing, my word. We are probably to the point where the skeletons and the ghosts don't make a lot of sense for these armies anymore. Vampires, they're going to be a staple for the rest of this. Berserkers, 83, we're getting into a healthy stack there, but they're probably going to be used after our big army takes some losses later. So for now, Behemoths, that's just too hot to handle. What was it? Several? I want the extra 1,000 gold per day, but with, call it what? Almost 3,000 gold a day. Like, we're getting to the point where we can do some other fun stuff. Let's consolidate our forces. Let's purchase what we can here. And then let's just plan on clearing out some of these other freebies. You can clear some fights with just the 2 heroes and the vamps. Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah, that's a really good point. So like right here, we can just pull them down. Ogres go up. Phixfox wife says, let's go do some fun stuff. Hello, dear. How are you doing? Yeah, like this. We can absolutely take this fight. And even, maybe even better so, if I had some sort of buffing spell for my vampires, I think that would be even better. As it is, I'm going to curse a couple of these troops. Arbiter Dan says imps. Phixfox's wife is going to go get lunch. Wonderful, dear. Have a great time. And vampires are in range, so let's do some damage while we can. 700 goes down there, 50 damage. We're healing everything back. And now I'm just going to wait because we're not going to lose anybody here. Wait. You say imps? Okay, we'll go for imps. 37 imps is actually a lot. And then that just means that they're not going to attack Gauldoth or anything like that. Oh yeah, they are taking a lot of attention, aren't they? Back up to another full vampire. I'm amazed how much attention these imps are getting. My word. Huh. Yeah, very impressed actually how much attention these imps are getting. For 2 spell points, 37 imps, that seems like a pretty good deal. That seems like a really pretty good deal. I'm all for that. Okay. Yeah, amazing what 10 vampires will do for your health. Let's see. Yeah, they take aggro away from your heroes, Arbiter Dan says. Okay, gotcha. Perfect. And then, let's see. Rise to Ruin, can you send the vampires alone and hit Q for every battle? In F Heroes 2, there is the Q ability. Do I want archery or do I want the combat here? I think because of the chainmail, that means that we actually don't want to be at range. I think that we want to do damage where we can. The Q in F Heroes 2 is just like the resolving, the auto combat. We totally could with the vampires. I think what the issue is, and Arbiter Dan can stop me on this. I think that the plan is actually that we want to get all the experience for our 2 heroes. We are trying to bring along Wulfric, the level 3 barbarian. We are maxed out at level 12, and Gauldoth is only at level 5. So the stronger that our heroes get, the better it is for us anyway. And so we do want to be around for some of these fights, I think. We could just let the vampires do it all, probably, but this will give us the opportunity to pick up some experience. By the way, this learning stone is going to be an additional 1,000 experience anyway. So there's some good things going on here. As we get from 5,000 or 5,700 gold up to 8,400, we are moving forward. It's going to be several of the behemoths. That's going to be way tougher than those several vampires were. Rise to Ruin, makes sense. Yeah, Heroes 4, it does feel like if you get behind the 8 ball in Heroes 4, that you're really in trouble. If you lose a couple key early fights, it feels like it's always really, really hard to come back and win, to me anyway, in Heroes 4. And so we've already taken our losses there at least once. That has in fact happened to us once. I'm gonna hope it doesn't happen again. We'll see how this goes. Imps. Oh wait, is that 5 spell points? I think it's 5 spell points for the imps. Oh well. Still worthwhile. I think we're just gonna wait on them, bring the skeletons back. Harpies come closer. Now we charge forward. Wonderful. Wonderful. I do hope that my heroes can survive this fight fairly well. It looks like it's going pretty good. Imps, I don't care about losses here, so we're just going to let them take damage, do damage. I'm going to curse this big stack. Barbarian's going to step up. And let's just see where they attack. They attack Gauldoth. Thankfully, he's got just enough hit points that he's going to survive their offensive. The curse probably wasn't necessary, but if I lose him, I feel real dumb and real bad. Let's not lose him. Jeez, when I saw him go down in the other fight, I was worried that was just us ending the scenario. The fact that you can lose your hero but not lose your hero actually is a huge plus in my opinion. Basic combat, no. And one of the best parts about Heroes 4 in my opinion, I think the necromancy over the occultism. It'll give us additional spell points. If we're casting Summon Imp all the time, maybe that's gonna be better. And I don't think that skeletons are really gonna play into our main strategy at this point. For the first time, folks, we did it. We finally got to the Learning Stone. The mystical powers of the Learning Stone are still unknown, but heroes who stare into its surface benefit from experiences of those who have visited in the past. Wulfric and Gauldoth, half dead, learn much from this strange stone. 1,000 experience. I'm going to give this guy Master Combat. That's going to increase his defense. He's just gonna be better. Let's just do that for Wulfric. And he's gonna level up there with my blessing. With all of my good vibes, let him level up. Once again, this fight, I think, is gonna go about the same way that the previous fight did. The vampires, we're gonna try and make sure that they're taking all this attention. Imps are gonna take this retaliation right there. Of course, the first strike ability means that the nomads got the hit off before the imps even got to go. And then we're actually gonna pull our barbarian, our tanky barbarian hero back. Yeah, I'm gonna pull him back. Damage here, damage there, damage everywhere. And then if they want to get into Gauldoth, they have to go all the way around. Well, they wanted him. No! It's not good. That's not how this is supposed to go. At least I saw it could have happened. Arbiter Dan says relax. You know, I gotta tell you, one of the best things about Heroes Might Magic is actually that it's more or less a relaxing experience. And occasionally Phixfox does get a little excited. These things do happen. I've mentioned before and I'll say it again, I always feel bad for the people who say that they enjoy watching me as they're falling asleep, and then I scream or I yell, and I'm sure that that's not very good for their mental attitude at that point, but these things do happen. So 18 skeletons, Gauldoth goes down. And let's go with the Grandmaster Combat. He's just going to be so tanky. Red player's been eliminated though. The reason being, of course, because Gauldoth was eliminated. In the previous instance in the battle, he was eliminated, and he was able to revive instantly, and so that didn't trigger the loss condition of lose your main hero. But here, because we're not fighting in a castle, he's just a dead gravestone kind of a deal, and that can happen. So I think that there is an autosave here. There is. And so unfortunately, yeah, cool loss animation though. We're gonna do the reload because we're 2 hours in, and I do want to see this go just a little bit further here. We are gonna have to fight these fights a little bit more. I think that I can put the same moves on this enemy this time that we did last time. When we fight the nomads though, we're gonna be much more careful. How about that? We're just gonna be much more careful with the way that we fight and let enemies get into our face. It might be to the point. Here's my thought process. At this point with 10 vampires, I feel pretty good. I think it's going to be in my best interest to actually put the chainmail onto Gauldoth as opposed to on the barbarian hero. If he picks up Grandmaster Combat, he's going to be so tanky anyway. He doesn't need it, right? And even though it's going to cost me some additional spell points for Gauldoth to have that chainmail, he's not going to die to random crap like that, and that feels pretty good. So I think that that's going to be my plan moving forward. Actually, I'm going to switch the armor. He's going to be tankier. Ideally, you just outthink the problem and you just make sure that he never gets touched. Sometimes you're going to take hits, you just can't help it. We'll see. I'm not taking basic combat. I'm not doing it. It's no, it's not happening. And again, with the occultism and this wizard's ring, it should be fine. So let's actually move this armor over. We're gonna give the leather armor over to our hero here. And then actually, do I want any of these? Let's see. I think I want this Cloud of Despair and this other one over here on our barbarian. So that way he can use something even if he's out of range. I don't want the basic archery. I do think I want the master combats for the reasons we've already talked about. I just want him to be tanky. I really do. And then also, we're gonna use the single stacks a little bit more here. We're gonna split off a couple of skeletons just so that way there's more units that can get in the way of these nomads in case that there's a problem here. Maybe use imps to lure the enemy instead of attacking. I think you're totally right about that. LaForm, 2 heroes party. This game is wild. Yes, yes. Arbiter Dan, yes. And don't wait command on the vamps. Use right there. Push them forward. Down to 1, down to 8. Yeah, they can take it. Okay. Arbiter Dan, I'm gonna take your advice there. I trust that you know what their capabilities are. Part of the thing when I talk with people about Heroes of Might and Magic, it doesn't matter which one, but when I talk to people about Heroes of Might and Magic, new players always, and I consider myself right now a new player, right? I'm a new player when it comes to Heroes of Might and Magic 4, right? I've beaten the campaign so long ago that this doesn't really count, okay? But talking to new players, it's always a matter of figuring out, okay, so what fights can I take and what fights can I not take? That's always the question, and that's always the struggle. And when you're new and you just don't know what your strengths and limitations are, it feels pretty bad. It feels pretty bad. Ideally, we're going to get up to speed quickly enough that that's not going to be a problem, but we're going to see just how long that does take. Our little meat shield barbarian's doing a great job. I think I just want him to attack here. More imps. Imps are going to take some damage. Hopefully they're going to soak up the damage from these 13. They do. Wonderful. And then these 5 nomads should not kill Gauldoth here. And in these numbers, I should be just fine. If I did have the Q function where I could just end the battle now, I think I would, but I don't, so I shan't. Defends. Killing their biggest stack. And so far, so good. Do not attack with your skeletons. Use the skeletons to block the path towards the heroes. That's a good point. That's a really good point. And again, one of those things I probably do much better in Heroes 2 than I do Heroes 3. Well, definitely better than I do here. Not knowing certain strategies and tactics, we probably didn't have to lose a single skeleton there. We probably didn't have to. And I've gotten good at Heroes 2 and 3 to the point where I can avoid losses wherever possible. I need to do the work to get good enough at Heroes 4 to get back to that here. I imagine that at one point I was probably good enough to do that. Not anymore. And so for that being said, I need to just do better. I need to do better. I've got 10 vampires. I should not be losing any of these fights. So let's just not lose any of these fights. Scores? Scores? We're not fighting scores of Ogre Magi. Oh my gosh. No way. Not a chance. Leforum, vampires a power stack like in Heroes of Might and Magic 2 they heal? Absolutely they do. Look at these guys. They've got 75 hit points, 12 to 18 damage, and they do have this leech life ability where they are going to revive for so much damage. And so these guys are our power stack right now. They're doing great. Heal and revive? Yes. Yes, they do. And job well done regardless. Thanks, Rise. And Arbiter Dan. Yeah, Arbiter Dan, I am so glad that you're here because you are making this so much easier for me. Your advice, your tips, your tricks, the value cannot be overstated. So, and I appreciate everybody here because even if this is our first time playing Heroes 4, it's still always important to have the strategy and the strategists all get into the same room. Because I think that we've all experienced this when we're playing a game. If you're watching a game, you can sometimes see some opportunities that you otherwise would have missed. Right? Watching a game versus playing the game, sometimes we see things that we otherwise would have missed. So I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you all. Seems harder to control the fight in Heroes of Might and Magic 4. It's harder for me. I'm guessing that Arbiter Dan could probably control these fights much better. By the way, I think that's Cyclops with the 2 fingers there. Arbiter Dan, I like that. That's pretty slick. Let's see more of that. We're going to keep the vampires all together here. You ask to enter the Ivory Tower, but the mages who live and study here rudely refuse. There's something suspicious about their poor manners. Perhaps they are hiding something. If you want to find out, you will have to force your way inside. You attack. We will, but yeah, single stacks, probably pretty useful. Let's see. So that's back. Backline. Backline. Let's see, frontline, frontline, frontline. Front line. Skellies need to be in stacks 1 and in the front row. Also use the tight formation. Those mages are your nightmare. I don't think that scores of mages, I think that's actually way more than I want to deal with. And here's the deal. I do still have tons more vampires down below. I've got 2 more to be recruited there. We're not too far away from getting Thunderbirds. I think that we're actually going to wait on this fight. There's a part of me that wants to fight this, but knowing that it's scores of mages, that's a lot of magic fists that are coming my way. I'm going to stay actually away from them. We're going to fight that later. I know I headed in that direction like we were going to do it. We're going to wait. We're going to wait. Sounds too difficult. It feels too difficult. Maybe a better player could do it than I at the moment, but at the moment, I am not that guy. Skeletons don't have enough movement points. Okay. Yeah, at the moment, I'm not that guy. But we have finally done it. Here's the question. Do I purchase my Thunderbirds here or do I purchase them here? I do see that there's this lith over here, and I do see that there is this quest gate that takes you from landing to landing. This ferry connects these 2 points. It's kind of like a lith, but it's just a little bit nicer. To get through the quest gate, we're gonna have to go to it to figure out if the enemies can come through it or if we can go through it. Because there's a way here and a way here. Both of these castles look potentially just as bad, but there is a quicker resupply from the vampires down below at this castle, our starting castle. The only other thing to think about is this. We don't have the breeding pins here. We do have the breeding pins at our other castle. And that increases our town's growth by 50%. I feel like the cliff nest is actually probably better here just because of that advantage. Oh, we're still short on mercury by a lot. We will trade for it. 8? Trade for mercury? I think so. Yeah, because 8 mercury we can get to, especially with 2 towns. So let's do that. We're still gonna need 20 wood. So let's make sure we don't overtrade. That's gonna be perfect. There's 5. There's that. Okay. But yeah, we are gonna pick up the cliff nest over here. Oh, was I short one? I don't know how I did that, but I totally shorted myself 1. Okay, cool. Let's do that. And then that should be, so long as those creatures are accruing, we're gonna be doing better and better and better. Ta-da! Okay. Alrighty, folks. The Thunderbirds are so cool looking. Look at these guys. They look like they are just lightning incarnate. Now, we are going to have to continue to trade for Mercury, but I will trade anything for them. I really will. And I don't know if it's going to be better to get some Thunderbirds now to help me clear out the map or to simply focus on trying to get the second crag. I'm guessing that a couple of Thunderbirds now are going to go a long, long way for me. And so let's make sure we keep them alive. Let's not have any surprises through this other lith. Let's just leave these gentlemen right here. They should be our advanced warning, just in case somebody comes through these liths. And then we're going to go from there. We are broke. We got nothing going on. Let's just sit and wait for another day. With the general present, you can traverse the whole map in 1 turn. Oh, the whole battle map? With the Phoenixes? With the Thunderbirds? You're saying that they're that fast that they can go through the entire battle map in 1 go. I believe that. One of my favorite things about Thunderbirds and Phoenixes is that they're just so fast. And they have the strike first. Sounds perfect to me. Let's see. We don't have any mercury glowing. We don't have an alchemist lab or anything like that. We've got gems, we've got crystal, we've got so many wonderful things. We do not have mercury. And so for that reason, let's trade a little bit more and let's actually send those 2 birds this way right now. We got plenty of ore to do so at the moment. We're gonna get 1 and we're gonna be short. We're gonna caravan them over tomorrow. 2. Yeah, and even these 2 should help out a lot. As we've mentioned, the caravans are one of our favorite things. Okay, so we're going to Talsi with these gentlemen into the caravan and send them. And they should actually be here like tomorrow. 2 days? Okay, it's gonna take 2 days. But in 2 days, we're gonna be ready to attack. And as fast as these Thunderbirds are, I think that they're gonna be basically into our army. after we wait just one more day. Okay. Maybe the heroes plus 12 vampires can clear the venom spawn. I'm guessing you're probably right. Especially with the Thunderbirds. I mean, I'm thinking especially with the Thunderbirds, right? It just feels like a lot. I'm gonna leave behind Ogre Magi right now. They're not gonna be very useful against the Magi. Thunderbirds get trashed. Hold on, wait. Maybe the heroes plus 12 and the Skellies know the Thunderbirds get trashed. Thunderbirds are gonna lose, oh, by the Venoms. Oh, we're still gonna fight this fight against the scores of mages though. We're gonna win this fight. This is a lot, but we should still be fine. We are gonna send the vampires up. I don't think we're gonna take that much damage. I don't think so. Maybe? Hello? I hope. Thunderbirds with their 170 hit points. I would prefer that all the damage go onto these vampires, but I don't know how much. I just don't know how much damage these guys are going to do. Let's summon the imps or the sprites. Sprites are going to get down the battlefield quicker than the imps will. You say imps, I'll go with imps. Go big. And my whole goal is just to not lose Thunderbirds and not lose vampires. I'll lose some of these other troops, but I have a general bend but don't break attitude when it comes to Heroes games. And this is a time where I just don't want to lose any forces. I thought that I would eat so many magic fists. The poison's doing some damage, but I should still survive all this. 15, 18, and 9. Mages hit pretty hard, but they're not very tanky. Gauldoth is going to be fine. We're just going to defend on him. Oop. That's so lame. That's so lame. That's so lame. I love this. I love this. This is awesome. This feels like I'm a brand new baby who knows nothing what I'm doing. This is awesome. Okay, so we lost the one person that mattered. And so we're just gonna reload. Line of sight, yes. And so what we're hearing there is that line of sight does matter in a big way, because you can't shoot over and you can't magic arrow and stuff over certain troops, right? And so we still are gonna win this fight. We just have to make sure that there's somebody sitting in front of Gauldoth, so maybe even these centaurs are just gonna step up. Either way, it'll be fine, but this time we're just not gonna let that happen again. Yeah, line of sight does matter an awful lot now. Jeez. That's awesome. You would think that I'd be sad. I'm not sad. I'm actually like, I'm really enjoying this. Okay, unfortunately we did just eat the poison. 74 hit points left. If I just sit right here, we should be fine. But the poison damage, I don't think we're gonna take 74 points of damage. That just sounds like a lot. I don't see that happening. Okay, but then I gotta just sit right in front of you, like here. So line of sight. Line of sight. Oh gosh. Do we have Potion of Restoration? Removes all negative spells? We're doing it. Oh, that doesn't work? Poison doesn't work for harmful spells? That's not a harmful spell? Potion of Toughness. Hit points of the hero who drinks this potion temporarily increases by 25%. We're gonna do that. Oh, we already got that from a adventure map object. Okay, so you're telling me we have to beat them in this round of combat or we lose? Great. Okay. You need healing specifically? Okay, I can't just... Okay, that makes a lot of sense then. Let's see what happens here. 17 go down. We gotta kill these guys before poison damage happens. And looks like the poison damage is not gonna kill us. Whew. Whew. 87 of these mages goes down. I do like the mages, but my word. Stop it. Okay. Perfect. We will take what we can get. And I'm still going to go with the Grandmaster combat. I know that earlier, Arbiter Dan, you mentioned that you liked the advanced melee because just the additional damage. Does it actually have more defenses? Divides the natural defense of an enemy by 2. Melee skill never reduces enemy's defense below 10. Okay, so it just makes sure that you can get through their armor and you do more damage. I just like the idea of him just being super tanky, but maybe it's time to branch out. We've already got 40 defense on both ranged and melee damage with the normal combat. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's time to branch out and do some damage. Whoa, perfect. Searching the empty halls, you find 4,500 gold, a parchment of giant strength, a scroll of bless, a parchment of mass speed, a scroll of quicksand, a parchment of mass order ward, a scroll of summon fire elemental, and a scroll of precision. Wonderful, 4,500 gold. I like it. I like it a lot. And then we just got stacks of skeletons running around. And they move so slow. They creak and they crumble and they're trying to stay alive. What's a skeleton got to do in this world just to stay alive? I ask you. Ogre Magi, for now, we're just going to join this army. And let's make sure that we get this split right. So I think that scrolls. So one of these is single use and one of these is permanent, but I forget which one. Giant strength. Do I have the information here? I think that just increases your hit points. Mass speed. I think that the parchment of mass speed is definitely the best thing here. My word. Mass order ward. That's very niche. Scroll of precision. The hero can cast a precision spell. Half the cost of the normal spell. Okay. Giant strength is amazing, but it's level 2 nature. Oh, so I can't use it anyway. I wonder what mass speed is then. Because it looks like right now it doesn't show up in here. Will it show up in here? Should it show up in here? Yes, it should. So if I can use the spell, I can double check by changing it out. And if it doesn't show up here, then I can't use it. Mass speed increases all unit speed by 3. Yeah, super good, but it's level 4 nature. Okay, so good to have, but not really the thing. And then this giant strength, we can't cast that. So no. We can do the bless. Summon fire elemental. I mean, it's not a lot of fire elementals. It's 3, but at least we can cast it. I don't know about the quicksand. This is a time where I don't know if the bless is just that good. The quicksand feels kind of gimmicky because it's always gimmicky from Heroes 2 to 3 and whatever. Maybe you would have to let me know if it's actually better than I'm giving it credit for. I think that all my spell casting is going to be reserved for imps and sprites and skeletons and stuff anyway. I don't think I'm going to ever want to cast the quicksand. Maybe the bless though is going to be good enough on like a stack of phoenixes, for example. And again, mass speed, I would take that, but I don't have the ability to cast it. Quicksand is the best spell? Here? Quicksand's the best spell? I know I can't cast Bless on the vampires, but I can cast them here. You can divide behemoths. You can divide behemoths. Okay. All right. There you go. And this is why, if you're good at a game, like, knowledge matters, right? Knowledge matters. And so me as a player, I never would have gone for that. I wouldn't have even tried it. And so I'm glad that we've got somebody who understands how this works out. And that helps out a lot, because this fight against these behemoths, if there is some additional terrain that they have to contend with, that can be the difference between a win and a loss. It's not a crappy spell like in Heroes 3. Okay. I believe you. We're absolutely going with that. Let's head back. Let's pick up all of our troops here. And then we are going to send everybody to the other castle in just a moment. Let's pick up one more caravan worth of vampires. 3 more. Lovely. And then if I need to caravan anybody else, we're going to caravan them over to Ulen. So vampires should be here tomorrow. Everybody else is just kind of waiting. Again, though, it feels like I'm very, what's the term? I'm very imprecise with my movement at this point. This feels rough. This feels like I should be doing way better, and I'm just not. We're gonna get there eventually. It's gonna take some time, but man, it's gonna take some time. The Centaurs with the precisions become trash to decent because does that drop their damage from 1/4 or 1/8 damage? Does that boost it up? Your Vamps can take one behemoth stack at a time? Okay. So everybody else just needs to kind of play in between. Everybody else's job is just to block for the vampires. Use them as our primary win condition and play around them. Gotcha. Okay. Just in case I need these Harpies up here, I am going to send them down via caravan. And then up we go. Precision removes all distance penalties plus 25% more damage. Okay. So really good then. Okay. And we do have, it looks like 54 Centaurs at the moment. That's some pretty good damage. That's pretty good. It sounds like we're going to try the Quicksand first, though. We're going to give that a shot first, and then we'll go from there. We're here first and foremost to just make sure we get Thunderbirds. I think I can trade in here. Is it right here? Yeah. Purchase building, recruit creatures, marketplace. Okay. There. But once I can defeat these behemoths and get an additional 1,000 gold per day, I think I'm really going to be feeling pretty okay. I think that that's going to be a pretty massive deal. And with 6 Thunderbirds to pack some damage in, 28 of the Ogres to just be beefy and take some hits, I think that I'm ready to fight this fight. Which one is the precision, by the way, though? Hold on. There? Okay. Let's try this Quicksand ability. Let's see how this works out. And let's go get ourselves some gold. And finally claim the entire rest of this continent for ourselves. Okay. We don't need any spells at the moment. This is going to be several of the behemoths. Put precision on the barbarian. Can he cast spells like that? Hold on. Here, here, and so he can throw stuff, he can cast precision. Now he can. Okay, so just so I'm clear, the parchments you have to have the appropriate skill level to cast. The scrolls just allow you to cast whatever spell. Gotcha. Okay. I think that I'm understanding you right now. Let's make this happen. Okay. So, and this is actually not nearly as many behemoths as I thought it would be. And this terrain is kind of nifty. I do think that I want to, in the past you've said send the vampires. I don't think I want to send the vampires now. We do want them to stay behind and make sure I don't lose. If I drop down to like 6 vampires, I'm probably not going to heal enough to keep their stacks alive. So let's wait on everybody and then let's try the Quicksand spell. Oh, and I can cast it anywhere? If I cast it right here, are they going to have to go all the way around or all the way around? I think so. You can draw. Nifty. Cool. Okay. Cancel? Cancel? Okay. Behemoths look like sloths on steroids. Still adorable. I love that. Okay. So we canceled it. Cast again. And so, oh, so it has to be in the same spot. I can't cast in separate spots. It has to be one long drawn line. Is that kind of what I'm picking up in front of them? Like right here, just like, phew. Like that. Okay, gotcha. Now we're on the same page. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that actually does look like a much better spell. I don't know if this is going to slow them or if it's going to be impassable terrain, but I could even go all the way around next time. Oh, they stopped? They just waited on their turn? Very nice. Oh, I should have cast precision. Whoops. Okay. Should have cast precision. We're going to bloodlust here. We're going to wait. We're going to let the vampires head up in just 1 second. We're now going to cast precision on the centaurs. And let's see. Vampires are going to move up into position, and we might even just try and quicksand up in this direction just to keep these behemoths honest. The 2 big stacks here, though. Interesting. Quicksand on random spots in Heroes of Might Magic 3 always seemed a bit silly. I like the Heroes of Might Magic 4 version more. I am totally with you. 100% with you. I'm going to wait. This stack can't attack me unless I move up. And I'll be able to tank the damage, I think. But everybody else is going to wait. We're gonna cast Quicksand one more time. That just feels good. How about you stay out of my face? How about you stay out of the fight and never bother me again? I like it. Okay. So we're doing full damage now. Nice. Phoenixes, I'm gonna attack. We can maybe even kill 2 behemoths here. We can kill 1. I wish I had turn order available. That would actually be really, really useful. Oh no, they got in. No, you went around the long way. That wasn't the plan, dude. Okay. All right. Phixfox messed up. Phixfox ruined the plan. Attack! That was absolutely not the way that we drew that up, is it, Arbiter Dan? Arbiter's at his computer right now, just like, gosh darn it. Arbiter Dan's like, this didn't have to be this hard, Phixfox. It didn't have to be this hard. As we've already lost 2 Phoenixes. My word. Okay. All right. We're going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Let's throw some imps up there so they can just take a hit for us. I don't really care where. How about here? Sure. Damage here. And 136 damage. I think we can do close to that. Imps go down. Behemoths are feeling crazy. Vampires are almost back up to full. Not quite. 50 hit points left here. And we did not get back up to full on the vampires. We did lose 2 vampires and 2 of the Thunderbirds. Okay, alrighty. Avatar 1986, are we live for reals? We are on a Monday. A little bit surprising, but ultimately we are here. Attack with the Vamps, wait on the Phoenix. Okay, overall, going with the hero. That's a good fight. Okay, alrighty. The losses are totally acceptable. The losses are completely and utterly acceptable because the additional 1,000 gold per day should allow us to get another cliff nest, right? And then if we get the additional cliff nest, that should move us very, very far into our advantages over our enemies in the future. A couple of Thunderbirds lost now, if it translates into more Thunderbirds later, should be pretty okay. A quick stop at a local tavern for a drink sweeps you into a chaotic bar fight. During the commotion, you see a man drop to the floor after being cut by a knife. The injured man begins weeping like an infant. Soon after, the wielder of the knife goes down too. You immediately scoop up the man's dagger of despair and sneak out before someone spots anything. This is awesome. I love this. Maximum negative morale. Wonderful. You know who that's going on? That's immediately going on my barbarian hero. And this guy is tough. He is ready to go. He should be in every single fight. He should just be crazy. And I do hear you when you said that you wanted him to be in the fight more often in that previous fight. This is kind of where we're at. He's now going to be just stabbing everybody and making them really, really sad. Potion of Speed. Hero that drinks this increase their speed by 3 for the duration of combat. And the Potion of Mirth, not too bad. Some additional spells. And the Cyclopes, dozens of them. Dozens of them. That's a lot of those. Note how unhelpful your ogres were in that fight. Yeah, they're really slow, aren't they? They are really slow. I'm gonna do this where I'm just gonna send these skeletons up here. I want to see how many Cyclopes there are. These were free skeletons. I don't really care. Wow, 34 Cyclopes with 95 hit points each, 12 to 18 damage, and so many shots, and AOE damage. I forgot that Cyclopes have AOE damage. Completely forgot about that. That's more than I want to handle here. How much damage do they do? Oh, 56. It doesn't give you the max end of damage. It doesn't tell you what the bleed over damage would have been. But 36 Cyclopes, that's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, oh, 34. And they have the area of effect. They absolutely rock. Yeah, that's going to be a fight that you're only going to want to take, I imagine, with your flyers. Here and here. Nomad's Ghosts, something like that. They literally rock you to death. So, you know what though? We don't actually have to go that way. Well, let's see, dozens. I'm guessing it's the same amount of Cyclopes, whether you want to go this way or this way. And so I don't know which is better. And I guess that a part of me doesn't really care at the moment. We'll find out which is better later, but for now, there are other things to clear out. We do still have some opportunities underground. And I think that with this force, I'm there. And so let me just clear out what's underground. We're going to get a couple more Thunderbirds. We are pretty much to another cliff nest minus the crystal, minus the mercury. The Cyclopes protect you for now, so get all the Centaurs. Get all the Centaurs. Now they're actually good. Okay. For it. With the precision spell, you're saying the Cyclopes go from a level 1 kind of meh creature up to the precision. Yeah, only with the precision. All of a sudden with the precision, they do actually feel pretty good. I agree with that. And I think that the Berserkers, I'm just going to wait until they get such a big stack that they actually feel useful. That's not going to happen for quite some time though. So we're going to wait on that. More of these creatures. I don't know. I wish there was more Mercury, but we're just going to have to trade at a really bad clip, I think. There is no Mercury mine. And this is all crystal. Yeah, I just wish I had one alchemist lab. Okay, alrighty. Troops to purchase. Let's get the Centaurs, Nomads, Ogre Mages. I may be considering switching out the Ogre Mages for somebody else at some point. But who? That's the question. Backline, 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 frontline. I want like that. Okay. And I do need to figure out exactly how many of these Vile spawns are underground. Freebies. 2 more vampires. Might as well pick them up real quick. And it is going to be dozens. Once again, let's have one single person just go and say hello. Just go greet the natives. It's going to be 22. I think that we beat 22. I'm going to take a break, bro. Protect the vamps and build the Thunderbirds. You're fine. Thank you. Hey, Arbiter Dan, you've been a huge strength, huge support. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, this is the learning map. By the time we come back here, we're going to be even better than before. So you've helped me out a ton. I couldn't have been doing this without you. Thank you so much. You're the man. And so, yeah, please take a break, eat some food, get some liquid, take a nap, whatever it takes. You be you, man. Thanks so much. We'll catch you around. Okay. So at this point, the Venom spawns are going to be doing half damage so long as we're over here. I think we're going to wait on everybody and then we're going to rush down the battlefield. That's going to be my plan. Greetings from Romania. Wonderful. I love every Romanian that has ever been in the chat. Has been one of my biggest, one of my most favorite people. So Vammy, Arbiter Dan, all the Romanians out there, you guys are awesome. Way to go. Way to be. Rise to Ruin, keep coming back, Arbiter Dan. Nice to have you and learning from your strats. Totally. Could not have said that any better. 16 to 24 damage. A curse couldn't be too bad. Then again, the imps, when there's 44 of them, they're going to take a full hit. That's going to be even better than a curse. A curse is going to reduce damage. Summoning the imps is just going to take one full round of combat from these guys. So let's do that. Everybody else is going to wait. Ogre Magi are just going to do their haste. Oh no, I forgot once again to cast the precision. Whoops. My bad. And then I think if I just take like 2 steps forward, next round of combat, I should actually be able to do more damage. Okay, 1 stack goes down. Precision finally. 125 points of damage. And then I'm going to send the Nomads out. Out and up. Okay. Now the Nomads are getting in these guys' face. Vampires are in these guys' face. The vampires should stay alive. 14 hit points left on these Thunderbirds. I see no reason why we ought not to attack anyway. There's no retaliation there, so that's fine. I really wish I could keep them alive. I don't know how I can even do that though. Let's curse this stack of 8 though. Now that feels like a good deal. 1 Thunderbird goes down. And then full damage, 78 damage there. Man, these vampires hit like a truck. I am such a big fan of them. My word. And yeah, this fight is ultimately gonna be okay. I think that there's a lot of counter-based combat in Heroes of Might and Magic 4, if I recall. And what do I mean by counter-based combat? If you have the tools to deal with a certain unit, then you're fine. if you don't have the tools to deal with that unit, even if you have a pretty good fighting force, you're gonna have a real bad time. That's my general thought process. In Heroes 2, that would be like the wolves. If you run across lots of wolves in Heroes 2, sometimes you're gonna take absolutely no losses, and sometimes you're gonna take a ton of losses. It depends on what your army composition looks like, and that's really all it comes down to. So I think that in Heroes 4, it's quite similar in that regard. As you investigate the burnt remains of an old chapel, you discover a secret compartment in a blackened altar containing a wand of healing. That feels pretty good. The wand of healing. So the wand begins each combat with 2 spell points and regenerates 2 spell points each round. And I think that just allows you to cast, the heal spell. I don't know if I want that on Gauldoth or if I want that on my barbarian, so my barbarian can help heal Gauldoth just in case he gets into some really tough times. Let's put it on the barbarian hero. No, he's got the sword. Never mind. It's gonna stay on Gauldoth then. Okay, and we're gonna go from there. But nice pickup there. First spell, we already had it, but that's okay. And so on and so forth. Let's see. Avatar, sorry, missed the beginning here. Was it work? What led you to Heroes 4? We just wanted to do something. Usually I don't stream on Mondays. I think that's the first time I've ever streamed on a Monday. This is the first time, but we are here now, and I just wanted to do something different. That's really all it came down to. Just wanted to do something different. And I figure that people have seen an awful lot of Heroes 2 from me. We might as well give ourselves something new. And I gotta tell you, the challenge is so lovely. This is such a lovely challenge because while I'm familiar with the Heroes Might Magic series, and I've played all these campaigns in Heroes 4, it's been several years since I played Heroes 4, and so a lot of stuff is not at the forefront of my memory. I am like, as I've mentioned before, just like a little baby, just trying to relearn how to walk, and it's really fun. It's really fun. The sour stench of death is overpowering in this graveyard. Many of the graves have been dug up from the inside, knowing that the locals take their prized possessions with them to the grave. Do you want to battle the company of zombies for the opportunity to search their coffins? We're fighting with these 11 skeletons just so we can see how many it is. Oh my gosh, 212? 212 zombies? 212 times 24. That's how many hit points these zombies have. Oh my gosh. It's like 500 hit points worth of zombies, doing 2 to 4 damage. We could curse them. I still think that we win. Yeah, I still think that we win. Not this fight, the next fight, but goodness gracious. Oof, that's a lot of zombies. 212. Yeah, I think that we win. What do we got? We got 3 of our top tier creatures with Thunderbirds, 13 of the vampires. We got a couple of other creatures. We can soften them up with these centaurs. Honestly, like truly, ideally, I would have the displacement spell, the order spell, and I would just be able to flick them away a couple of times until my ogres can get into the fight. My ogres have not been very useful so far, so I'm gonna let the ogres actually do that fight for me. This fight seems fine. Ghosts, I'm gonna let them take this first round, and then I'm just gonna hit auto combat from here. I don't think it's gonna matter. I do wish I could prevent the AI from using all my spell points. That would be nice. Just because I would prefer to keep them for this upcoming fight. There probably is not a feature, but there's probably a toggle I can do on that. In the meantime though, I'm just fighting this fight with the ghosts, so that way I have them available for the future. Let's pick up the luck. And this luck over here. And let's fight this fight. Company of zombies, we know that's to be so many zombies. Let's send the Ogre Magi out to deal with these guys directly. Let's skip where we can. Let's cast the Quicksand. I really like this Quicksand spell, actually. Now that we know what it does, it feels really kind of fun to just paint with all the colors of the wind. I am Pocahontas. Precision here on these centaurs, so they should do full damage moving forward. And the zombies are going to go all the way around. These zombies are going to try and go through, so be it. 54 down to 42 of these zombies. And the vampires are going to take a preparatory step. This stack of zombies might be separating itself from the rest of the herd. So if they do so, we will let them. It feels like old school MS Paint. Yeah, it does Rise to Ruin. And I'm all for it. If this is old school MS Paint, then I'm glad that it found its way into this lovely game. I don't remember when Heroes of Might and Magic 4 came out. I don't know. When did it come out? Like, did it come out in, what, 2006? 2000? No, that's way too late. Like 2002, 2004? I really don't recall when it came out, but it's definitely got some old school vibes to it in a way that is really good. Somehow, and this is just my opinion, this though feels a little bit more dated than even something like Heroes of Might and Magic 2 felt. Like with the F-Heroes 2 edition, Heroes 2 F-Heroes edition feels better than this does in some ways. And again, in what ways? It just, like, the graphics feel very much 2000 for Heroes 4, whereas in Heroes 2, it feels a little bit, a little more modern. Don't ask me how that works. Don't ask me how the older game feels more modern, but that's just my 2 cents as I'm looking at this. Although I gotta say, I love that they took risks. Like going for this top-down approach, Heroes 1, 2, and 3 has the battle with like the side view on it. And this breaks from that in a major way. Good on them for taking a risk. And ultimately, as I've mentioned before, it's not about better or worse. It's just about different. And this is different. And different is the reason why we're playing this today. And so I'm all for that. 5,000 gold, Ring of Health. I think that this Ring of Health is actually a big deal. No, it just increases my hero's hit points by 50%. I don't really care if the other hero dies. It's probably better on him, but I don't want Gauldoth to go down, and so he's going to keep that. And so ultimately, we're going to call that a big win for us. And we've now cleared out the entire underground. The entire underground is dead. Rise to Ruin. That's kind of what I was saying about the art style looking unique. Some of it feels antiquated, but the mechanics seem more advanced. I think that's a good bit of... I think that's a good way of looking at it. Because, yeah, you're saying that the mechanics are so very, very different, and I do think that they are more advanced. We've already mentioned, we've seen the caravan system. I think that the caravan system, if you could put that into Heroes 3, I think that that would actually be an excellent addition to Heroes 3. It would fundamentally change the game in a way that maybe you don't want to do, but I think it'd be valuable. I think it'd be good. And maybe it only makes sense in Heroes 4 to kind of have that system, because maybe it only makes sense to do if you have heroes that participate in battle. And so you don't want your heroes who participate in battle to be running around the map picking up freebies. Maybe that's the best reason for the caravan. Maybe that's how it came about. And maybe for that reason it has no place whatsoever in Heroes of Might and Magic 3. But, who knows? I'm just saying. Just spitballing here. We need 16 mercury. Yeah, 16 mercury. Let's make that happen. But antiquated in some ways, and in other ways, like, it's just, I like it. I really have to say, I do like every little bit of this game. Feels good to be back. How about that? Feels good to be back. What am I missing? Wood, crystal, sulfur. I got everything. Oh, it requires the castle? Oh, well, in that case, we better pick up the Citadel and then the castle. My goodness. I was not keeping track of my priorities here, was I? Let's head out. All the same. And then these troops that are behind, we should be able to pull them up to the front fairly quickly. Because I think I've decided I'm going to go through this area rather than go through the landing closest to my main castle. I don't think it really matters which one you pick, but for me it's just going to be kind of a comfort thing. I like to keep my main castle. It just feels like the thing to do. I think I shorted myself on wood. I traded so much wood, and now I'm short on wood. Yeah, I didn't realize I'd need to spend 30 wood in order to get some other stuff. So let's do this. Let's trade gems. It's a really bad rate. I don't like this, but it does get us our cliff nest today. And so then we're going to purchase 2 Thunderbirds here, Ogre Magi, Nomads, Centaurs. And we're going to send them in the caravan all the way over here. Whoop. And then ghosts and skeletons don't really matter. I will grab the vampires. They're going to take 3 days to get here. That's okay. And then the Nomads and the Harpies. There's going to be an awful lot of forces very, very quickly. Okay. Perfect. Berserkers are just going to stay out of the way. And we're going to wait for all of our troops to arrive. Slowly but surely, they will come. Let's see. Avatar says, yes, like Heroes Might and Magic 4 campaign. So nice how the hero continue over to the next scenario. And you really get the feeling of building your hero stronger and stronger. Totally. Totally. And in fact, it was you who had mentioned we're talking about Crag Hack and how he over time becomes this unstoppable force in Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Yeah, I do like that kind of continues over here, and that feeling of just getting stronger and stronger. I think that's one of the best things about Heroes. It feels like your choices lead you to somewhere that's very enjoyable. Phixfox Kid is enjoying the campaign. He likes the zombies. Aw, that's very sweet, Phixfox wife. I appreciate that. Tell him that the zombies are big and scary and tough, but not tougher than your dad. It's not true, but don't tell him that. Okay, Rise to Ruin. Actually, it reminds me of a psychology term you might know. Intersectionality. I'm not familiar. The games are so similar, but so different that they can go in their own boxes. Explain intersectionality a little bit more to me. I'm very much interested to learn that. Believe it or not, I have a minor in psychology. I have a degree that's in the health field, and I do have a minor in psychology, so occasionally I talk about psychological things, but intersectionality, I might have missed that day in class. I might have. And then Rise to Ruin says, Phixfox wife, he's betraying his zombie boys with the vampy men right now. Yeah, pretty much. If that's not the best way of putting it, I don't know what is. Let's view our caravans and just see what else is coming in. Vampires are coming in tomorrow. Oh, and actually, let's just see. Maybe, no. We don't have any more Thunderbirds to recruit. If I did, I might have purchased them and they might have been able to get here in time before we head out. Okay. There's 11 Thunderbirds here. We only have 4 Mercury though. My goodness. Let's trade. I don't think I need resources for much else. We've got crystal and gems and sulfur coming in by the pound. So let's just trade like this. And just trade for this Mercury. We can pick up 8 of these Thunderbirds. We do pick up 8. And then let's actually pick up everybody else. 52 Centaurs. Then let's pick up the Ogre Magi. And we're out of gold. And so I feel okay about not trading the rest of my resources. But this is going to be our army that we're going to go try and deal with some Cyclops about. 13 of the Thunderbirds, 15 of the Vampire Lords, 50 Ogre Magi, 40 of these Nomads, 125 of these Centaurs, and so on and so forth. Here we go, folks. Lock and load. Buckle up, boys. Boys and girls. We got everybody in the chat today. And let's make this happen. It feels so good to have no idea what I'm doing. It's freeing. Folks, this is freeing. To not know what you're doing, it feels freeing. There's a part of me that wants to stay here and say, oh, I'm just going to take half damage. Then there's another part of me that realizes that holy crap, these creatures have an AoE attack and they can attack here and here and here and just hit everybody. So we need to scatter as quickly as possible. Even if it means we take full damage here, we need to scatter. Right there. We accidentally are going to take full damage. Oh no. Oh no. Imps? Maybe the imps can convince them not to attack us. I think we're going to take tons of damage right there. And that feels so bad. Oh, right there? Okay, that's okay. That'll be fine. We're going to Bloodlust. Ouch. Oh, I forgot the precision. Whoops. Ouch, ouch, ouch. And remember, we got to do line of sight so that way we don't lose creatures. We don't lose our back line. Another reason why I actually do really like Heroes 4, it plays around with some of these other opportunities in a way that other games don't. Being able to fight front to back, I do like that. I think that that's pretty valuable. Let's cast the precision here. Let's do a disrupting ray on this big stack. Vampires are taking a beating, but they are slowly rejuvenating. 8 up to 9. Another Thunderbird goes down. Centaurs are even mixing it up. Let's attack this stack here of 9. We do get a little bit of retaliation there. No problem. Attacking this back stack. And then attacking the front stack. The big stack of 14. We do take some damage on this retaliation. We've had worse. I say that, but I can't remember a time in Heroes 4 that we've had worse. I'm going to cast the poison spell because we don't really have a damaging spell, funny enough. And these 50 Ogre Magi are so slow that they are breaking my heart. Please get into the fight. Please. Vampires down to 8. It's not a lot left. We've really relied on them. We're up to 9, and that's going to do it. We don't even lose another Thunderbird from that final retaliation. So that was very costly for the Thunderbirds, 6 of the Vamps. And really, the worst thing was a little bit of a misclick. I didn't mean to move my Thunderbirds so close to my Vampires. That just invited disaster, and we ate a lot of extra damage because of that. A couple of skeletons here. I think that the Necromancy or the Occultism, let's go for the Occultism. Sure, why not? And then this Barbarian, Tactics, interesting. Gives all friendly creatures +1 speed and +1 movement. I'm going to take the basic Tactics. I would always like for my secondary hero to buff up my primary hero. So we're going to take the Tactics so that my forces are just a little bit better. And we're going to take the 1,000 or the 1,500 experience there more than anything else. As the skeletons, for the first time, explore into the enemy's terrain. My word, there is a quest gate here. Let's step on it and see what we got to do. We captured this gate a few days ago. Only those who are loyal to our cause and fly the blue flag may pass. Only those who are loyal to our cause and fly the blue flag may pass. That's not me. Are you telling me that I just defeated the defenders that were keeping me safe? This is a one way that I can't use. But you can. So I needed to go over here and I failed. Nice. Okay, well, we've learned a lot today. That feels pretty good. After some fresh water and cool shade for both you and your horse, you realize you weren't as tired as you thought and continue on a little bit further today. Nice. Nice. I don't know. I really have no idea, but I think that Phixfox is doing the thing where he wins a scenario more than just convincingly. I hope that I'm not going to run into an enemy that has like 20 Thunderbirds or something like that. At this point, it's probably the case. We might be so very, very far behind and just don't realize how much of a corner we've painted ourselves into. If that's what's happening, if that's the case, we're going to find out. But I haven't seen the major forces for our enemies just yet, and I'm very scared of what will happen when we do. Picking up the final Thunderbirds there, we're up to 14 now. And I think that can just caravan everybody else over. So let's head over for this final fight. I say final. There's probably much more to be done. And as we go through, we'll pick up spell points and things like that. These skeletons are standing guard. These berserkers are finally going to come out of the cold and stand under the stoop of our front door. Magician's Pool doesn't help, but we do have pluses everywhere else. Let's get as many of those pluses as possible. Is there I feel like I need a move button. I feel like I'm forever re-clicking. I need like a little reared up horse. I've already made the decision to go forward once. I don't really want to make that decision to go forward again. It should just automatically do it for me. Spacebar? No. Enter? Enter. There we go. Enter is going to let my hero travel on his already destined path. So that's how we're going to do that. Already picked the Fountain and Vigor. And trying to get as many of these Thunderbirds as possible. Okay. I don't think I have any other things to really spend my wood on, so let's trade most of that. Most of that. Most of that. And then let's get the Thunderbirds that are very, very far away first. Let's purchase these two so we can caravan them over here. And they will arrive in 2 days. That actually, now that I think about it, that gives us time to go downstairs and pick up the morale here and a couple of other benefits. We could go all the way up here for this additional luck. I don't think it's going to be that useful. Whoops. and instantly that didn't feel like it was a waste. Okay, breeding pens. I'm going to pick those up after I leave. I need to purchase all these troops first, then we're going to go from there. Rise to Ruin. There's a few definitions, but think of it like a Venn diagram with one circle connected to a bunch of other circles, a big box containing a bunch of other smaller similar boxes. Heroes of Might and Magic is a game, but each version is so different but still connected. Okay, intersectionality. And so are we talking, when we're talking about intersectionality in psychology, are we talking about like transferable skills? I guess that might be more clinical psychology where I'm coming from, where you're talking about like DBT skills or MRT skills and coming from like a strength-based approach and trying to assist people in managing their day-to-day lives. That's kind of what you're making me think of, but I'm guessing that that's not quite where you're coming from. I could be wrong. But the concept of intersectionality is, where do things meet? Where's the overlap? Where do we support each other? And then, of course, that begs the question, and where do we also differ? So, okay, and you're using it loosely. Gotcha. Okay, perfect. I'm glad we're on the same page there, because I really appreciate your insights when it comes to the application of strength-based approaches. I'll say it that way, because of course your work with other people in the industry. Folks, I don't really know what the best spell is to cast here, but I do think a curse couldn't be terrible. So once again, let's try and make sure that we don't step all over ourselves. Let's not let enemies kill two creatures at the same time. Let's just spread out. Let's make sure that we can do damage where we can and go from there. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. Healing wand. Oh dear. Let's do the curse one more time. So this top stack is about to get just obliterated. These vampires are so good, but they're just not going to stand up to this barrage. They are quickly losing strength. Oh, I feel so bad for them. Do I have any way that can support them? I do not. Oh goodness. These poor guys. Notice, by the way, that enemies will retaliate against you. Like if my ranged creatures shoot at your ranged creatures will retaliate. That's not true when you're right up in somebody's face though, which we've, is a pretty consistent hallmark of any good Heroes of Might and Magic game. And so just pretty interesting that the way that retaliations work does change a little bit from thing to thing, which again, we like differences around here. If everything was the same, that probably wouldn't be good. Vampires, do we recover one more vampire? We do, we're up to 6. Ah, that's gonna be it though. Golly. Okay, so we fought the Cyclops we didn't have to fight over there to the west. And now here in the east, we fought the Cyclops one more time. 55 of our Centaurs and 3 of our vampires. Ouch, it feels like a lot. And these 12 skeletons that we're getting back, they don't really feel like they're helping me out a lot. This demonology, by the way, it does increase the effectiveness of your death magic spells by 60%. And really, when it comes down to the summoning, that's where it feels like it's really the very best thing. So we're going to pick up that. Basic leadership increases luck and morale. Wulfric as a secondary hero has been so very good, and he's now a level 8 general, so combat and tactic skills are most likely to become available to the general class. The general's class ability gives all friendly creatures +1 morale. That's one lovely difference between some heroes games. You see up here it says Necromancer for Gauldoth half dead. Before, this other hero of ours, Wulfric, he was not a general. He was a barbarian, and there's no real benefits that you get for that. There's no benefits for being a necromancer. It just says that you get some likelihood of getting certain things offered to you. Once you specialize in something, in this case, personal might-based things along with some tactics and some leadership, then your hero gets some specialities. In this case, the general class gives you +1 to morale. There are some really awesome, really cool, and really broken special classes you can get, and the special class bonuses that can come with them are so very good. And so general is it's all right for a secondary hero. This is kind of what I wanted anyway. The tactics and the leadership is going to help all my troops anyway. He's doing his job just by existing. He is inspiring the men to new, bigger, and greater heights. And what more can I say about that? And being a general class on top of that just adds to it. So I probably should have saved all these skeletons, by the way. We're to the point where we could have had a big stack of skeletons. We just haven't. And we'll call that my bad. I've been pretty cavalier with these skeletons. Your troops have no interest at praying at this temple. We talked before about how there's this death temple below, and now we're going to go to this life temple. The unkempt wildness of this temple of nature resembles a campground more than a place of worship. There is no sacred artifacts here. In fact, nothing at all but dirt, rocks, and foul-smelling plants. Ugh. You wonder why anyone would want to pray in such a mundane place as you kick a pesky bunny out of your way. I love that so much because, of course, the direct antithesis to the life temple are the undead, and the undead skeletons get absolutely no benefit from checking this out. I just think that that is hilarious. We're going to go through from this landing to this landing, and I think that we're gonna start going through here. This quest card apparently allows us to pass through, but not the enemies. There is Durn's Rest here. We need to do some fighting. We also need to do some exploring. These skeletons will slowly but surely do so. There's this big temple. The pyramid is a burial place of ancient kings, but is protected by his mummy guards. There are a white tiger dwelling here, which is pretty nifty. No heroes can claim this for us. We can't claim the gold mine. There is a trough, which will increase your movement points. I don't know why rainwater is going to help my skeletons be less thirsty, but meh, sure, why not? And I'm actually going to split these skeletons into a couple of additional stacks. So this group can go to the north and explore. Ooh. And then the other group can go to the south. Crystal Pool, I think that just gives you crystal. Fountain of Magic, I think that it adds to your spell points. Maybe, maybe not. And then let's see if the skeleton can really explore this much better for us. Wow, Durn's Rest has a level 6 hero guarding it, scores of wolves, a company of the sprites, dozens of the white tigers, 2 stacks of them, and scores of the wolves. This is not a fight that I'm really particularly looking forward to. And so for that reason, because there's some benefits up here, like the gold, I'm going to go grab all this other stuff and then we'll come back. Gold mine for 1,000 gold per day. Let's take their white tigers from them and let's see what happens moving forward. We don't have room for the white tigers, but there's currently 14 that you could recruit. This pyramid, I don't know what it is. The tomb, this is the tomb of an ancient king. There is bound to be something of value inside, but you've heard that mummies guard the tombs of ancient rulers. Do you want to risk their curse and step inside a company of mummies? I don't know how tough they are. So we're gonna once again do this one single stack. This is really nice actually. It cost me 1 Centaur to figure out how tough these guys are. 30 hit points, 5 to 8 damage is actually quite a bit. They also have a curse. Interesting. But 238, so they're about 6 hit points tougher than the zombies were. Not to mention defense and attack skill and things like that. Huh, interesting. Okay. I think I fight them and I think I beat them. So we're just gonna sacrifice this 1 Centaur and go from there. Avatar, I think you or someone said that Heroes 4 has some good stories. It was like 20 plus years ago I played Heroes 4, and teenager Mikhail wasn't that well read on storytelling and narratives. Heroes 4, I think I'm probably the person that's been telling you that. The stories here are so very cool. I mentioned earlier that even just the spells, you can click on this and it gives you this little text bubble. This Disrupting Ray, for example, says, I put this on a young knight once without him knowing it. He stupidly stood toe-to-toe with a skeleton, thinking he could easily beat it. Boy, was he ever wrong. Fun stuff like that. Just like the storytelling is so good. And then this Gauldoth half undead campaign it's got some wonderful storytelling as well. So wonderful stuff. Yeah, flavor text on all the spells. We're gonna have to go through that at some point. We're gonna fight this fight with 21 of the Thunderbirds. We win. That's not really a question. And so let's just win as best as we can, and we'll go from there. Let's see. Bloodlust here. Half damage here because I didn't cast Precision because I always forget. And then Imps are just going to kind of get into the way. I think that they might go down immediately, actually. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. but that means that the Nomads can attack without any penalty. Let's see, can the Thunderbirds kill one full stack? They can. And because we get the first strike with these Nomads, I am going to let them fight, mix it up. We do lose a couple on the retaliation. This might be the final fight for our vampires. I just don't think that the vampire stacks are going to survive too much longer. We're going to back off though. See if we can keep them alive. Thunderbirds, sure, they're tough. We did lose one though, very surprising. And then let's actually paint with the Quicksand here and try and keep the Thunderbirds alive. Slowly but surely, I think I'm getting back up to speed on some tactics, and so I'm seeing some opportunities where I can attack and be aggressive, and then still I can make things work out in my favor all the same. Nomads, I really shouldn't have lost all them. We'll call that a big mistake. Another Thunderbird goes down. Oh my goodness. I didn't think that would be that bad. Huh. Okay, well, I'm learning a lot. Hopefully these Ogre Magi get up here and they can actually deal killing blow to these zombies. They do pretty good for themselves. And from here, Thunderbirds will finish this off. Oh, now I see. You are playing a campaign. Is this the first or second scenario? This is the first scenario in the Gauldoth Half Undead campaign. And we're getting back up to speed. I'm really having a lot of fun with this though. This is truly a ton of fun. Once again, we have the opportunity to increase our friendly creatures' attack skill and things like that. I think that we're going to go for the defense more than the offense. But we do find some nice things here. Oh my gosh. Among many rotten burial gifts, you find 10,000 gold, a purse of gold, a steadfast shield, a ring of regeneration, and an arrow of stunning. Oh my gosh. The arrow of stunning is one of my favorite things ever. It makes your heroes ranged attacks. If you have the basic archery, it gives you a chance to stun the target. And that's pretty awesome. I love that as an artifact. And then this ring of life, it restores 20 hit points plus 2 per level of the hero, rounded down per combat. I think that we're going to put that on Gauldoth because it's going to have a base level effect. It's not going to work multiplicatively with his hit points, which he has some of. We're instead going to use the other ring of life on Wulfric because he's supposed to be in the fray directly in combat. So I think that's where we're going to put that. And then the steadfast shields gives all friendly targets 30% to their melee and ranged defense. It also gives the hero +3 melee and ranged defense. Oh my goodness. Do you think we're going to put that on there? Absolutely. We're going to ignore the chance to cast precision so that way we can take 30% less damage. That feels pretty good. We're going to do that. Not to mention, we did pick up an extra 250 gold per day. That's lovely. That's so lovely. And the skill tree is actually quite fun. Every little step has meaning. It really does. And someday we're going to have to take a look and see what all the possibilities are because they're very, very interesting. Not today, but someday we're going to take a look and see what ways we could build up Gauldoth Half Dead so he can be even better than before. Yeah, you see the direct effect. Totally. Absolutely. Well, that felt like that was definitely worth our time. And that feels pretty good. I wonder why the heroes are all staying put. They're not really going out and doing crazy stuff. I'm a little surprised at that. Scores of griffins. My word, griffins are so tough. It looks like we can just barely get around these guys. Rust dragons? Fairy dragons. Oh goodness. There's our alchemist lab though. We've needed that for quite some time. Let's pick up this crystal pool. And then I think I got one more skeleton here. I do. I don't remember what the Fountain of Magic does, but let's see how tough these unicorns are. How many are there? 87 unicorns? You're kidding me. 87 unicorns? This is huge. They have the chance to blind, 12 to 20 damage, and the 80 hit points. I don't know how you fight 87 unicorns. My word. That was a big fight. That is crazy. Who does this? 87 unicorns. Huh. Well, okay. So let's clear out everything but there. It is leading us downstairs to somewhere. Where that is, I'm not sure. What it'll do, I'm not too sure, but we'll take that eventually. That fight will be a fight for later. This lovely crystal pool will provide us with either 500 gold or 5 crystals each week. Right now, there's nothing to collect. Good to know. I don't know what this does. The Fountain of Magic used to be found only around libraries of magic. Oddly, even though those libraries are long gone, the fountains remain. You take a drink of the icy water, replenishing some of your spell points. Wonderful. And then I do still think that I'm tougher than this fight, but we're going to find out before we actually go and fight. We're going to, once again, send one single troop out to more or less establish how tough these people really are. Nobody ever did pick up this Alchemist Lab, which is interesting. Robe of the Guardian, the hero is immune to damage taken from the first 3 attacks of each combat. What the junk? That's a good artifact. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Scores of Griffins guard this mercenary camp. That's so interesting. Griffins are a tough unit. I do not like this. Yeah, they're basically like unicorns and there's 60 of them. Goodness gracious. Isn't one of the ways to level up an undead hero to amp his or her necromancy and eventually reanimate stronger creatures? I don't remember. I don't remember either. Yeah, I don't know about that. I just don't know. And so we're gonna have to wait and find out a little bit more about that, but amp up his necromancy and eventually reanimate stronger creatures. I feel like, I don't know, but I wonder if we're thinking about Heroes 5. That sounds like a Heroes 5 thing somehow. I could be wrong. I have no idea. But very interesting to kind of consider. Somebody mentioned a little while ago that one of the changes in Olden Era is that there's going to be faction-specific bonuses and different like skill expressions like that. Like necromancers always play around necromancy. Sure, great, wonderful. There's going to be something similar, it sounds like, from faction to faction where everybody's going to be unique. I'll be interested to find out what those all are, but for necromancers, that would be an interesting progression. Way to advance is you kill bigger creatures and then your necromancy skill grows and your hero gets better simply because, hey man, I learned how to resurrect a dragon. I learned how to turn their bones into something useful. What did you do with your weekend? Okay, so looks like it's gonna be 75 white tigers, 175 wolves, 217 of the sprites, and a couple of other creatures. It looks like it's gonna be a level 6 hero here. And then a level 1 archer. Yeah, we win this fight, no problems. We will relearn together. Yes, we will. And you probably, here's the truth. Here's the honest to goodness truth. You're probably right. And so I am grateful to be able to learn and get better at this game all the time. I think that we win because of these Thunderbirds. I would hate to lose any number of them, but I think that it's just going to happen here. And then this is going to be kind of my forward position where I can then bring troops to the front via the caravan. That's kind of my plan. Let's fight this fight against 200 wolves, 200 sprites, 75 of these white tigers, and so on and so forth. Let's kill the gate. Nice, we killed the gate. First try. First try. It must be that when there's a citadel that the gate just gets that much stronger, plus little turrets and stuff. So, pretty interesting stuff there. This level 1 hero, she doesn't look to be very tough at all. I am worried about these sprites. We're going to see what we have to deal with there. Vampires. I'm just going to wait on the vampires. We have to go all the way around in order to get in. We can kill a lot of white tigers here. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to let the fight develop a little bit and just kind of see where this goes. Yeah. And plus, we've got spells we can potentially cast. Imps. Imps do a little bit of spell stealing, which is good. If I attack these wolves now with these imps, then when the Thunderbirds attack, we're gonna not have retaliation, which feels pretty good. We are taking minimal damage from range. Definitely want the ogres to be the ones to step up and take some hits. It feels like the very most useful they can be is to just step up and take hits. You might want a pen and paper for this one. I'm sure you noticed Heroes 4 uses a different army size indicator. Tobal. Hey chat, hey Phixfox, how are you all doing? Aw, Heroes Might and Magic 4 brings back memories. Lord Shadowwing, pen and paper for this one. I'm sure you noticed Heroes 4 uses a different army size indicator. Tell me more. And then Tobal, it's very nice to see you. Very, very nice to see you. Always a pleasure. Okay, Once again, stepping up. I don't know what these sprites are going to do. Are they obligated? Does everybody have to fly the long way around the wall? Seems a little silly, but okay. Vampires, I'm going to save them just in case they become useful later. I don't think they will be, but they might be. We take the retaliation from these tigers, and let's just kill some tigers. Oh yeah, that's a lot of tigers. Might as well finish off this hero. Oh, I didn't even finish him off. Very sad. And then I think curse on these sprites, halving their damage even more. We now have a clear shot into this castle. Let's go, go, go. Sprites do 41 damage. I'll pretend like the curse is the reason that that fight went so much better. I really think that the reason that these fights are going so much better is because our barbarian hero is such a good general. I really think that that's the case. I really think that that's the case. See if vampires die here. They do not. One Thunderbird does go down. I think that the Magi are going to step up and do a lot of damage here. 49 White Tigers goes down to 34. Not nearly as much damage as I thought. Interesting. I thought that the damage would be much different there. Huh, very surprised. Very surprised. And then that is going to be one more Thunderbird that goes down. Truly sad. But that'll be the fight. Okay. Hurrah for the Thunderbirds. I completely agree. And so 2 Thunderbirds going down. I don't know. I killed a lot of low-level creatures. There's a lot of experience here. There's a lot of experience here. Lord Shadowwing. Oh, you got it. You got it. Lord Shadowwing's got me. Okay, so I am actually screenshotting this. So that way we just have it on record. Okay, perfect. So a few is 1 to 4. Several is 5 to 9. Okay, so that's fine. And then a band replaces a pack. A pack used to be between 10 to 19. And then dozens replaces several. Or excuse me. Dozens replaces lots. Scores are between 50 to 99, so a horde is actually a score now. A company is a throng between 100 to 250. A swarm is a host, which is 250 to 999, and then a legion is 1,000 plus, and then thousands is 2,500 plus. Interesting. Okay, so the nice thing is that the nomenclature is a little bit different, but in general, the stats are pretty much the same. So I like that. I like that a lot. That's huge information. Thank you so very, very much. Because yeah, we're like a band. How many is a band? Dozens? I don't know how many that is. So a lot of these fights I would probably have done much differently if I'd had an accurate representation of about how many creatures there were. You are the man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, folks. Big win there. Big win. Do I get the additional 10% damage, or do I get some additional luck and morale? I think we're going to take the offense here. And then we got some heroes in a prison. We're going to steal their hammer and take their fire resistance stuff. Lovely. Okay. A player has been eliminated. Green player has been eliminated. Interesting. During my years in the wild, I learned to respect those magical forces that seem to be at work in nature. The superstitious call it Mother Nature, but I know it is something much more arbitrary, even uncaring. Much like myself, nature exists to survive. Is it really a contradiction for a necromancer to embrace nature? I don't think so. However, I have seen a power like this one that the druid possessed. He is capable of conjuring creatures and even elementals out of thin air. What power? I imagine not needing to rob graveyards for troops. But then, as I am beginning to suspect, these powers might not work on the undead. The negative energy bottled within the undead would probably cancel out such creation magic. Still, I am not ready to abandon this idea. There may be a way to turn this into my advantage. Very interesting. For a hero that starts off with basic nature magic, it's nice that we have this dichotomy, and it's exemplified in the storytelling through the descriptive texts. I think that that's wonderful for the elements of story that we have here for Gauldoth, the undead. We picked up an additional 3 spell points here from the Sacred Grove. Sacred groves can be found in the conjunction of magical ley lines that flow through nature. As Gauldoth, Half-Dead, and Wulfric enter this mystical site, they feel its power flow through them, and I think that we have an additional 3 spell points. I think that that ups our spell points by a flat amount of 3 permanently. Sure, everyone has seen a rainbow, but few actually find the spot where it begins. Wonderful. Okay, perfect. And Rice to Ruin says, oh wow, I think that Legion's the largest category in Heroes of Might and Magic too. Not too bad, not too bad. Lord Shadowwing just woke up from a nap, realized you probably didn't have that info. I totally did not. Thank you. Rise to Ruin, also sick beats on that Discord, Lord Shadowwing. Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Those are really fun. Those are really cool. I'm a big fan. Let's see, Arbiter Dan. Yes, and this carry over to all the rest of the campaigns. Okay, yeah, definitely. For the just this back and forth between life and death. The nice thing is that I've forgotten enough about these campaigns. I know some of the directions that these go, but that whole story element I've completely forgotten. And so I'm very excited to re-explore. I see that you're doing good. It is the first scenario in a very long campaign, so hopefully we can keep doing well. Tons of fun though. It feels like the enemies are maybe a little, I don't know. They're a little, how do you put it? They're not expanding like I would have thought that they would have. And here's kind of how I mean. The enemies haven't cleared out any of this. They didn't slip by and take this alchemist lab. They didn't take this big pyramid. They did take some of these freebies, but when I came into this realm, they just completely defended. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that. How about that? Scores of elves. Wait, we just learned how many this is. Scores is 50 to 100. Okay. It's elves. They're going to do a lot of damage. I don't like it, but I do want the sulfur here. It's going to be about 94, 95 of these nature elves. Let's see. Let's wait from afar. Oh, cool. So I actually, I buried the lead here a little bit. When we just took over that nature town, they did have a mage guild in there. And the mage guild has given us some really nice spells. So speed, stone skin, terrain walk, you know, there's some good spells in here. We already have the quicksand. Maybe it was in the mage guild, maybe not, but happy to see some of these nice spells. I wonder if I could have sped the Thunderbirds so they could get down the battlefield in one go. I'm actually going to give that a try. I want to see if that works. And then I'm actually going to see if this guy can take a little bit of attention because he's just so tanky. Wolfric is so strong. He has become the biggest, baddest, toughest guy you ever saw. And I'm all for it. Yeah, let him just take every single hit possible. It will not hurt my feelings. He will overwhelm these guys. Quicksand's probably from that scroll. Yeah, maybe it's also in the maybe it's in the Mage Guild too, but probably not. It's probably just from the scroll. It might be time to reevaluate my use of scrolls here. There's probably a better one somewhere. We'll have to wait and find out. And we're through this fight. Perfect. Let's see. Also, in Heroes 4, you can recruit new creatures every day. I do really, really like that it's not all creatures on one single day. You do get some opportunities throughout. Again, better or worse change, it's just different. And again, part of the reason why we're playing Heroes 4 today is we wanted something different. We're going to be able to sneak by these griffins. I do not want to deal with them. It looks like the green arrows indicate that we're not in danger of actually fighting them on accident. The mercenary camp is cool, but not my favorite thing to deal with right now with the +3 speed. That's a lot of griffins, and there's still a lot of other creatures that we need to eliminate, like, I don't know, 90 unicorns. Yeah, they're out there guarding who knows what, ruining my day. We're gonna try and save wood, I just realized, and actually I should probably save a lot more of these other resources minus the sulfur. Reason being is I think I do want to upgrade this town a little bit. Fairy dragons or phoenixes would be useful. We can get the unicorns right now. Tell you what, let's get the unicorns. Are the griffins better than the unicorns? I don't know. Let's get the unicorns. But yeah, in this mage guild, so it looks like we've got Firebolt, is always a classic. I love Song of Peace. It causes the enemy within target to be unable to cast or attack. It's one of the most disabling cool spells ever. Song of Peace is a big favorite. Wasp Swarm is always interesting. And then let's see, Mass Speed, Mass Snake Strike, I like that. Summon Unicorn, very interesting. I like Cat-like Reflexes too, it gives you one additional attack. Mass Fervor, quality. Disintegrate is essentially implosion. Extremely powerful magical attack for a single target within the line of sight. Cannot be raised or resurrected until combat ends. My goodness. Guardian Angel gives the friendly target a number of extra lives based on the level of the caster. Folks, this is a completely filled out mage guild. Oh my goodness. Summon Mantis, that's quality. And then Holy Shout, good against the undead. Celestial Armor, always nice. Yeah, so the chaos spells in the center are usually fire-based and very much offensively like damage-based. And then you've got kind of more, call it utility spells, it always feels like, from the order magic. Yeah, more utility. And then, of course, summoning is heavily present in life. So we're seeing for the first time a completely upgraded mage guild, levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Excellent. If only we had the ability to learn these spells. So cool. So cool. Let's see. Wow, interesting story there. Avatar says, like you said, the dichotomy of how Gul'dan is on a mission to try and reach a new paradigm shift in magic energy. So true. So true. And dealing with how am I half alive and half dead, and what does that mean for me in my place in this world? So excellent backdrop for some very interesting storytelling elements, you know, man versus nature, man versus himself, etc. Tobal, yeah, although it was cool to finally have a reason to look forward to Mondays. Hey, you need a life hero for that. I think that Arbiter Dan says that a life hero for these magic spells, probably worthwhile to pick up, huh? Probably very, very much worthwhile. Avatar 1986, I think I remember Celestial Armor was good. I think so. It's okay at best. There's much more powerful options. Okay. I'm guessing that was for the Disintegrate. There's a lot of really powerful options. I mean, even just the... Hold on. Even the Guardian Angel is nuts. Gives a friendly target a number of extra lives based on the level of the spellcaster. Yeah, pretty nuts. So, it's like a free potion of immortality. Very cool. Lord Shadowwing, I'm looking forward to the song ranking video. Looking forward to seeing what versions of each wine you prefer. Gotcha. A life hero with Song of Peace or a nature hero for the Wasp Swarm. Yeah, I think that the Song of Peace is kind of my personal direction that I would like to go in. We'll see. Month of the Wolf. Free experience. We're going to use quick combat to fight that fight. How did I lose a vampire? Oh well, it's too late now. And then Master Demonology, let's just get even better. And Gauldoth has maxed out. We are done for the day. He is not going to be able to get better at all. Do I use the quick combat here after we lost a vampire? Another vampire goes down. That's just lazy. Phixfox, that's just lazy. Stop it. Don't do that. Dozens of fairy dragons. I do have to see how many fairy dragons this is. Lord Shadowwing, gotta hop on a Teams meeting, have fun. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Looking forward to that video, and yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing you again in the future. 38? I don't think I want this fight at all. 38 fairy dragons. Oh my goodness. And the treasure here, this Robe of the Guardian, is good. I don't think it's that good. I think it's good, but to fight 38 fairy dragons? No. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I don't even know if I want to fight these griffins, to be honest. I really don't. I think I will, just because I'm going to try and test my metal. And I do have 53 skeletons I can just lose. So let's just go fight them, but goodness gracious. And then Magic Forest, we should probably generate... We should get one of these. Let's get the fairy dragons for now, how about? Robe of the Guardian is relic level, insanely strong. Yeah, you don't take any damage for the first 3 rounds of combat. Like it's and let's be real. Deny all damage for 3 times. Well, yeah. And so it could be 10,000 damage and we're going to survive it. Totally. You're completely right. And for a hero who, if we lose him, we lose the scenario. I mean, that's awesome. It's 38 though. It's 38. That's a lot of fairy dragons. I'm just scared. Can you tell that I'm a little scared? Let's fight these griffins. Let's see how well we can fight this fight. They are going to step up and do some damage if we're not careful. Let's see. Arbiter Dan says 38 is insane. LOL, I'm scared too. Hey, at least we're scared together. Like, that's... Can I ask anything more of you? Absolutely not. I just appreciate that we're scared together. Let's cast these summon imps. Let's have them step right here, maybe eat some attention. They do. Oh, they do. And actually that lets our Ogre Magi maybe step up in just 1 second. We don't really have a spell we can cast at this point. We could do Vial of Poison, Cloud of Despair. I think I'm just going to wait, let these guys come up closer. We almost lost a Thunderbird there. Ultimately, we did not. Ogre Magi, finally they're getting into the fight. Finally, they're going to be useful. Griffins do retaliate every single time. Unlimited retaliation, yeah. So attacking with those skeletons was not safe. Whoops. Or smart. Whoops. But it happened. It already happened. One of the Thunderbirds goes down. And thankfully, they all get terrible morale. And so we are going to get our opportunities to kind of press our advantage. Another Thunderbird goes down. It feels so bad to lose troops. It feels so bad to lose these high quality troops. And there's definitely a smarter way to approach these fights. Right now, I'm a bull in a china shop. I have zero subtlety. I have zero tact. I am just running right at you and hoping for the best. And that's not ideal. It's really not. Wulfric is good. Basic archery might be nifty because we did pick up that arrow of stunning. And we can't use it until he has basic archery. Basic archery can end up being broken. I don't know if that's better than having the +1 morale, +1 luck right now. I'm guessing I'm going to take the archery just because we have the ability, and we're eventually going to get it anyway, so we might as well. And he's going to be useful in fights at any given moment, so, you know, it'll be worthwhile. Gauldoth and Wulfric drill with some of the new mercenaries and learn that these men stress fast reflexes over strength. After some extensive lessons, their combat speed improves by 1. Very good. Okay, can we actually get through here? There's this Keymaster. I'm guessing that the blue Keymaster's tent is under these 90 unicorns. I'm guessing we're going to have to go the long way around to get there. Worth noting, by the way, it was Month of the Wolf a little bit ago. I'm wondering if our supply lines have been cut from city to city. Part of me wonders if that's the case, and part of me is just not sure. Do I have 30 or no? I should have picked up these breeding pins. I really should have picked up the breeding pins, huh? Whoops. Yeah. Wasp Swarm is very strong. They deny the enemy turn completely. Oh. Oh, and archery is good. Yeah. Leadership, archery is good. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Let's actually see what we have to hire as far as heroes go. I feel like I've seen this guy before. Hold on. I think that we've seen this guy before, actually. I think he... Maybe not. I feel like he was a hero that we've already defeated. We're going to take him anyway. Only VLV. Only level 2. Only level 2. Gotcha. Okay. We're going to pick up this guy and we're going to see if we can get him good. It's going to definitely take him a while to be good, but let's give him a shot. And then let's immediately actually have him go south. I'm hoping that they pick up lots of experience fighting wolves and hopefully like unicorns in just a second. We're going to pull them into that main army for that. And because we're not feeling any pressure from our foes, like nobody's like coming out to attack us, I'm just going to take the long way and just spend my time. Again, if I was more comfortable with Heroes 4, I'd probably be doing this much differently, much quicker. I'm doing the best I can. Advanced Nature Magic, level 2 magic spells. Wonderful. Next level, this guy can completely deny one enemy, which is just too good to pass up. Okay, so the level 2 spell over here. Is it only a level 2 spell with Wasp Swarm? Summons a cloud of wasps that distract the enemy target for 1 round. You're right, that is so good. And that's better than Song of Peace. Oh, I guess Song of Peace is also a level 2 spell, isn't it? Okay, so it basically is the same thing, but yeah, super good. I love Song of Peace. Happy to have the Wasp Swarm. It is better though. Because Swarm of... Oh, because it's losing your entire turn versus in Song of Peace, you just can't cast or attack. So you could still move. Wasp Swarm prevents you from even moving. Gotcha. Okay. We're on the same page there. So he's good to go. We are going to figure out who we take into the army instead. Or who we leave behind. we're to the point where there's like so many berserkers. I might, at 20 gold apiece, I'm gonna hire all the berserkers I can possibly hire, and we're gonna send them out to deal with unicorns in just a second. It's gonna be a one-time fun moment, but we're gonna have 300 plus berserkers. They may die, but it's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. So be it. Let's see what else we can get here. Thankfully, we're finally getting Mercury, so these Thunderbirds, we don't have to trade resources all the time for them, which is good. I forget. Hold on, I actually have to double check. Berry Dragons cost gems, so we're gonna try not to trade gems. Trying not to trade gems. We'll trade everything else though. For the Mercury. 8, is that enough? 7, that's 4 anyway. Getting 2 additional ones a day. Keep the Harpies here because I don't really have another plan for them. I got a lot of gold. I don't feel like it's enough gold to just trade for resources at the moment. Maybe it is. No, it's not. We're out of gold. Okay. And then let's pick up all these troops in a caravan. Send them over. 103! That's a lot of Harpies, actually. It's actually a lot of Harpies. For anyone wondering, Phixfox, is there any reason why you wouldn't use the caravans? My understanding is that so long as units are in the caravan, they're unavailable to you to use. So like I have definitely sent units in a caravan before, and then it was gonna be like 5-6 days or something crazy like that. And they don't show up because you know, they're busy walking. And because I had sent them in a caravan and they were unavailable to me, I just lost out. I just didn't win a fight when I really needed those troops to be somewhere else for me. So these things have happened before, just in case you're wondering, these things do happen. What did we say? Odd numbers in the back, even numbers are in the front. Let's actually move this over a little bit like this. And I do think that the vampires and skeletons are pretty much no longer going to be useful for me. Whoa, out of the way. Let's see. Those Harpies can harass unicorns while you keep them away with Quicksand. Interesting. Okay, we're going to do that then. And so Harpies in. Only 101 Centaurs, and I don't have the precision anymore. There's a better artifact on that hero. I don't know. These ogres are really cramping my style. I really wish I'd gotten the Cyclopes. Note to self, Harpies and Cyclopes. Do not go for Nomads and Ogre Magi. Don't do it. Okay. But I am going to take the Berserkers. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for one more turn because I think that you're right with the Harpy strategy. Yeah, absolutely. Casting Quicksand is an art form. You get it right in time and create mazes. I love that idea. And while you were gone, we did end up using it just a little bit like that. It was fairly advantageous for us, if I do say so myself. So happy when I'm getting better at the game to the point where I can actually see some advantages as they become apparent to me. You wander upon a clover field. Soon you realize that every clover in the field has 4 leaves. How incredible! Knowing that some of its luck will rub off on you, you pluck one of the clovers and tuck it safely under your belt. Make it look like they can avoid the quicksand by taking the long way around while you pelt them with the enemy with range damage. That sounds perfect. We're going to do that. We are going to fight this fight. Am I going to lose any units? Okay, good. I was hoping I wouldn't. I was worried. I was super worried. Let's just have these skeletons go. Just make sure. It's 93 now. 93 of the unicorns. It's a couple of unicorns, but they're going to be in probably 4 or 5 stacks, aren't they? So we'll make this work in just one second. And then let's see. An avatar saying, "Ooh, that's smart." Yep, absolutely. I'm with you on that. Okay, I don't love this fight, but we're going to make this work. Oh no, I messed up. Even numbers versus odd numbers. Okay. Okay. I always have to remember order. Turn order does matter here. Let's hope that our stunning arrow with Wolfra can actually stun them. No dice. We tried. We tried. And these unicorns are going to get pretty far down the battlefield. Let's... Oh no! our new life hero, we didn't actually stop at the Mage Guild. And so he is actually drastically weaker than we otherwise would have hoped. The speed is still going to be useful on these Harpies. We're gonna let the unicorns get just a little bit closer, and hopefully Gauldoth can actually cast his spell. But yeah, a big loss forgetting to not put in that storm, that the swarm. Thinking if I can just make a pocket here or maybe here. I could go, there's terrain here. I could potentially just block all this off, and then they go this way and this way, and then I do one more quicksand here, and then they have to go all the way around. I think we're gonna do that. Let's just start painting. Yep, and they're going all the way down. That worked out fine. And then there's 23 of these unicorns here. I think I do want to attack them now. We're gonna take some damage on the retaliation. We are gonna get these unicorns up here for free. So that works out really, really nicely. 2 free hits off. That's 800 damage for nothing. We're gonna back off with the Thunderbirds. We're gonna let everybody else do some damage. And oh, I'm wondering if I do the quicksand one more time, if I go right here, are they gonna go all the way around here and fail? I think so. Let's just paint one more time. And then maybe we get the stun off. Nah. Ogres are going to stay put here as we kill 2 unicorns finally. Speed. I am speed. Interesting. I can actually attack the unicorns through this. So it basically stops my movement for one more turn. That feels just fine for me. And even if I take a little bit of damage, that's not going to hurt my heart too much. Well, I'll just back off. Even better. Where's my stun? I was promised a stun. Disrupting Ray on the big stack. And it looks like with the quicksand and with the strategies that this fight's actually going to go marvelously well. Oh my goodness. I think I can actually kill them on this upcoming bout. Nothing bad there. A little bit of extra damage here. And that's it. So, Rice to Ruin says, go Fix. Woo! Probably didn't need to lose that one Thunderbird. Again, I'm a bull in a china shop. My subtlety is lacking. And then, amazing, you're doing it, bruh. Arbiter Dan, ah man, the hype. The hype is so good. The hype is real. You guys are my favorite people. Thank you all. Thank you all. 14, the skeletons come back. We're going to ignore the basic summoning. Advanced herbalism. Gotta get that for the magic. Nature magic spells effectiveness by 20%. Or additional spell points. Tell you what, let's go for the advanced herbalism, I think. Increases the effectiveness of your nature magic spells. I'm only going to be casting the one spell every time, and it doesn't need 20% more effectiveness, so I think that the advanced herbalism is the direction I'm going to go in that. Or, what about actually basic combat, so we have a little bit of defense and he stays alive? Let's just, everybody level up. Let's just let everybody level up. How about basic death magic? Could you imagine if Wulfric went into basic death magic? How about we not? How about we just go with the advanced leadership? Wulfric can no longer gain experience. That feels fine. Arbiter Dan says, one Thunderbird lost is just the cost of doing business. Folks, how many times has Phixfox said in these streams and YouTube videos, it's just the cost of doing business? Arbiter Dan, you and I think quite alike. Sometimes it's just the cost of doing business. Vial of choking gas and the vial of blinding smoke. Let's actually move those over to Wulfric. And here, I wish I had a healing potion just in case. Potion of toughness there just in case. Potion of restoration over to the new guy. And then we actually got to switch this up. I need to put my supporting heroes in the back and my strong heroes in the front. So front, 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 front. There we go. Okay. By the way, the reason why we're not doing the precision spell every time is that we picked up this steadfast shield for 30-30. Yeah, we are very tanky. I'm feeling great about this. Awesome. Card of lumber. Whoever left this card of lumber behind must have either been in such a hurry or so rich that they wouldn't miss it. You fix the broken wheel that caused it to be left behind, hitch it to a draft horse, and ride off. That's going to be +2 wood per day. That's a free sawmill. And now this card of ore that I didn't see until just now. Waiting at the side of the road is a dwarf on a cart of ore. He jumps down as you near him, smiles at you widely. widely. Today's your lucky day, he says. Why, you respond suspiciously. Because I'm under orders to give this cart to the first person that comes along. It's a punishment for something I did. Anyway, here you are. It's yours. Generally, I would be very suspicious of such a gift. Today, though, I'm just going to take that and be grateful for what I got. Let's have the skeletons go down, see what's up. Only Gauldoth can come here. Okay. Ta-da! Here he is. Just put your hand on the door and it'll swing open, please. Will you open the door now so we can get out? Yes. Sure. Okay. Let's see. Haha, stupid ass horses, good sand strat. Yeah, those unicorns were absolutely falling prey to that. And then, so that was from Avatar. And then the sand is definitely OP compared to Heroes Might and Magic 3. Rise to Ruin says, I love it. Love it too. That's wonderful. Keon says, OMG, I missed this. Was at the gym and stuff. Gonna watch the full replay on YouTube. What map is it? First map? Yes, Keon, this is the first map of the Gauldoth Half Dead. We are happy to be here and we are struggling. We are getting all the help we can possibly get. But we're having a ton of fun. Phixfox has mentioned to this point that I feel like a little baby. I'm like a newborn baby deer, and my legs are really weak and shaky, but I'm moving forward. I'm getting better every single day. Every single day. Arbiter Dan, yep, the campaign has a great story. Probably the best in all of Heroes 4. Well, then it's a good place to start. Is there a forgetfulness spell in Heroes 4? We gotta go learn the Wasp Swarm spell for your hero. You're totally right. Thank you, Arbiter Dan. Oh yes, it completely denies ranged attack. Is there a mass forgetfulness? That too, it's a level 4 order spell. Dang, you're basically destroying the enemy archers. I love that intro to Heroes 4. To all things comes an end, and to all ends comes a beginning. Funny enough, I saw the other day, and this was actually probably a while ago, but I shouldn't say the other day, but I did see that there is a additional part to that Heroes Might and Magic 4 intro that is not often seen. It was originally in the beginning of the game, where the dragon in the opening cinematic actually burns down 2 angels, I think, and then carries on its way before it gets stomped by the 2 behemoths. Yeah, crazy, but that's actually a thing. And so who would have guessed that that there was some more bloodshed in that opening cinematic, more so than you would have thought otherwise. Vial of Acid, Potion of Luck. Here and here. Card of Ore, let's put that on Wolfric for now. Just so we're getting the advantage there. And then 2,000 gold, because we can't get any more experience. Sure, why not? And then look at this, Sword of the Gods increases a hero's melee attack and melee defense by 3. All friendly targets do 50% bonus damage. Oh my gosh, I love these artifacts. These are fantastic. Holy crap. We are gonna fight this fight as our other hero comes back up to the front. Now that he finally has his nifty spell, he's gonna be doing much better. We're gonna wait here. We're gonna probably move Fairy Dragons out for the Centaurs. Centaurs are just not that good comparatively. It's gonna cost us a day. Generally, I hang my hat on being logistically proper. Heroes 4, we are still getting up to speed. Still getting up to speed. Let's see. And then that 2 level 4 order spell. I'm just gonna hit auto combat while I read chat. Let's see. Fairy Dragons are OP too. They cast Confusion, deny the enemy 1 turn, and also big damage spells, definitely. Phoenix is more OP, I think. You get more hit points for the gold, and they are strong units, and they resurrect. I will leave you guys to fight that one out. I have no opinion at this current juncture. I'm just happy to be here. Oh no, we lost our hero. Oh no. Didn't we give that guy basic combat? We even gave that hero basic combat and he still went down. Huh. I guess if that was 157 of the, well, I guess I wasn't hitting 157 ghosts. I guess I can't expect too much out of him. Sure I can. Now I'm just sad. Historians believe that primitive spellcasters were capable of harnessing the magical forces, thus creating the mana vortex. When you step through the swirling energy, your skin pulses with a supercharged magic, and we're going to put that on Gauldoth. So he's going to pick that bonus up. We're going to send, for the first time we see a rest in peace, we're going to put him down, and we're going to give him to one Harpy. And the Harpy is going to transport this dead hero back to where we can bring him back to life. Because my word, buddy, you got blown out like a candle. Not good. Not good. Zombies can be recruited from here. I see no reason to do that just yet. We are going to build a gold mine here. We do find the Keymasters tent. That's the whole reason why we're down here. But dozens of bone dragons, I think that we're going to spend the time to fight that once we can pick up that life magic hero. I do wonder if the life magic spell, if Iskandel is going to be able to cast Wasp Swarm on the undead. No, it has no influence on the undead or mechanical creatures. So he's actually not going to be very useful for that fight. But that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, let's pick up this gold mine now. Tons of gold. It's basically 20 wood and ore and 15 turns worth of gold. But this is a large deposit of gold. Without the proper equipment, you will not be able to reap the benefits of these resources. For 15k gold, 20 wood, 20 ore, you can build the gold mine. We will build that now. It is back in action. Hundreds of skeletons. We're going to wait on that for the new guy. Maybe we give him some additional experience that way. The problem with being a Keymaster is that everyone's always bothering you, says the odd little fellow who lives in the Keymaster's tent. Come here, let's get over with this. He leans in close and whispers the command words in your ear. I love that in Heroes 4, that these heroes are not thrilled, or rather the Keymasters are not thrilled to have visitors. Everybody else is nice to you, not these guys. No, they are not nice to you at all. It just makes me laugh. Let's see. Phixfox, how familiar are you? Let's see. How familiar are you with Might and Magic lore? I was surprised the other day when I looked into it that it is a science fantasy world with spaceships and the like. I am familiar enough with Here's My Magic lore to know that like the Kriegans are supposed to be like a demon race kind of a deal, and the Angels are somehow cybernetic and stuff like that. Part of the reason why the scrapped faction, what was it? Not factory, Forge. The Forge factory in Heroes 3 actually would have made a lot of sense, but people said no, we would prefer it to be more like medieval fantasy. I'm familiar with it to that degree. That's kind of where I'm at with that. But that's all the lore I'm really very, very well aware of. Arbiter Dan says, it's debatable. Phoenix is great too, and if you go with the strong general, I think the Phoenixes are best. At Master Tactics, you can attack the back row with them and snipe enemy heroes. Very true. Keon says, never thought about that. I love nature in general. Mantis is also really cool. Unless you get matched with some order mage that hypnotizes your birds. Yeah, that would be probably the worst thing. I would have to imagine there. Arbiter Dan says, and then they kill you for free. You know, the nice thing is that when I'm playing Heroes of Might and Magic, and my spells are awesome, I feel like a superhero. I am thrilled for it. When the enemy is using these exact same spells, I hate it. It's garbage. Why does it have to be like this? Fun when you're the one who is raining death on your enemies and have this unfair advantage. Doesn't feel that good though when it's the other shoe on the other foot. We're gonna use quick combat and lose a Thunderbird. It's a lot of skeletons. Okay, whatever. And we are really just trying to get this hero up. We're going to give him the advanced combat so he can stay alive just a little bit longer. No, hold on. Expert nature magic. I don't know what other nature magic spells there were in there, but we're not gonna waste time. We're gonna find out. How about that? Animate dead. Slowly we touch the shrine with both hands, folks. Animate dead on Gauldoth for the rest of this campaign is going to actually be a big deal. Being able to bring back undead creatures. Oh, they do vanish after combat ends, but even so, that's going to be very, very useful. I'm very much looking forward to using that. What a big pickup. What a nice pickup. Avatar says, Tobal, we're looking forward to Fix playing Might and Magic to get the story and the awesome RPG games. We will see. We'll see. I hope I won't let anybody down. Even if we do, it'll be at least fun and exciting to try and fail. I mean, after all, is that not what we were doing here today? Having so much fun trying and failing. We're going to bring one of these Harpies down. I just want to see how many dragons this is. It says dozens. That's essentially several. So yeah, between 20 and 50. 42 of these bone dragons, 275 hit points each. That's a lot. They also do have the fear. Yeah, it's a lot of dragons. And they're very fast. 42. But this is an additional 50% damage. Is this fight necessary? No, I don't think so. I think that 42 bone dragons is just way more than I want to handle. We may come back in a little bit, but for now, that's just way too much to deal with. That's too hot. I don't want any part of that. And I do rest assured, knowing that we have Master Death Magic, this shrine here, this could be really nice for a 3rd level death spell. I don't think that that's worth going through these dragons. It's just too much. Just too much. Let's see. And that's the exact reason why Heroes Might and Magic 4 is so hated. Being able to snipe heroes, I imagine, is what we're talking about there. You can get from 0 to 0 in an instant. Yes. Yes, and all the spells and having them be used against you. And that's why you like the Crusader class. Remind me what the Crusader class does. We mentioned a little bit while you were gone that the different classes are really fun to use and very, very different. But we didn't really go into kind of what they are. So which one is the Crusader class? What is that bonus? If you don't mind me asking. And then starts combat with the maximum morale. And you always go first. Gotcha. Okay, that's what the Crusader class does. Interesting. Folks, we have done it. Even if we don't defeat those other creatures, we do have a way through this Keymasters tent. We're going to explore very carefully indeed, with this one single Harpy who's going to check out the surrounding area and just see what we have to deal with. Scores of Magi everywhere, but this is basically the blue players' area. Do they have a way to get to me? If they were going to get to me, they probably would have already done it. And it looks like it's going to be lots and lots and lots of creatures. Scores of genies, a company of dwarves. Actually, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Hundreds. I mean, that's not great, but scores of genies. That's actually a lot more than I want to deal with. And then one hero out here, this blue army. Unfortunately, we cannot click on Vitross until we go through those other forces. So a little bit sad to see there. But this is strange. Blue's forces are just sitting here. They're not pressing out, and I'm so not sure why. But we have found our heading. And if we can defeat our enemies sooner rather than later, we ought to. With 3 castles, there's no way we're not going to eventually overwhelm them. I say that we put our hands on the scale of justice. I say that we just make this go a little bit faster. How about? And we bring troops to the front and put them out of their misery and get them hence from my sight. We do still have plenty of gold, 44,000 gold. I'm going to purchase just a few of these troops, not the Ogre Magi. Harpies, everybody but the Centaurs. I think that the Centaurs have basically outlived their usefulness. And so here, let's bring some troops to the front. Here they come. And then over here, 9 Thunderbirds. We can recruit 3 because we are out of Mercury. Let's trade for the final bit of Mercury. Because, folks, I think that this is the final push. And I think that I could probably beat this fight. Let's just hope for the best and plan for the worst. Because for some reason that always tends to work out very, very well for me. Okay. 6. Are we out of gold? Wait. Oh, that's all we had there. Okay, gotcha. And then more Berserkers. Nomads aren't going to be in that final fight. Ogre Magi, sure, why not? In which case, 23 here as well. And this is the time in the fight where, thank goodness for caravans, because otherwise you're just feeling really bad, trying your very best to gather troops from the back, send them to the front, and it can be a little bit, I don't want to say stressful, but it doesn't really tickle my heartstrings to have to mess with these logistics for so much of this game. Let's send these vampires back, actually. I don't think vampires are going to be my final army, so let's just wait 1 or 2 turns. And we do see this hero, almost 500 of the halflings. Oh, 65 of the genies. I did not see how many of the dwarves there were, but I think there was like 60 of the gold golems. I think that we win this fight. This should be easy peasy, actually. Let's go and double check that. I wish I could lock my screen, because every time I go to read chat, I have to do this, and it goes to the very far side, and then I feel like I'm giving you guys nothing to look at. My apologies here. Let's see. Starts combat with maximum morale. You always go first. Okay. And we have years of content ahead of us. No stress. We'll be here with you. Thank you. Yeah, eventually maybe we'll get into the Might and Magic series. That would be lovely. I would really think that'd be lovely. Crusader is life, magic, and tactics. I think I haven't played the game in a long time, and multiplayer in a long time, in ages. I grinded this game in college. I played with friends too. The college gaming is, kids these days, they have like what, Call of Duty, and they think that they're happy with their gaming choices. I think that they don't even know what they're in for. Arbiter Dan says I was in a student dorm. I bet that there was lots of gaming then. Oh, the LAN parties. Oh, I wish that I was in college when StarCraft 1 came out and LAN parties for StarCraft was a thing. That would have been just lovely. Keon says, brings memories. I remember I watched footage of the game before release on the school computer and was so hyped up after Heroes 3, totally. The genies need the Wasp Swarm. Genies are no joke, bro. Hero snipers, totally, I agree with that. And then Arbiter Dan, Avatar is saying to Arbiter Dan, haha, me too. I installed Might and Magic on the computer in high school and took the save with me on a floppy drive between home and school. Now you know where my head was as a teens. Absolutely, haha, totally. Yep, we've all done that. We've all been there. And if you haven't been there, that doesn't mean you're not very, very welcome. And I'm very, very happy to have everybody here. There's a lot of fun experiences. Oh my gosh, they finally did it. The blue heroes finally come out. Interesting. So it's Darameth, level 7. But with these forces, if I don't have to fight you in a castle, I can absolutely overwhelm you. Okay, I am fine with this. Leave your castle, let me go and take it. And if they want to explore, that's gonna be to their detriment. But I wonder if that one hero that was in front of their castle, I wonder if they just, the AI got stuck on itself. And what I mean is, I wonder if the AI wanted to get the one hero out into the garrison and the garrison hero out, but they just had like too much going on, and then logistically they couldn't make it work. I wonder if that's what happened there. Something tells me it was. There's no caravans headed here, so let's do this. And then let's make one final purchase. 3 fairy dragons. Is that going to be better? Is 6 fairy dragons better than 500 berserkers? Against a castle fight? I'm going to leave these fairy dragons behind, believe it or not. Crazy, I know, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to go defeat this castle. Berserkers are going to do so much damage to that main front into the castle. The enemy hero is coming back. It's a race, but we're going to get to their castle first, and we're going to overwhelm them. So, yeah, this fight looks just fine for me. And then if the enemy is trying to retake this castle from me, then I'm going to have the advantage of being on turrets and things like that. So this fight should not be tough at all. Let's go for, let's see, spells to be had, opportunities, options. It's just not necessary. This does not look like that's a tough fight at all. Imps are going to attack. It's going to take at least, what, 3 turns to get through the gate? Did I not attack the gate there? Did I mess up? Whoops. Okay, all right, no problem. 50 damage here, 50 damage there. And eventually we're going to get ahead. Wasp Swarm. Let's just save the spell points, actually. Do we really need to cast a Wasp Swarm here? Just in case. Age on the Harpies. And then we are slowed with our Thunderbirds. Let's just get up to the front. Close, but not too far. We're attacking the gate here. And boom, we are through. 124 of these Ogre Magi are coming. They are like the rapper DMX. Knock, knock, open up the door, it's here. With the non-stop rock. Something, something, fear. I don't know. I didn't really listen to a lot of DMX. There's a couple songs I really enjoyed, but in general, not my everyday listening. Okay. And these forces are just overwhelming. In fact, we're going to auto-combat this, because I don't think that there's anything I can learn from this fight. That's the thing, is I don't think that there's anything I can learn from this fight. If there was, I would fight this fight myself, but this looks like it's just an opportunity to move forward and just kill wherever you can. Our forces are so overwhelming, there's nothing strategically interesting I think I can do here. Who did we just resurrect? Or did we just raise skeletons? Oh, we just resurrected the genies? All right, cool, whatever. I'm cool with that. And we are now holding some heroes hostage. And then Potion of Quickness, we're gonna look to actually use that on this guy in Vitross. Oh no, wait, hold on. Folks, I messed up. Folks, I've messed up. My goal was not to actually defeat this castle. My goal was to fight that big enemy with like the 500 halflings and stuff like that. But what I forgot is that our win condition is just taking this castle. And the second our enemy left, we made the fight so much easier for ourselves. And I won without giving ourselves the satisfaction of having a big final showdown. I don't like that. I really don't like that. That was not my goal. That was not my goal. Oh no. I'm going to read this, but we may load up the autosave just so we can fight this fight again, because I do want to fight that final fight. I really do. The smoke rising from the charred remains of Vitross threatened to obscure my vision of the stake in the center of town. I put it in the same place where these people had tried to burn me months ago. This time, however, the commander of Vitross was tied to it. "What's your name?" I asked, raising my voice to be heard over the screams of the dying. I grabbed the officer's hair with my dead hand and yanked hard enough to make him yelp. "What harm is there in telling me your name?" I said. "Sir Martyr of Vitross," said the officer. "Queen Amelia will march the armies of Great Arcane against you for this attack. It will be avenged." I don't think so. Right now, one of my own commanders is on his way to Great Arcane to give his account of how a band of barbarians attacked Vitross. Of course, there will be no survivors left to contradict his story. My zombies have already cleared the countryside of every farmer and woodsman. Sir Martyr shook his head in disbelief. "It's true, Sir Martyr. It's amazing sometimes what a man will do when he is offered immortality. When this cooperative commander returns from Great Arcane," is it Arcane or Arcan? I'm going to call it Arcan from now on. "One of my vampires will change him into one of the undead. So you see, Queen Amelia will have no cause to suspect me for this horrible tragedy." "What are you going to do with me?" Martyr asked weakly. "What do you think?" Martyr looked around. The only thing that wasn't on fire was the wood at his feet. My own living skin was tingling from the terrible heat. It was taking all my willpower not to turn and flee this inferno. "You're going to burn me." "Yes. Do you remember me, Sir Martyr?" I asked. "Of course." "Then I want you to know that I was innocent. I was not responsible for any deaths, save those of the chickens. Great Arcane, as young a nation as it is, has earned respect for its fair laws. Tell me, where was that justice for me?" Sir Martyr closed his eyes, praying. I slapped him to bring his attention back to me. "I'm going to burn you, Martyr, until there's nothing left but bones," I said. "But that won't be the end of it. Afterwards, I'm going to use those bones to trap your soul. I need a military commander I can trust." I nodded to one of my skeleton soldiers. The creature held a torch to the pile of wood at Sir Martyr's feet and stepped back as the flames took life. "I'll be seeing you again soon," I said, turning my back as Mardor's screams joined the rest. Oh, my goodness. By the way, we already mentioned that we liked the death ending because we already died once in this scenario. It's very nice to see that we have another option there. We now see the life one. The victory animation is also really pretty cool. Let's go and find that guy. Oh, he's over here. I don't actually want to defeat them in the castle. I would prefer that we defeat them not in the castle, but let's see what they do. Do they get all the way back? Nope, we attack them here. Okay, folks. Phixfox has something to learn. Real quick, let me get caught up on chat. Okay. Brings me memories indeed. Yeah, playing with StarCraft on LAN would have been so cool. We played with Age of Empires 2 in high school after class, since that was like 30 years ago. Definitely. Arbiter Dan, yeah, that's my nickname, is from StarCraft. You were the Arbiter. Nice. Avatar, holy hell, dudes. That's like a lifetime ago. Damn, no, you attacked it. No, I think you won. Yeah, Arbiter Dan. So we're refighting this fight. And Keon says, not my taste either, really, but those old school 50 Cent songs also still bring back memories. You find me in the club. My mind got what you need if you need it. Yeah. There's some old songs that they're classics. The other day, I tried to do this to a group of younger kids. I said, "How cool is being cool?" And of course, the answer is ice cold. All right. And the kids didn't get it. The other adults in the room, we all understood that reference, of course, to Outkast and the song Hey Ya. But the kids didn't get it, and it kind of hurt my heart a little bit. And then Avatar says, I say you are good for a reload of the autosave. That has some storytelling. Victory animation is equally awesome, Rise to Ruin says, definitely. Okay, folks, this is a fight. We do have a fight on our hands here. We could just charge down the battlefield. Honestly, save for the fact that these genies could snipe my main hero. I think I might as well. I'm gonna wait just because I don't want the genies to get into my face. I really don't. Let's see if we can actually stun finally somebody. We cannot. It is going to be the slow on our main hero there. Let us use our Wasp Swarm. And we're going to take out so many of these gentlemen there. And let's put these heroes in a good spot there. Oh, that's not good. I did not know genies could do that. Is that mirror image? What is that? Whatever that is, that's not good. Let's not let them do that again. And then I wonder, I don't think that speed actually counteracts the slow. I'm gonna try it though. In Heroes 2 and 3, if you're slowed and you get hasted, then it works. Okay, it does. The speed actually counteracts the other effects, so that's pretty good. Daramat the Battle Mage, I don't know. I'm just gonna go kill her real quick. Super dead. Not even just a little bit dead. I'm talking super dead. And then genies, sure, why not? The halflings have to deal with me before they do anything else anyway. 36 down to 37. And, oh, folks, I'm pretty sure that this one's so over. I'm pretty sure that this is so over. All these barbarians are just mixing it up. Wasp Swarm here. Because sure, why not? And free attack here, killing 6 of the Naga. The slow ogres are it hurts so much. Okay, it hurts so much. Well, we're gonna auto combat this from here on out. And clearly, Phixfox has so much to learn, and it feels good. Folks, I can't tell you, like, I'm really happy for this, because number one, it's better to be humble, right? That's number one. Number two, I'm gonna learn from this, and I'm gonna see the possibilities in the future. Losing now is gonna be better for me in the future. Yes, that's a mirror image, ha ha ha. Oh, mister, I wanna fight the big fight. You're totally right. You're totally right. Oh my goodness. But we do get eliminated, so we win, but we don't win in that fight. I'm not gonna fight the fight again because we did it. We won that fight. Phixfox just has to make sure that he's not silly. And you know what would be really nice? A relic level artifact that prevents the first 3 instances of damage. That would have actually been really, really nice there for that final fight. I could see that have been very, very useful. Oh boy. Guillaume, this last fight felt too easy. If you want to challenge sometime, try the map 7 Steps to Glory. I sure will. I will give it a look. But folks, for today, the autosave, basically it is what it is. We don't actually have to fight that final fight. I think that we can tell that our strength is enough that we're going to do fine anyway. But we're going to call this a victory. Mr. Fox needs more training. I do. I need a lot more training. And I'm grateful that I've had a lot of help here. I'm grateful for being able to move forward and get some strategy under my belt. This has been an absolute pleasure. Folks, the pleasure is absolutely mine. And I'm looking forward to doing more Heroes 4 in the future. I cannot tell you when that will be, but I am looking forward to it. I truly am. One quick thing I totally realized. Hold on. Twitch activity feed. Somebody followed a moment ago. Autumn's Journey. You followed 15 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. I totally I got distracted doing other things. Autumn's Journey. Thank you so much for being here. If you're still here, maybe you're not. Maybe you're like, oh, this guy didn't say hi to me, and then you left. My apologies if that's the case, but pleasure having you here. As you can see, we're having a ton of fun through the ups and through the downs, but ultimately we're still gonna win these fights, and that feels okay. Okay, so folks, I'm just gonna begin this upcoming game, but this is where I'm gonna plan on picking up next time. I'm just going to save it just in case, for some reason, me not saving doesn't makes it so I have to refight the fights or anything like that. So with that being said, this has been a pleasure. This was a little bit longer than I planned on doing with streaming, but I'm very grateful for all the support and all the help in making all this happen. You guys are awesome. I will look into 100 Years War. It's simply amazing and expert level. Every fight is a struggle. This was the campaign Keyon. That was scenario 1 of the Gauldoth half-dead campaign. Arbiter Dan says, good night, ladies and gents. For all the folks who it's very, very late for you, thanks so much for staying up. The pleasure is mine. The pleasure is always all mine, folks. My name is Phixfox. Until I see you next time, look after you, look after your friends, look after your family. I'm looking forward to doing more Heroes in the future. And until that time, be most excellent. I will see you around. GG, thanks all. Have a great one. Pleasure's mine.